At a lively festival, a man and a woman meet by chance. It is a romance carried by a gentle spring breeze. This is how the emperor and empress meet and the crystallization of their love. The current emperor of the Risa Apollinaриan Empire grows up in their love, which makes him always dream of a fairy tale romance. It is only natural that he thinks, one day I will also find my fated one, one day I surely will. Yet that dream remains unfulfilled. If the soldiers on the battlefield knew, they would be utterly stunned. A cold executioner without blood or tears, an emperor with a heart of stone, actually dreams of a love that even passionate youths do not dare to imagine. Risa mutters, will the feelings I have always cherished end just like this? I am the emperor of an empire, subduing demons with one hand and managing the authority of the empire and protecting the citizens with the other. However, to pluck the stars, one must look at the sky. I should have courted someone when I was still a prince, just like my father. He sighs in frustration and laments, how unfair. Suddenly, he realizes something and gasps. Right, he turns his head and mutters. Remembering just now, he looks at the small egg in his cage. He wonders what that egg is. Risa is suspicious. Where did Durahan find it? It does not look like an eagle egg. Regardless, now is not the time to be late for the royal meeting. As he leaves, the egg rolls around restlessly, making a soft sound, then immediately stands still. Meanwhile, in another scene, someone knocks on the door, sitting inside. Risa hears the knock. Come in, he says. The door opens. His attendant, Crusoe, steps in and speaks respectfully. Your Majesty, I have brought tea for you. You have no appointments tomorrow morning, so you can rest at your leisure. Risa places his hand on the table and sighs. It is good to hear that after such a long time. Crusoe replies in confusion, indeed, Your Majesty seems to be troubled. Risa is drinking his tea. Hearing this, his face darkens. His eyes grow sharp. Who? Crusoe, who is the one that has been following me everywhere, pestering me to appoint an empress? Crusoe trembles, breaking into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, if this servant may offer some advice. Aren't Your Majesty's standards a bit too high, even for an emperor? He places his cup down. This person, who has been his friend since childhood, actually believes that his lack of dating is due to his foul personality and strict nature. Although it is a painful truth, Risa's face darkens. He commands, if you are finished, leave. Crusoe bows his head, weeping dramatically. Then this servant takes his leave. Suddenly, he looks up. Ah, the window is still open. I will close it before I go. As he walks over and looks up at the night sky, he sighs inwardly. Things would be much better if Your Majesty showed as much interest in women as you did in the bird you raised when you were young. Suddenly, he flinches as he notices something. He looks down into the cage and asks, Your Majesty, what is this egg? I do not know. Durahan brought it. Crusoe is puzzled. But Durahan is a male, is he not? Then this servant takes his leave to rest. Good night, Your Majesty. Risa stops him. Wait, did that egg just move? Crusoe laughs, waving his hand in dismissal. What are you saying? How can an egg move? It must be the wind. Risa's next words freeze him in place. Didn't you just close the window? Crusoe shrieks in panic. Then it must be a ghost. Unlike his terrified attendant, Risa calmly stares at the egg. Looking at the silent egg, Risa hesitates. Should I throw it away? In the heavenly realm, about 200 years before a nameless egg falls to earth, Heliana, the primordial goddess, sits upon her high throne. She speaks. The day to fulfill the promise made to the mortal realm is drawing near. The most outstanding angel among you will be sent down to the mortal realm to face the owls with glowing eyes. She thinks to herself that this is the perfect opportunity to show who is the best among the apprentice angels. She adds, the demons in the mortal realm are cunning. You must uncover their schemes and prevent them from achieving their desires. A pair of wings flutters along with a train of thoughts. I have trained for 200 years, rising from her throne, the goddess declares. Now I shall choose a child to descend to the mortal realm. Disciples of the goddess stand forth, an eagle, an owl, a vibrant bird, and a peacock. The young eagle. A stream of thoughts runs through Hanian's mind. They are all beautiful and powerful, except for me. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rings out. Hey, you half-breed! At this time, Hanian is still a nameless bird. She angrily shrieks, I am not a half-breed. A youth with dark skin sneers. A failed angel like you, how dare you consider yourself our equal? With a look of resignation, she does not say a word. Another girl sneers. Do you actually think you will be chosen? Hanian firmly refutes. Why not? I have trained for 200 years. I can do it too. The angel girl flies high into the air. She looks down at Hanian sitting on the ground and casually provokes her. Oh, really? Then prove it, half-breed. Hanian clenches her fists. She tells herself that she can do it. At any cost, she purses her lips. I will defeat these arrogant fools and descend to the mortal realm. Therefore, while all the other birds learn how to rule the human world, Hanian trains hard for a completely different purpose. She throws a punch. She is training to fight against demons. She wipes the sweat from her forehead and ponders. Goddess Heliana made it clear that we must uncover the demon's schemes. Our mission is to protect the mortal realm. Therefore, the most important thing now is to learn asterisk. How to defeat them. The strength of the demons lies in their magic. Thus, there are only two ways to defeat them. The first method is to use the divine power of angels. However, divine power is restricted in the mortal realm. Even though angels sent by the goddess can use divine power, each angel's innate strength varies. Eagles possess superior offensive magic, while swans possess powerful healing arts. Although I am very weak in offensive magic, my defensive asterisk magic is exceptionally strong. The second method is to overpower them. First, protect oneself with magic, subdue them, and then purify them with a sacred artifact. Therefore, Hanian diligently practices martial arts in the heavenly realm under the guidance of a centaur. She recalls her master's teachings. Hanian, strike faster, she obediently replies. Yes. 200 years later, on the day she completes her training, the centaur hands her a spear. Take this, Hanian. This spear is crafted from the divine oak. Hanian, do you accept learning how to fight unlike the other angels? Hanian replies with a determined expression. Do not worry, master, I will definitely succeed. The centaur pats her head and comforts her. Hanian, I do not know what your true tribe is, but no bird possesses silver feathers as beautiful as yours. You are surely special. She turns to leave with a bright smile. Once I descend to the mortal realm, I will not see you for a long time. Please take care of yourself, master. Thank you for everything. As she walks, Hanian constantly mutters, it is true that I want to be recognized as an outstanding angel, but I also want to be paired with a wonderful man. Yet everyone only likes large, colorful birds. Hanian clenches her fists. Indeed, they say silver feathers are an ill omen. It is just a baseless rumor. I will prove them wrong. In an instant, her face brightens up again. A majestic voice echoes, the apprentice angel who shall descend to the human world is Hanian. You have trained very diligently. Hanian asks with a nervous and doubtful expression, I have prepared thoroughly, but can I truly do this? Hearing this, Heliana smiles gently to comfort her. My child, you possess the most beautiful soul I have ever seen. Do not fear, Hanian, you will succeed. A golden light brushes against Hanian's hair, leaving her stunned in surprise, contrary to her radiant face. The crowd behind her frowns in sheer annoyance. Hanian turns to stare at them. Startling them, she laughs inwardly. Useless fools. Unlike me, you only have basic knowledge but no real capability. Have fun staying behind. Hanian arrives in the mortal realm in the form of an egg. Hanian, the destiny you seek in the mortal realm follows the prophecy of the goddess. At this moment in the sky, Durahan soars, making the animals below extremely tense. It swoops down to land, its talons clutching an egg. The wind blows, making the tree branches shake relentlessly. The small egg is now nestled safely inside the cage. Inside the room, a person asks Durahan, what is the meaning of this egg? Hanian, inside the egg, is extremely confused. Huh, what is going on? Why do I hear human voices? I was supposed to go to an owl's nest. How can this be? I must get out quickly, but if I break my shell before 30 days, I will lose my ability to use magic. Looking at the unfamiliar room, Hanian wonders where exactly she is. The egg tumbles onto a small cushion and bounces back up. She tells herself, if I move, they will notice me. It is so quiet here. Was that an illusion just now? I surely heard something because I have trained for 200 years. Egg rolls backward again. Durahan walks over and stares at her. Inside the cage, she gives up. Whatever, I am so sleepy, I must sleep a little more. A moment later, a maid gasps when she sees the egg. She walks over, looks into the cage, and asks, why is there an egg here? A nearby servant replies, Durahan probably laid it. The maid turns pale, asking in suspicion, "But isn't Durahan male?" The other servant nonchalantly shrugs. "Then Durahan must have brought it back as a snack." The maid puts her hand to her chin. "Perhaps, but isn't that a bit cruel?" The man reaches for the egg. "It is just an egg." "I will take this to the kitchen and have them prepare a snack for Durahan." Holding the egg, he opens the kitchen door and calls out, "Chef, make a snack for Durahan. Where are you?" He assumes that the chef went out for a moment. He begins to shake the egg. This egg is quite heavy. It feels like there is something inside. Inside, Hanyan spins uncontrollably. "So dizzy, what is happening?" The chef walks in, points a finger, and shouts, "Who is that?" "Chef, make a snack for Durahan. I think frying this egg will be delicious." The chef immediately changes his tone. What for Durahan? If it is a snack for the Emperor's beloved pet, I must prepare it myself." The servant stands frozen, amazed by this shameless face flip. "Oh, humans!" The egg now lies still on the cutting board. The chef hums, planning to fry it into a delicious dish. Hanyan, inside the egg, gasps in shock. "Wait, what did that human just say?" The chef's massive shadow looms over the tiny egg. He reaches out toward the egg. Hanyan panics as the chef repeatedly taps the egg against the edge of the table. He gasps in confusion. "Why won't it break?" Hanyan jolts inside the egg. "What is going on? I can endure a minor impact, but this is too much." In an instant, the egg rolls away. "No, I cannot hatch here." The chef stands stunned. "What? Why won't it break?" he shrieks. The egg lands safely on the floor. His heavy footsteps approach. Hanyan sighs inside her shell. "Is this why I should have chosen the owl's nest?" The chef turns pale in disbelief. "What is this? Did that egg just flash?" Right after that, the egg rolls away. He clenches his fists and screams, "Catch that egg!" Nearby, a male servant asks in confusion, "What is that noise?" The maid beside him stammers with a twisted expression, "Wait a minute, is that an egg?" Behind them, the chef and the servant chase after it relentlessly. The egg rolls right under the raised foot of a person. Crusoe restrains his irritation and demands, "What in the world are you doing?" The terrified chef explains, "It is that egg. We tried to make a snack for Durahan from the egg in your room, but it ran away. It is unbelievable." "Enough, dismissed." The chef obediently bows. "Yes, we understand." Crusoe turns to ask, "Your Majesty, is that egg?" Risa replies firmly, "Yes, that is indeed the egg from yesterday." Turning the egg over, a pattern reveals itself. Crusoe gasps, "Your Majesty, this drawing?" Inside, Hanyan curls up. "The day the golden-winged divine bird descends, the empire shall bask in eternal glory." Inside the castle, Risa turns his head in contemplation. Though it is faint, he and Crusoe look at a painting of a bird on the wall. It is definitely the of legend. Crusoe speculates excitedly, "Is this egg larger than normal eggs? It must be a magical egg, Your Majesty." Risa casually replies, "Yesterday you said it was cursed by a ghost." Crusoe freezes in place. He places his hand over his heart and vigorously argues, "That is not entirely accurate, as we do not know its origin." However, the Emperor has already walked away. Seeing Risa leaving, Crusoe calls after him, "What should we do now? I will take care of this." At this moment, the egg is back inside the cage. Hanyan ponders inside her shell, "I think that human is protecting me." The egg blushes in embarrassment. Three people gather around the cage to constantly examine it. A girl exclaims with excitement, "Do not worry, Your Majesty. I do not sense any malicious energy from it. On the contrary, I feel a powerful energy within this egg." "You are correct. It feels like divine power." Outstanding mages possess immense power, but divine power is only known as a myth in this era. The mages utilize elemental magic, while demons wield dark magic. The small egg glows continuously, radiating a completely unique, sacred divine power. This egg is surely extraordinary. Night falls over the castle. Someone speaks. "This is the first time I have witnessed bird born from a divine egg." Risa rests his hand on his chin, lost in thought. "A creature born of divine power. I wonder what it will look like." His gaze sweeps toward the far end of the room, landing on a painting of the divine bird. Looking at it, he marvels silently. It would be fascinating if a great hawk hatched from this egg. Flipping through the pages of a book, Risa wonders how to ensure it hatches healthy and strong. He recalls the sight of Durahan incubating the egg. He muses that Durahan always kept the egg warm daily. Where on earth is he now? Risa reaches out and touches the egg, calming his restless heart. Perhaps I should remain calm. Everything will turn out well because of this little creature. Thinking of the court ministers laughing with delight, he muses. Even those ministers who usually only gossip about the Empress are talking endlessly about this mysterious egg. He smiles at the tiny egg in his palm. Inside the egg, Hanian mutters endlessly. I thought it was just an illusion. This human's embrace is so warm, it makes me so sleepy. Suddenly, the egg trembles. Risa is puzzled. What is this? He presses the egg to his ear, filled with doubt. Perhaps I misheard. Placing the egg gently back onto the cushion, Risa talks to himself once more. I do not know what kind of bird you are, but I will welcome you just like I welcome Durahan. Morning sunlight streams into the room. Crusoe stands there waving his hands as he explains. Your Majesty, do you know that speaking to a baby in the womb aids their development? Have you tried talking to the egg? Risa turns away sharply and replies coldly, Go tell such childish things to your own parents. This single line makes Crusoe clench his fists. Struggling to suppress his anger, suddenly the maid, Catherine, speaks up. But Your Majesty, I once read a book stating that talking to plants benefits their growth. Perhaps the same applies to this egg. Risa glances over, asking skeptically, Is that true? Crusoe says sadly to Catherine, Why does His Majesty ignore everything I say? Catherine comforts him, Do not cry. Meanwhile, Risa ponders, but Catherine is far smarter than Count Crusoe. He looks at the egg in the cage and wonders, What should I say? Perhaps I should read you a fairy tale? Surely the creature inside will not like that. Once an empress is chosen, negotiations for an heir will soon begin. I do not feel comfortable with this matter. Hearing this, the little egg silently praises him. His voice is sweet and warm. Suddenly he curses, Damn it! Hearing this, Hanian inside the egg is taken aback. This human's tongue is a bit sharp. The next day, things become easier. If we were on the battlefield, I would immediately execute those ministers who spout nonsense. Hearing this, the egg trembles in fear. Battlefield, do not say such terrifying things. They always say humans are constantly waging war. Is that true? On the following day, Risa pours his heart out again. Whenever I think of the soldiers who lost their lives on the battlefield, I cannot help but suffocate from guilt. Hanian hears this and feels a pang of pity. Are you sad? If only I could hatch right now, I would stay by your side and comfort you. The next day, a hand slams heavily onto the table. He says in frustration, Demons have attacked the border. Hanian gasps, Demons. His hand gently strokes the top of the egg. Fortunately, the soldiers I dispatched have resolved everything, so do not worry. Imagining herself fighting the demons, the egg grows eager. I want to quickly escape to the outside world and defeat those demons. I want to tear them in half. I want to protect this man. Risa stands in front of the egg, pouring his soul out. I have many subordinates, yet there is no one I can speak with freely. I can only share these things with you. He is incredibly lonely. Whenever Risa reveals his vulnerability, Hanian gazes at him with deep empathy. From the outside, he seems surrounded by people. But I see myself in him. I think we can become friends once I break through this hard eggshell and emerge. Time flows by. It is now the 30th day since she arrived in this world. A cracking sound echoes. The egg is about to hatch. Risa and Crusoe are in the room. Crusoe asks, Your Majesty, when will that egg hatch? Risa sits with crossed arms and replies coldly, I do not know. Surely it will not take decades to hatch, right? Risa frowns and thinks, decades. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound erupts from the egg. Crusoe gasps in shock, Your Majesty, the egg is cracking. It looks like it will hatch at any moment. Risa commands urgently, Quickly, summon all the ministers and the royal court painters immediately. Soon, a crowd gathers in the chamber, whispering in excitement. Is that the rumored egg? It looks smaller than I imagined. Risa maintains a calm expression. Many cracks spread across the egg. Two ministers whisper to each other, Is it hatching? I have no idea. Suddenly, Risa places a hand over his mouth. His face darkens. Terrified, the two ministers instantly shut their mouths. Risa frowns and thinks in annoyance. How noisy. Suddenly, he notices something. It is glowing, the cracked egg continuously emits a blinding radiance. The crowd watches with bated breath, their eyes fixed on the egg before them. Risa's face flushes with anticipation. It is finally hatching. Though I wish to help it, humans must not interfere with a divine bird breaking its shell. Risa smiles gently, filled with expectation. Phonics, I cannot wait to call you by the name I have prepared. What kind of bird will you be? A massive eagle, a sharp hawk, or a species I have never seen before? In an instant, a piece of the shell pops off. The ministers gasp in shock. The egg remains quiet, showing no other movement. They watch tensely as a tiny head pops out. She spreads her wings and lets out a cute chirp. The crowd erupts into a clamor. What is this? A ball of fluff? Is that just a clump of feathers? Reese's eyes widen as he roars, silence. The speaker quickly retreats. Why, yes, your majesty, Risa silently commands. All of you shut your mouths. I am the one who is the most shocked here. What on earth is happening? Phonics flies up. Risa watches nervously as she flies toward the painting. Her expression is filled with pure excitement. He feels helpless and utterly bewildered. Is this creature really the divine bird? A minister speaks up. Your Majesty, forgive me, but I have never seen this species before. It is indeed a female. What kind of bird is this? Could it be a close relative of a sparrow or a warbler? I have never seen it before, but judging by its appearance, it resembles a long-tailed tit. Suddenly, he looks up and smiles sheepishly, but it is definitely not. An eagle, Risa's face turns grim. He asks, do you think I do not know that? Inspecting every feature of the tiny bird, he ponders. Just as the legends say, this bird has a few golden feathers. How unfair. Risa waves his hand, calling, Phonics, come here. She flies over and perches on his hand. Risa looks at her and announces, I declare the birth of the divine bird. The majestic castle stands tall. Rumors of the divine bird's birth spread across the empire like wildfire. Despite exaggerated claims that the bird is as massive as the imperial palace, her birth successfully elevates the people's reverence for the emperor. In the chamber, Hanian and Risa lock eyes. Risa asks, tell me, are you truly the divine bird? Hearing his question. Hanian nods vigorously. Risa thinks a divine bird is a gift from God. Is that clump of golden feathers? Yes, those golden feathers are a clear sign that she is indeed the divine bird. Will she truly undergo a transformation like the Count mentioned? He recalls Crusoe's previous words. If she is the divine bird, she will undergo another transformation under certain conditions. Crusoe points to the painting of the giant divine bird. The court ministers turn to look at the irritated Risa and whisper, perhaps that is the case. Indeed, this is bound to be monumental news. Everything will change. Resting his chin on his hand, Risa speaks, so this is what you call a transformation. Then his face darkens as he asks, is that what you are trying to say? Get out. There is no way Count Crusoe's words are true. Could you truly be the legendary divine bird? The small bird puts on a cheerful expression. Risa mutters, do you understand everything? I say, her expression instantly shifts. Phonics flaps her wings repeatedly. Puzzled, Risa asks, do you want me to open the cage? Risa reaches out and opens the cage door. Phonics flies out and perches on his shoulder. Risa muses, are you trying to act cute? Phonics continuously rubs her face against his shoulder, then she flies right in front of his eyes, letting out a few chirps. Risa says happily, perhaps we should give you a more fitting name. He extends his hand and she hops onto his finger. With a gentle expression, Risa marvels, you are so adorable, the name. Phonics does not seem to suit you. Hearing this, Hanian feels as if struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening. Seeing such a dramatic reaction, Risa muses, based on your reaction, it seems. You do not want that? Fine, I will keep the name Phonics. Later, in a private bath, Risa relaxes in the warm water. He mutters to himself, even I am surprised by Phonics, but I cannot show it in front of my subjects. I cannot let them see my weakness. I cannot rely on anyone. I must accustom myself to this loneliness for the next 10 or perhaps 20 years. I must endure this solitary existence. How much longer must I bear this? He sighs wearily. All I truly need is a single friend, but what can I do? I should just be content with Phonics. Although it is hard to tell from her appearance, she is far too small compared to other birds. Will she gradually grow? Imagining a massive, fierce-looking Phonics, Risa breaks out in a cold sweat. Just imagining it feels terrifying. If that is the case, then keeping her current size is probably for the best. Risa's gaze softens. Suddenly, he notices something. Huh, what are you staring at? Looking at Phonics's glittering eyes, he breaks out in a sweat, wondering why are her eyes so Sparkling, no, surely I am overthinking. Laying down on the bed, he turns to look at Phonics. She looks back with a puzzled expression. Risa thinks, well, this is not bad. Good night, Phonics. That night inside the castle, Phonics tells herself that she saw everything clearly. A seductive body sculpted like a masterpiece. On top of that, he possesses flowing golden hair as beautiful as a god's. Even an eagle that considers itself the most handsome would be utterly shocked before this man, imagining the two of them walking hand in hand. She knows no one could find a better partner. I truly love him from head to toe. He is completely my type, this man. I will not let him escape, human. You are my fated partner. A new day begins at the Grand Palace. Durahan holds something in his beak. Seeing this, Phonics is startled and silently curses the crazy eagle. Suddenly, he drops the object into her cage. She screams in terror, completely caught off guard. Durahan tilts his head back, tosses the object into his mouth, and gulps it down. He looks down to instruct her, this is how we eat. Watching this, Phonics covers her beak with her wings. I am a divine bird. Durahan blinks blankly. Then what should we do? Phonics judges him irritably. This bird is so stupid. Suddenly, a hand approaches the cage. Risa steps forward gently and opens the door. Phonics immediately turns toward her partner and flies to his side. Risa asks, Phonics, did you miss me? You have not eaten anything since yesterday, have you? He reaches out and rings the bell. A servant enters respectfully. Your Majesty, did you summon me? Risa commands. Prepare some food for Phonics. Crusoe replies, right away, Your Majesty, but what does Phonics eat? Insects. Hearing this, Phonics shakes her head vigorously. Risa deduces, it seems she dislikes insects. Let us try grains or something similar. Perched on his shoulder, Phonics chirps excitedly. Crusoe hands over a ledger as he replies, understood. I will have them bring the food immediately. Here is Your Majesty's schedule for today. By the way, you seem very close to the divine bird. Is that so? I believe she likes me. Moreover, Phonics seems to understand my words. Have you spoken to her? Yes. If she understands, I can ask her directly. Phonics, will your form change over time? Will you grow larger than you are now? She nods to show she understands. Seeing this, Crusoe cries out in excitement. She truly understands, Your Majesty. The transformation. Will you transform into a magnificent eagle like the one in the painting? Or perhaps a hawk, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Risa looks at him as if staring at an absolute fool. Phonics thinks angrily, an eagle. How dare he compare me to a mere eagle? Remembering her true self as Hanian, she tells herself, I will become a human. I share a deep connection with the human world. The goddess was right. She looks at Risa and covers her beak with a wing. Blushing, Phonics thinks, just wait a little longer, human. I will give you a surprise. Inside the dining hall, a servant calls out, Your Majesty, everything from grains to desserts has been prepared using bird-safe ingredients. It is ready. Risa and Phonics sit looking at the lavish spread. Her eyes sparkle with hunger. Then Phonics pales, screaming in her heart, I cannot believe he is feeding me this stuff. He is indeed my fated partner, but he is quite a handful. Beside her, Risa pets the tiny bird while praising her. You are truly adorable. Phonics flies toward a plate of fruit. She happily pecks at a cherry tomato. The two maids nearby swoon silently. She is so cute. Go. At this moment, Risa speaks up in rebuke. Do not stare like that. Do you not see she is under immense pressure? Phonics finishes eating a hearty meal and lies on her back with a sigh of relief. The servants look at each other helplessly. They wonder where this so-called pressure is. Crusoe sighs and murmurs to himself, I did not wish for Your Majesty to become like this. Nonetheless, I am glad Your Majesty is in a good mood. My own schedule today is also extremely packed. Phonics flies closer to Risa. She chirps repeatedly, the food is truly delicious, thank you. He holds Phonics and observes her. A cute and charming bird is indeed not bad. Night blankets the castle. Risa sleeps peacefully in his bed. Phonics ponders silently. She never expected this of him. She recalls him touching her face earlier. In the heavenly realm, one must date first, then propose, and only then receive a kiss. It usually follows this strict order, yet this mortal kisses me even before dating. This man is fascinating, exactly my type. I must make him mine. The next morning, Risa announces, from this day forth I shall take Phonics with me everywhere. Crusoe stands dazed. Yes, your majesty. Catherine voices her agreement. This servant believes this is an excellent idea. Crusoe immediately chimes in, indeed, usually beasts do not they hold no affection for your majesty. Risa sweeps a freezing gaze over him. To be honest, only Durahan is an exception, even the spirit birds of the late emperor and empress. Trembled in fear before you, Risa sighs helplessly. I loathe to admit it, but it is true. However, Phonics is highly intelligent. She will surely understand me, just like. Durahan, let us depart. Today is extremely busy at the training grounds, too. Young men clash swords continuously. A girl remarks cheerfully, the weather is beautiful today, Lady Catherine. Indeed, it seems winter is drawing near. How is the border region? The report states they have all been buried alive. Catherine praises, excellent. That is exactly what His Majesty desires. The maid Catherine is actually the captain of the Shadow Knights, Risa's secret protector. Her primary duty is assassination, currently serving as the Emperor's unofficial bodyguard. Beside her, Amanda is an exceptional demon hunter. With her confident tone, the matter is undoubtedly resolved. Recalling Risa on the battlefield, Catherine remarks with emotion, yet I still cannot lower my guard when I remember that day. Back then, demons surrounded Risa. Catherine cried out in panic, Your Majesty, the demons are charging madly at you. Why is this happening? Remembering Risa, Catherine thinks with certainty, the demons must be drawn to something within His Majesty, we must protect him at all costs. We have deployed hunters in the palace to prevent the worst. However, if high-level demons infiltrate, we will fail to notice. If only someone could instantly identify the demons. Meanwhile, Phonics relaxes in her cage. The crowd discusses animatedly. I heard she can change her size in the future. Can she transform into a giant eagle just like in the paintings? Is that true? But she is so adorable. Hearing this, her expression turns smug and haughty. Risa sits before the assembly and thinks, so this is why the servants keep whispering. Every time he walks with Phonics, she flutters her wings, drawing eager stares from the crowd. He ponders, but to be this distracted even during a state council. Suddenly a hand reaches out. A duchess smiles and says, This subject is thinking of raising a small bird like Phonics, your majesty. A man asks with a look of disdain, Duchess, do you not already raise several birds that symbolize your clan? I merely find His Majesty's Phonics incredibly cute. What other bird possesses such silver feathers? Indeed. Thus, I am considering raising a starling or a sparrow. Risa raises his head. What kind of farce is this? Suddenly he slams the table and stands up. Starting today, I shall tighten the regulations on pet adoption. The Duke stands up in a panic. What? Risa frowns and warns, Duke West Bollington, instead of adopting more, why do you not care for your current birds? If your hands are so free, tell me. There are many who need someone to share their heavy workload. Phonics, come here. Phonics immediately perches on his shoulder. Risa turns and walks away, cursing in his heart. What a bunch of idle, irresponsible fools. Beside him, Phonics chirps, I am hungry. Looking at the little bird, he sighs inwardly. How could he ever find another bird as clever and lovely as this? He pokes her cheek. I can no longer deny it. I have lost my heart to this tiny, adorable bird. A lavish feast is laid out before them. Looking at the spread, Risa falls into deep thought. Have I ever been this happy hearing these sweet chirps? I no longer feel lonely. Phonics is different from Durahan. If she runs free, she will become prey for larger birds. In the future, even if I am beside her, all windows must remain closed. I must not let Phonics go outside unless I am with her. Imagining the little bird's shocked face upon officially losing her freedom, he asks himself, but this must be for her safety, right? At this moment, someone clasps his hands and calls out, Phonics, come here. Crusoe coaxes. Phonics's expression turns disdainful. Crusoe wails in dramatic agony. How cruel! Seeing this, Risa feels a secret, smug satisfaction. An indescribable joy fills him. In the end, only I am the exception. Looking at the miserable Crusoe nearby, Catherine remains indifferent. She steps forward and extends her hand, calling gently, Come here, Phonics. Risa thinks with certainty, It is useless. Phonics will not be swayed. Phonics hesitates for a moment, then hops onto Catherine's hand, causing her to cry out in delight. Oh my, Crusoe gasps in shock. She actually jumped onto her hand. Beside them, Risa feels as if struck by lightning. Why is it not him? Staring at Phonix's blissful expression, he grumbles inwardly. How dare you make such a face while in another's hand? Later, Phonix sits in a water basin. She looks up at the man before her. Her eyes drift down to trace Risa's toned, chiseled abs. And she judges him. How shameless! Her face flushes red as she mutters about bathing together before marriage. He reaches out to caress her face. Phonix ignores him and ponders. This is too embarrassing. Never mind. No matter what I think, according to the laws of the heavenly realm, the conditions for a mortal and an angel to become a couple are very simple. The angel must conceal their identity, and the mortal must love them sincerely. But no matter, Risa turns and gently calls Phonix. She notes his sweet tone. This man will surely love her with all his heart. He gently strokes Phonix's head. He says, I wish you could speak like a parrot, then I would ask you to say my name. Hearing this, her expression turns complex. Risa explains, since ascending the throne, no one calls my name anymore. I never heard my parents say my name after they entered the Imperial Palace. If you ever learn to speak, call my name first. It is Risa. Hearing this, Phonix feels a pang of sympathy. Whenever she senses his loneliness, she recalls her time in the heavens. That past loneliness was truly unbearable. Risa's gaze drops. She flaps her wings to comfort him. Leave it to me. I shall sing until your ears burst. He stands up and mentions that marriage proposals have been raised during the Imperial Council. After a brief silence, Phonix squawks in shock. What marriage? Wonderful, I am also looking for a partner. Risa wonders if he is too greedy for wanting to find someone he truly loves. Phonix shakes her head vigorously, denying it in her mind. No, your destined one is right here. Risa drapes a towel over her head. He wonders if destiny is real. They say a beautiful winged angel shoots an arrow into a mortal's heart. If only such an arrow would fly toward him. Like this, Risa points a finger in front of Phonix. Her body freezes. Second later, she topples backward. Risa's eyes widen and he laughs heartily at her reaction. Night falls. A demon appears before a man. He begs in terror, do not kill me, help. Risa falls into deep thought. Demons have begun to appear at the border. Fortunately, there are no casualties yet, but the demonic attacks grow more frequent. We must bolster our mages and swordsmen. Suddenly, Crusoe reports, Your Majesty, these are the documents this servant submitted yesterday. Risa takes the scrolls and says, and Crusoe weeps inwardly, if only he treated me with half the affection he shows Phonix. This is so unfair. It is good that he loves the divine bird, but he cannot stay glued to it forever. Wait, what if he loves the future Empress just like Phonix? Crusoe clears his throat. Your Majesty, you know we can no longer delay this. If you do not wish to attend blind dates, why not meet them here directly? This servant shall arrange such a meeting. Risa looks displeased. He already stated months ago that he rejects blind dates. Crusoe remained quiet for a while. But now he starts again, yet Crusoe is correct. He cannot delay this any longer. I am the Emperor. I must secure the peace and safety of my subjects, and this nation I cannot evade the selection of an Empress forever. Crusoe suggests, why do we not seek candidates from the four delegations? That is not a bad idea. Really, Your Majesty actually agreed. This servant will fetch the list immediately. Risa lowers his head to look at Phonix on his shoulder and says softly, Phonix, when the delegation arrives, I shall introduce you to them. Night falls. Hanian ponders, today I sense the presence of a demon at the council. Could it be one of those present? It is difficult to pinpoint in my bird form. I must first assume my human form, but I need to be cautious. She recalls the words of the goddess spoken to her. Hanian, you must keep your angelic identity a secret from your chosen partner. Goddess. What if he finds out even if I do not say anything? What if he knows before meeting me? That is impossible, but should it happen, I shall grant you a special spell. But goddess, what if I meet my true love in bird form before I become human? The goddess only looks at Hanian in silence and smiles gently at her question, then waves goodbye. What is wrong with my voice? Goddess, where are you going? Waking up, Hanian curses in her mind. Damn dream, why did my voice have to fail at that exact moment? The maids approach her and gasp, oh heavens, she is Too cute, Risa orders expressionlessly. Guards summon the tailors and painters, Your Majesty, these are the garments. You requested, these two are the most elegant. Catherine asks, what does Your Majesty think of the one on the right? Risa nods silently, we shall choose that one. He is clearly thrilled but feigns indifference. When Phonics puts on the garment, they both exclaim, oh my, this is illegally cute. Risa stands dazed by her. Cuteness, he asks, are the painters ready? Yes, Your Majesty, we are prepared. Royal painters, remember that your artwork today will hang throughout the palace. Do not disappoint me. He beckons to Phonics. Come here. Risa thinks, at first I wanted you to become the giant eagle of my imagination, but as I spend more time with you, those thoughts fade. Phonics is mesmerizing. Indeed, her greatest strength is her sheer cuteness. Looking at Phonics's portrait on the wall, the maids gasp. Oh my, she is too adorable. If only I could see her in person. Stop daydreaming. Do you not know the divine bird is always with His Majesty? Perhaps the maids in the Sun Palace see her daily. How envious. I heard even they have never seen her. The royal guards handle everything regarding the divine bird. Still, I am so jealous. Suddenly, a tiny creature darts down the stairs. It streaks past the working maids, leaving them stunned. Huh, what was that? Was that not Phonics? A guard rushes down the stairs in hot pursuit, shouting, Phonics, heavens, what am I to do with you? The maids stand dazed and confused. Hey, what is happening? In another room, Crusoe's face turns pale upon hearing a servant's report. What did you say disappeared? It is Phonics, my lord. Grand Chamberlain, are you all right? Crusoe collapses. Down, does he mean Phonics has vanished? Has she vanished? That is the bird the Emperor dotes on. Summon the knights immediately. This is bad. We must inform His Majesty. Oh, what should I do with this matter? Suddenly Risa steps inside and asks what is happening. Crusoe trembles in fear and hesitates. Your Majesty, that Phonics has. Risa waves his hand and commands, summon all knights immediately and bring Durahan here. Meanwhile, Phonics has flown to the maids. She chirps happily for food, the maids stirring commotion. So I told that night. Oh heavens, what is this? Is this not Phonics? How can she be here? Did the little bird fly all the way here? If this is indeed the bird His Majesty lost, we must catch her even if we have to dig 3 feet into the earth. However, Phonics spreads her wings and flies away in time. She wonders why everyone chases her like this. Furthermore, that arrogant thing hovers over her head, just like it always does before a hunt. On one side, the male servants point at her. That is Phonics, catch her. On the other side, the maids lift their skirts and run after her. Phonics, please stop. Phonics swoops into a room. She thinks it is unbelievable that everyone wants to capture her so desperately. Going outside is indeed too dangerous. When will Risa arrive? How long has it been since I last flew? I feel exhausted. Wearily, Phonics perches on a pillow and falls asleep. Late at night, Risa enters the room. He thinks sadly to himself. In the end, I still cannot find you, Phonics, where on earth did you go? Suddenly he hears Phonics snoring from inside the cage. He breathes a sigh of relief. How many hours did I waste searching for this little bird? Phonics, you scared me, she silently thinks. Why is he acting like this? He bows his head, touches her, and says earnestly, do not leave me. She wonders if he really tried to search for her. Risa explains, I do not want to imprison you. Phonics firmly says, chirp. Chirp, do not worry, I will always stay by your side. Risa smiles gently and touches his lips to hers. My little bird. The Po continent lies outside the Apolline continent. It is a gathering place of minor kingdoms. The minor kingdoms of the Po continent have allied with Apolline. They also join the war against the demon race. The demons disguise themselves as humans and hide to cause trouble. High-level demons are especially hard to detect. Humans begin to suspect one another. To combat the demon race, the Apolline Empire must tighten its alliance with weaker nations. This is the true meaning behind the delegation's visit, as long as the seat next to the Emperor remains vacant. Crusoe reports, Your Majesty, rumors say the women of the neighboring kingdom not only possess peerless beauty, but also harbor extraordinary strength. He looks in confusion at Risa. Risa asks, what are you trying to say? Crusoe explains, this servant only thinks it is because of that desert kingdom. Is Your Majesty not curious? Your Majesty, the banquet requires your presence for a long time. Do not just appear and vanish like that. Risa calmly sets down his teacup and remains silent. Crusoe loses interest at his lack of interest. Then this servant shall excuse himself. At this moment, Risa thinks, is it truly? Calmly sets down his teacup and remains silent. Crusoe loses interest at his lack of interest. Then this servant shall excuse himself. At this moment, Risa thinks, is it truly over, so the wedding will proceed soon? To Crusoe, everything will soon be completed. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Night Chat, reports, Your Majesty, this is the document you require. He thinks to himself, Count Crusoe is looking forward to this. Of course, you are a handsome and powerful sovereign. That woman is nominated for the position of Empress. Unfortunately, she cannot reach that seat. Looking at her flushed face, she must harbor affection for Your Majesty each time they meet. It seems Your Majesty still pays no mind to anyone. If Your Majesty has no one in your heart, an official selection will take place sooner or later. If no suitable candidate is found, a woman of the royal bloodline might be chosen. In that case, Risa, who is reading the documents, suddenly asks, Chat, do you have anything to say? No, but this servant understands Count Crusoe's anxiety. It seems Count Crusoe is handling quite a lot of work. Your Majesty, why don't you try having tea with ladies of your age? Risa's face darkens. It seems you look forward to this wedding very much. Chat quickly bows his head. This servant apologizes. Your Majesty. Phonics witnesses this entire scene from her cage with an expressionless face. Chirp, chirp. Chat looks toward the sound and secretly admits that, just like the rumors, the divine bird is indeed adorable. It is even more beautiful than the paintings hanging along the palace corridors. Suddenly, a call pulls him back to reality. Chat. Cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Yes, Your Majesty, I have reviewed everything. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. This servant takes his leave. Risa approaches Phonics and opens the cage. Finally, everyone leaves. No windows are open either. It should be fine now. Phonics, you can come out. He lifts her and gently says, Phonics, from tomorrow, guests will arrive at the Imperial Palace. It might be a little noisy. Phonics cries out, Chirp, chirp. Risa looks at her with curiosity. It seems you are replying to me, but what is it exactly? Phonics's chirping always carries a unique tone. Chirp, chirp. Although you are not as large as a hawk or an eagle, I wish you could speak. Risa thinks to himself, regarding this, Phonics has hatched for about 100 days. The supreme goddess descended to the mortal realm and stayed for 100 days. In the Apolline Empire, the number 100 holds a very special meaning. Should we host a banquet to celebrate your 100th day, Phonics? Her eyes light up with joy. Why don't you just marry me on that day? Instead, after 100 days, I can freely transform into a human. What will I do if he does not like my appearance? Even so, I believe destiny has ordained us to be together. You are the one I wait for in this mortal realm. Phonics shyly stares at Risa. She flutters her wings, flies up, and touches her beak to his lips. When I become human, the first thing I desire is to kiss you. Afterward, the guests gather for the banquet. One delegation after another visits the palace. Say, a palace once quiet suddenly turns bustling. Under the bright lights and jewels, people whisper in excitement. Have you heard the news? What is it? They say there is a high chance the Empress will emerge from these delegations. All eyes turn toward His Majesty. Among them, the most excited person is none other than Count Crusoe. Count Crusoe remains calm on the outside, but internally he cannot control his joyful and expectant thoughts. Finally, the once-in-a-millennium opportunity arrives to decide who will be crowned Empress. Fortunately, His Majesty's beauty shines brighter than ever today. He whispers into Risa's ear, Your Majesty, please smile. The ladies will surely fall for you. This servant begs you, Your Majesty. Risa's face grows solemn. Crusoe is not wrong. However, leaving Phonics behind like that makes me unable to stop thinking about her, but bringing her to the meeting of delegations is inappropriate. Beside him, Crusoe is helpless. Your Majesty, please smile just once. However, Risa tells himself, perhaps I only need to complete this as quickly as possible and return. The sound announcing the arrival of guests echoes. Crusoe frantically begs Risa, they are here. Your Majesty, please smile. Your Majesty. The attendant's announcement rings out. Your Majesty, the delegation from the Bear Kingdom has arrived. Risa stands up and commands, Count Crusoe, who replies, yes. Stop talking nonsense and lead The way? The Bear Kingdom is a fairly large nation located across the Western Sea. The Emperor must personally welcome the delegation from the Bear Kingdom because they provided significant support in the war against the demons. Risa looks down from above at the crowd standing in orderly fashion below. Indeed, I understand why Count Cruz made such a fuss. The mystery of the Bear royal family is further enhanced by the thin veils covering their faces and the sea-colored eyes characteristic of the Bear Kingdom. A young man steps forward, bows. In greeting, then the Princess of Bear exclaims, "Just like the rumors, you seem quite cold." Risa raises his eyebrow and says sternly, "Go inside." The young man walking beside the princess laughs and says, "What should we do? It seems His Majesty does not pay much attention to you." The princess frowns in annoyance. "Do not worry about me, you should worry about yourself first. Women do not like divorced men." The young man looks at her retreating figure and sneers, "How annoying. Why is it my fault when the princess is the one who ran away? I'm no saint either. Yet to be treated like a fool like this." Thinking of this, he shouts, "You are right. I also came here to find a wife, so I must try hard. I will proudly bring back a noble lady as my wife." The princess mocks, "Just flirt with some maid and you will be done." The princess thinks to herself, "When will I escape this situation?" Suddenly, she sees Risa wear a gentle smile. She wonders in surprise, can that man also express such emotions? He is truly breathtakingly handsome, a beauty that can never be found anywhere else. What is he looking at to smile like that? The portrait of His Majesty. I never thought anyone could be more beautiful than a painting. Indeed, a magnificent figure. Her eyes suddenly stop at one of his shoulders. Specifically, a bird is perching on his shoulder. She wonders, wait, is that a quail? Risa freezes and turns his head to look at her. He repeats her words coldly, a quail. On another side, Amanda asks Crusoe if it is true that His Majesty's wife will be chosen from this delegation. He replies, "Is it possible we will finally have an empress? But isn't a noble from our empire better than a foreigner?" "I think so too. To become His Majesty's wife, she must at least be a princess of some kingdom." "Right, but why do you keep talking to me? I dropped a few documents and got scolded by His Majesty." Amanda laughs and says, "Ah, here it is, found it. Sir, we must hurry. His Majesty might get even angrier." In another place, Phonix flutters her wings in rage. "What? Not me, but marrying someone from another country? I have even seen Risa's naked body, yet he is going to marry another woman. What is this? What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, Risa looks at the princess with sharp eyes. "How dare you say that here?" Risa's attendant shouts angrily. "A quail, that is the divine bird of our empire." "Your Highness," the bear people are secretly astonished. "Phonix, Phonix, but shouldn't it be a bird larger than an eagle? Is that ordinary bird the divine bird? Does it not lower the majesty of the empire? The rumors we heard are different." However, Berv is a small nation. Compared to the divine bird, which is the sacred symbol of the empire, calling it a quail is a severe insult. He immediately bows his head to apologize on behalf of the princess. "We are deeply sorry. We must have misunderstood because we heard it is a bird larger than an eagle." Risa's attendant turns away. "I will lead you to the reception room and guest chambers. Please follow me." He secretly worries. "Has Berv's reputation been damaged?" The attendant reassures Risa, "Your Majesty, please do not worry about that. They are just people clothed from the desert region. Jackpie, one of the 5 Grand Dukes, their clan crest is an eagle." Risa says, "Fortunately, I did not bring Phonix. The delegation from the Leno's kingdom will arrive this afternoon. Your Majesty should rest until dinner." Risa replies, "Very well. I need to see Phonix." Jack looks sad. "I will go with you. I am also feeling down and need to see Lord Phonix. You know, it is almost 100 days since Phonix hatched. 100 days. That is a great day for the Empire. Isn't it true that on the 100th day after the goddess descended upon this island, a blessing will occur? 100 days, the day the goddess returns to the heavenly realm, the very same day the Apolline Empire was founded. It is truly a momentous day. This servant should prepare a gift for Lord Phonix." Risa turns to look at him and suddenly thinks, a gift? Late at night in Risa's private chambers, Phonix lies listlessly on a pillow. Why are there so many people today? But anyway, tonight's goodnight wish is so warm. She recalls when Risa gently said, "My clever and cute Phonix." Phonix thinks of the scene where she transforms into a human and grows shy. You must continue to love me even when I become a human. You said that you loves me to death. How can he fail to recognize? At least nothing is wrong with the feelings between Risa and me. First, let us find the quest item. As the goddess has commanded, we must deal with the demons. May this peaceful moment last forever. On the 100th joyful day since Phoenix hatched, a grand ball takes place within the Empire. Delegations from various countries visiting the Empire eagerly look forward to beholding the real Phoenix. However, Phoenix lies on a pillow placed beside the throne. Her face is filled with dejection as she thinks, I cannot transform into human form. Why is this? Is there something wrong with me? Risa looks at her, unable to hide his worry. Phoenix seems unwell. Is she sick? He slowly picks her up in his hands and asks, Phoenix, do you feel pain anywhere? Food will be served soon. Eat and then rest beside me. Phoenix's eyes light up. That is right. Eat first, think later. Once full, everything will be better. Divine Phoenix, I have brought snacks for you. Beside her, Risa stares at her face, which is becoming satisfied and happy. She seems to have regained her energy. So cute, he thinks. Meanwhile, she happily muses, how joyful. As long as I am cute, everything can be resolved. Cuteness is the ultimate weapon. Now that I am full, time to go back to Risa. What is this? Everything spins. Could it be? There is alcohol in the food. Wait, this feeling, could it be? I must leave. Here immediately, at this moment, a person says, this servant has brought a gift for your majesty. Do you know what this is? This is. The white cloth is pulled down, revealing a finely carved golden statue, which leaves even Risa astonished. Our kingdom also holds birds as sacred, just like the Apolline Empire. A golden bird statue, Risa contemplates. I should also craft a statue for Phoenix with eyes crafted from precious gems. I am certain Phoenix's statue will look far more impressive. As he thinks this, he turns to look at Phoenix, but sees only an empty pillow. Out in the garden, Phoenix staggers onto a tree branch, her face pale. I played and ate too much, making it hard to fly. She suddenly sees a man walking beside the princess of the neighboring kingdom. She wonders why he sighs so much. He looks quite handsome. He suddenly raises his head and asks in astonishment, a quail. Phoenix panics, unable to believe her ears. What? A quail? She dives down and slaps his face with her wing. How can anyone call her a quail? Oh my, are you acting cute with me? Phoenix flaps her wings in fury. Furious, you dare call this divine bird a quail? Her head spins again. That feeling returns. She quickly flies away. I think this time it will surely succeed. I am sure of it. Finally, I have finally done it now. All I must do is find clothes. Somewhere I must not be discovered right now. Suddenly, Risa steps out from the bushes and calls her. Phoenix. Fortunately, Phoenix manages to revert to her bird form in time. Cold sweat pours from her. Chirp, Risa sternly admonishes her. You scared me. You cannot wander off alone. The man beside the princess approaches and exclaims, so this is the divine bird. It truly is a cute bird, and it even behaves cutely. Now I understand why your majesty treasures it so much. Risa repeats his words suspiciously. Behaves cutely, he silently thinks. Did I do something wrong to cause this atmosphere? Thinking this, he honestly recounts. Indeed, it patted my cheek like this with its wings. Wings, Risa sneers his face. Devoid of any joy, does Phoenix show affection to others as well? He carries her back and instructs, Phoenix, you cannot easily approach others like that. He might be a weirdo. Perhaps she is smarter and more cunning than I think. Are all spirit beasts like this? Crusoe announces, Your Majesty, delegations from all nations are waiting. You must conclude the banquet. Risa then says, Phoenix, I am sorry for locking you up. I will return shortly. She chirps in response. Chirp, chirp, he is surely gone right. Now opening this cage is easier than breathing. Phoenix paces around the room searching for a mirror. Where is the mirror? It has been so long since I took human form, I cannot even remember my face. I do not want to be mistaken for a pervert, so I must get dressed first. I need to borrow Risa's clothes. My tiny bird form made me lack confidence. But my human appearance is not inferior to anyone in the heavenly realm. Phoenix dreamily gazes at herself in the mirror. Surely Risa will like me too, right? Afterward, in the crystal banquet hall, Risa swirls his wine glass and suddenly stops. His face darkens, filled with rage. He stares intently at the princess and the young man who met Phoenix earlier. Crusoe stands bewildered, wondering, what is he looking at? Could it be Princess Melissa of the Bear Kingdom? After calling Phoenix a quail, I thought everything was a complete failure. Did she actually catch his attention? Though I am slightly disappointed he chose the Barb Kingdom. This is not the time to be picky. Risa suddenly speaks. I am leaving. I feel somewhat tired. Yes, Your Majesty. Crusoe continues to plan. Perhaps he should arrange a meeting for them later. After returning to his room, Risa slams the door shut, angrily. He complains, is a banquet truly this exhausting? Suddenly he freezes. His eyes fill with utter bewilderment. Someone is on his bed. Hand on his sword, his gaze turns stern. How did she break in here? It seems to be a woman. Is she sent by the ministers? Or is she a high-level demon? The unsheathing of his sword causes Hanyan to snap her eyes open, waking up with a start. Am I still alive? She nervously clutches the blanket, pulling it tight against her body. He suddenly points his sharp blade at her. Who are you? Are you a high-level demon? She anxiously mumbles. Why are you so angry, and why call me a demon? Hanyan speaks in fear. His voice growls. I ask again. Are you a high-level demon? She cowers. Clutching the blanket tightly, is she hiding a weapon inside? At the slightest suspicious sign, I will. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a sudden noise. Outside from Dullahan, it suddenly crashes into the outer door. Taking that opportunity, she vanishes right before his eyes. Risa recoils, shielding his face, before he can comprehend what is happening. She vanishes like lightning. He still stands stunned, baffled by her disappearance. What? The room is empty. Did she escape through some small crevice, or perhaps a high-level demon can use magic to conceal her appearance? A knock on the door shatters the silence. Your Majesty, this servant requests permission to enter. For a moment, Your Majesty, the woman you stared at in the banquet hall today. If you could reveal to this servant who she is. Crusoe's face pales. Oh heavens. Crusoe anxiously approaches him. Your Majesty, what happened? Why did you draw your sword? Risa orders the summoning of Viscount Crusoe and Count Chi. An intruder broke in and he glances at the cage, which is already empty. His hand trembles as he grips his sword. Phoenix has vanished. The intruder kidnapped Phoenix. Within the Imperial Palace, arrays are established to suppress demonic magic. Even if the intruder escapes, they cannot go far. We must find them immediately. From now on, every residence will be searched. An intruder is in the palace. We ask for everyone's cooperation during the investigation. After hearing the announcement, panic spreads through the palace as everyone gossips. An intruder? I hear it might be a high-level demon. I thought the Apolline Palace was safe, but no matter how powerful the Apolline Empire is, they cannot escape when facing demons. After spending an exhausting time outdoors, she returns to Risa's room, shocked by the sight. The room is in complete disarray. With the wind's aid, I managed to transform without detection, but I think I fainted for a moment. Risa, he actually tried to attack me. I thought Risa would recognize me at first glance, but Risa is truly a fool. I do not want to stay here anymore. I will do as I please. At some corner of the palace, Hanyan gently lands near a secluded clothing rack. This room contains countless garments and shoes. I found a place with no one around. It seems to be a dressing room. Good. A chill has been running down my spine ever since I left my cloak in Risa's room. Controlling my human transformation is still difficult, perhaps due to the alcohol. I feel weak and cannot maintain my bird form. These outfits are worn by people with covered faces. I must wear something similar at least for now. I was wrong in Risa's eyes. I must be nothing but a stranger, yet this feeling is too painful. Suddenly, someone pushes the door open with a loud thud. She gasps in fear. Someone has entered. What should I do? What if I am discovered? In the quiet space, a woman's voice suddenly resounds. Your Highness, have you waited long? The suggestive sounds of the couple leave her bewildered. What is this? The two immerse themselves in their own world. Hanian bashfully gasps. Are they kissing? A moment later, as she looks closely, she is stunned. Wait. That man is the quail. The man who called me a quail earlier. I should have slapped him harder with. My wings. Staring too intently, she loses her balance. Wait, if I fall like this, they will hear. A loud noise erupts nearby. The two stop in panic. She is stunned. Haniel falls backward. Someone is here. What do we do now? You said there was no one. No, I mean, I do not know. I am leaving. Wait, his face darkens with rage. Damn it, I thought everyone had returned to their quarters since the guards are on duty. He turns sharply toward the source of the noise and barks. Who is there? Her face turns deathly pale with fear. What do I do? How can I? How can I escape this predicament? The crown prince of Barb approaches, clad in the attire of Barb. Is she the maid? Of Melissa, Haniel panics. Her body stiffens and her mind goes blank. I am finished, completely finished. How do I escape this? Predicament? Looking closer now, he leans down and asks, Are you not going to reveal your identity to the very end? A cold hand touches her face, making her flinch. Forget the identity you owe me for ruining my sweet moment. Risa's stern voice rings out from behind. I thought it was a mere rat. Interrupted, he spins around that voice. Crown Prince of Barb, you must have received orders to return to your quarters. I too am about to depart. Risa keeps his eyes locked on him. The Crown Prince is flustered, his face flushed, his lipstick smudged, and his shirt unbuttoned. Risa snorts coldly in anger. To dare engage in such acts in another's palace, you truly lack dignity. Haniel sees Risa and displays a look of grievance. I apologize for allowing Your Excellency to witness such an unsightly scene. Since this lady is rather shy, it is best for you to depart. Risa chuckles softly and turns to leave. There is no time to hesitate. I must quickly capture the high-tier demons before they escape further. After the door closes, he curses inwardly in rage. What sheer insolence! Hey, because of you, before he can finish his sentence. She strikes him hard in the face, causing a stinging pain. He trembles with rage. What absolute impudence! However, when he looks down, her figure is gone completely, vanishing without a trace right before his eyes. What? Where did she go? Meanwhile, she flies through the air, cursing as she flies through the sky. How dare he call me a quail, a mere ordinary human, yet he dares mock me? Everything about him irritates me. I regret not striking him harder, but right now I must locate my weapon. Where could it be? The next day, a voice echoes. Our phoenix. It will not harm that little bird, right? What if it eats it? Such a tiny thing, how can it find its own food? It is too small to even make a meal. Indeed. No sooner do the words leave her mouth than Catherine nudges her elbow. Risa covers his face, choked with emotion. The one who truly wants to weep is me. An intruder entering the Emperor's palace is a grave threat. And as for the Phoenix, has such a terrifying power ever existed? No, Phoenix, please, Durahan will return. After all, it is an eagle that achieved numerous exploits in the war. Durahan is incredibly intelligent, always assisting me greatly. However, Your Majesty, the likelihood of a demon infiltration seems extremely low. There are no traces of dark magic whatsoever. This is a mystery that even the royal mages cannot fathom. Even the most skilled demon cannot completely erase the traces of dark magic. We cannot simply rely on Durahan and sit idly by. Now that I think about it, I am certain, I am absolutely certain about the demon from last night. A palace maid who spotted the suspicious figure declares firmly, When I saw it lying on the cushion, I did not think it was an intruder, but it definitely possessed silver hair. Silver hair, the girl encountered by chance yesterday. In the dressing room seems somewhat familiar. She is the maid accompanying the Crown Prince of the Barb Kingdom. Did she have silver hair yesterday? Summon the Crown Prince of the Barb Kingdom to see me immediately. A long time later, the door suddenly swings open. The Crown Prince enters and questions, Why are you searching for the maid from yesterday? Maid from yesterday? He waits for a long time, but Risa does not answer. This irritates him deeply. He is being ignored yet again. Crusoe speaks up, that is to determine if there are any similarities with the intruder. The Crown Prince thinks to himself. Furthermore, from the beginning, all questions and answers have come from him rather than the emperor, even. For a powerful empire, treating innocent foreign royalty in such a manner is utterly shameless. Crusoe continues. Speaking, please answer honestly. The crown prince's face darkens. He thinks to himself, is our nation so weak that we cannot even protest such treatment? With this thought he speaks. Most maids in the Barb Kingdom have black hair. The maid from yesterday also had brown hair. Should I personally bring the maids here for confirmation? There is no need. The imperial guards will conduct the inspection. This fellow is truly detestable. Damn it, I am the one who wishes to find that girl the most. Since last night, no matter how hard I search, she is nowhere to be found. Even after combing through Melissa's maids, none of them resemble her. Although she was veiled, those clear eyes remain deeply etched in my memory. The strands of hair, faintly revealed, seem to be silver. Let them find her, let her suffer a little. Afterward, Haniel feels as though she has traveled quite far north of the capital. How many days has it been? Judging by this auspicious chi, it must be this place. I should land and rest. For a moment, I feel as though I am dying of exhaustion. This is precisely why I am always envious of large birds. She swiftly glides down into the shadow of a massive tree, resting with difficulty. She feels as though her soul is leaving her body. Just as she closes her eyes for a moment, a sudden ray of light irritates her. I was just about to rest, so what is glowing? Opening her eyes, Hanian immediately sees her magic staff glowing right in front of her. She is overjoyed. It is glowing. She cheers with boundless excitement. Unable to contain her joy, she leaps for joy. In an instant, she returns to her human form. Have you waited long, my staff, my precious weapon and gift from my master? It is invisible to others, and only I can wield it. It is fully bound to me through divine power. The moment of recovering her staff is the happiest moment of her life. Let us return, she says to herself. Now I am ready to battle at any moment. But why does she not transform back? Just then, the goddess Heliana manifests from nowhere and warns, bear this in mind, Hani. Once you recover the staff, you must maintain your human form for a specific duration. Only when the adaptation phase concludes can you freely transform again. Remember this well. Upon receiving this news, she turns to stone, speechless. I am doomed. Suddenly, an arrow shoots toward her from behind, completely unbeknownst to her. Just how long does this certain period last anyway? Blessed with keen intuition, she spots the incoming arrow from behind just in time and dodges to the side. The arrow strikes directly into the tree trunk opposite her. This arrow on the other side, a knight speaks. This will not do. There are too many enemies here. It is better to deal with them elsewhere. The carriage halts. A man steps down and says, very well, but you must be careful. A sudden cough interrupts their conversation. She looks anxiously into the carriage and calls out, Leona, hold on a little longer. Leona, Haniel observes silently. The girl's face is pale and gray, devoid of life. Her lips are turning purple. Is she afflicted by demonic poison? A demonic arrow suddenly shoots in this direction, targeting those people. The knight's condition appears highly critical, seeing the despair etched upon the faces of the other knights. If left unattended, she will soon perish. Suddenly, a knight spins around to face her. With a furious expression and hand on his hilt, he shouts, Who are you? Haniel stands dazed, looking at the two knights in confusion. Why are they so wary of me? She recalls her master's words. Humans are naturally drawn to those who smile. She forces an incredibly awkward smile. Seeing this, the two knights whisper to one another. It seems she is also pursued by demons. However, for fugitives like us, her appearance is far too unusual. Her clothes are exceptionally luxurious, her hair flows naturally, and she wears exquisite leather boots only fit for nobility or even deities. Just who is she? A knight steps forward, bowing respectfully to report, Forgive me, but Master Leona is wounded and cannot flee any further. Perhaps it is best to conclude the battle here and then relocate elsewhere. You heard him, madam. Please enter the carriage and do not emerge under any circumstances. The madam can only reply, I pray for your safe return. A female demon steps out from the forest, speaking with smug satisfaction. When prey lowers their guard, it only makes me desire slaughter even more. The two knights say anxiously, she could attack. At any moment, hold the defensive line. Around the carriage, the female demon notches a deadly. Poison-tipped arrow, die! The madam freezes in terror. The man shouts anxiously, protect the Empress Dowager! Rapid footsteps echo, the moment the arrow nears her. Haniel swiftly catches it in midair. She snaps the arrow in half. Demons utilize dark magic. To be precise, their arrows are coated in poison, requiring only a mere scratch to kill. The female demon gasps in shock. How is this possible? Haniel's face remains utterly unperturbed as she stares at her. I did not expect to wield my staff the moment I recovered it. It seems several others are still lurking behind. The trees. Summoning her magic, she manifests the staff in her hand and shouts, "You have great audacity, daring to attack." Innocent people right before my eyes. Like a streak of lightning, Haniel charges at the female demon with her staff. The demons panics in disbelief. Impossible, how? Can a human be so incredibly fast? Haniel moves with such speed that the demons cannot react. The female demon is paralyzed with fear by the sight. I cannot even track her movements. Where did she go? Suddenly, Haniel swoops down from above directly at the female demon. She strikes with her staff, and the female demon crashes to the ground, unable to resist. Haniel muses inwardly, this sensation. Indeed, exterminating demons is my specialty. A knight suddenly speaks, reveal your identity. Judging by her combat prowess, could she be an assassin? Hold on, if she were truly an assassin, her primary target would have been our lives. Lower your swords immediately. Do not point weapons at someone with silver hair. Leona's sudden coughing fits interrupt them. Leona's condition is deteriorating. We must rush to the nearest village. This is the territory of Moden Nin. If we can reach the castle, there will surely be a cure. Young ladies, please accompany us. I truly wish to repay this kindness, but the injured must take priority right now. Let us head to the village first. Somehow, Haniel finds herself drawn into this matter. An injury inflicted by a demon. She appears to be in excruciating pain. I should heal her. To treat her without being detected. Should she help her? Facing Haniel, the lady ponders silently. No matter how she looks at it, those clothes seem fit only for royalty. Of course. The nobility also uses high-grade fabrics. But there is still a distinct difference from imperial robes. This difference is far too obvious. There is no way I, the Empress Dowager of the Apolline Empire, fail to recognize it. As for Emperor Herodin and Empress Scarlet, they meet and fall in love without knowing each other's identity. Having Risa is like an invaluable gift. Right from childhood, the boy displays outstanding intelligence and excels in swordplay. However, in my opinion, the reason the boy still has not met any girl is probably due to his erratic temperament. Herodin interrupts, his voice carrying a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, that is indeed the case. Things are different now that he is past marriageable age. Since ancient times in the Apolline Empire, the emperor's power and the role of the empress, who governs the inner palace, cannot be underestimated. The empty throne of the empress is a great concern for the imperial family. When this precious son finds the one he loves, I only hope he finds happiness. Because of this, I observe that young girl closely. She is truly special, far more beautiful than any young lady I have ever met. I believe she will be the perfect partner for Arisa. Scarlet smiles faintly and asks, how can you defeat the demons? Could you be a magic swordsman? Furthermore, where do you come from? Why are you walking alone in this forest? Forgive me for asking so much, especially after you went through such trouble to save us. She replies with a forced smile, it is fine. You can say I am similar to a magic swordsman and I come from the West. She recalls her master's words, sometimes one must be flexible and lie. Hearing this, Scarlet falls into contemplation. If she is from the West, Haniel turns her face away, guilt gnawing at her heart. Madam, please calm down. But her conscience continues to prick her. Suddenly, Scarlet gasps in astonishment. Is it not said that the Queen of Sylvania has silver hair? It cannot be. Princess of the Sylvania Kingdom, could you be from the Sylvania Kingdom? She awkwardly avoids her gaze. Why, yes, that is correct. In her heart, she screams in panic. As expected, the woman anxiously grabs her hand. What should we do? You grabbed the arrow with your bare hand to save us. Your delicate hand must be injured. She gently holds her hand with immense affection. After a close inspection, surprise fills her. Does the venom of the demons not affect you? Why, yes. Actually, it is something past. Down within our clan, hearing her answer, the woman's eyes widen in shock. Demons always target the nobility. Since ancient times, the emperor and empress are those who face the greatest threat from the demons, but with her immunity to demon toxins. And the fact that my necklace shows no reaction, it proves she is not a demon. This is surely destiny. Dusk falls. Outside, two knights discuss among themselves. Currently, the mage is busy concocting an ointment for the young lady. Hearing this, the other exclaims in surprise. Does she suffer from some skin disease? Watch your words. What if rumors spread? Think before you speak. Do you not know His Majesty's decree to aid those attacked by demons? Inside is a critically ill patient attacked by demons. Scarlet pulls aside the carriage curtain to peer outside, worry filling her heart. It seems the conversation is not going well. I will go outside for a moment and return. She watches timidly. As the woman departs, looking at the exhausted Leona before her, she feels conflicted. With a critically ill patient like this, can they really not be saved just because of a simple ointment? Even demons would be speechless at this. Leona's arm suddenly drops limp. Hanian's entire body freezes. What is happening? Did her arm just drop? Could she be dead? Her finger lightly touches the girl's nose. Hanian feels a faint breath and breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she is still breathing. If she leaves her like this, she will surely die. What should she do? How can she save this person without revealing her divine power? She recalls her master's advice. Humans believe in miraculous herbs. They believe in herbs that can cure all diseases and grant immortality. They believe such things exist somewhere in the mortal realm. Just remember one thing, Hanny, if you need money in the human world, sell medicine. That is right, there is still this way. She only needs to make them believe this is a rare herb, then secretly infuse her divine power into it. All preparations are complete. Now she only needs to act with utter shamelessness. Her two hands clenched tightly, she tells herself she is a medicine merchant. Confidently stepping outside, she flings the door open. A loud bang from the carriage startles Herodin and Scarlet. Both turn toward her. "Oh, young lady, why so suddenly?" Herodin asks in confusion. "Madam, is the carriage door broken?" Hearing his question, Scarlet awkwardly covers Herodin's mouth with her hand. "Pay no mind to him, of all things. Why do you suddenly come out? If we wait any longer, the patient will not survive. Besides, it seems the mage of this territory has no intention of treating her." She reassures herself inwardly. "Calm down, Hanian. I must be as shameless as possible. I am a medicine merchant. I sell medicine. I am. Luckily, I happen to have an extremely effective medicine on hand. Did you know?" She thinks to herself, trying to sound like a traveling merchant. "Coincidentally, I have a top-grade medicine right here." Scarlet thinks to herself, "I have heard this tone somewhere before. Surely I encountered it during my last tour of the territory. The medicine merchant's tone back then was exactly like this. I do not show this to just anyone. This is a rare, mysterious herb passed down through generations in my clan." Scarlet thinks to herself that although it sounds outrageous, the girl's eyes speak the absolute truth. Hanian explains further. "This herb heals wounds caused by demons. It is faster than magic and has absolutely no side effects." Scarlet ponders, since she is our savior, should I trust her once more? Hanian worries inwardly. Is it not working? She turns around and says, "It is fine. If you do not need it, this is something money cannot buy." Seeing this, the woman speaks up. "Wait, I will buy it. I beg you, young lady." A moment later, a fragrant aroma fills the house. She scoops up a spoonful to inspect it. The medicinal herb is fully prepared. She slowly raises her hand under the watchful gaze of everyone behind. "Now I must secretly infuse my power into it. I absolutely cannot let them detect me." With extreme care, her movements are incredibly cautious as she infuses her power into the spoonful of herbal medicine. She worries inwardly. The power she can use after descending to the mortal realm is inherently limited. Unlike the heavenly realm, where power is infinite, the mortal realm imposes strict rules and limitations. After treating Leona, she sighs in exhaustion. Fortunately, she still has time to adapt. She cannot simply ignore a dying person right before her eyes. Scarlet and Herodin silently pray for their poor daughter. It must work. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widen. Tears of shock well up in Scarlet's eyes. Leona's complexion gradually regains its rosy color. She slowly opens her eyes and suddenly sits up, her head still spinning. Scarlet joyfully rushes toward her daughter. Leona, are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Actually, I feel even more energetic than before. Hanian accidentally overhears the conversation between the two knights. Unbelievable, not a single scar remains. If she had been treated by a mage, it would have taken far longer. Hanian swells with pride. That is indeed my divine power. Just then Leona steps down from the bed and walks quickly toward her, stopping right in front of Hanian. Hanian thinks in panic, is something wrong? Suddenly, Leona bows deeply. Thank you for saving my life. Please give me a chance to repay this favor. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Hanian rejoices inwardly. I want to return to the palace quickly, but dusk has fallen and hunger is kicking in. Spending one night here should be fine, right? Soon, a sumptuous feast is served. She eagerly eats a large piece of cake with a blissful expression. She cannot miss such a delicious meal. Leona serves the next dish. Please try this as well, young lady. Surely Risa will understand. She freezes suddenly. I miss him. She calls his name in her heart, Risa. Night sky blankets the land. Under the moonlight, Scarlet is deep in thought. The dedication in treating the patient with precious herbs and the elegance exuded in her every gesture. There is no doubt about it. The young lady is the daughter of the Queen of Sylvania. Anyone can recognize that she is the rightful successor to the Empress's throne. If she stands by Risa's side, they will surely be a perfect match, like stepping out of a painting. How can she matchmake them? In the past, whenever she brings up the topic of marriage, he always brushes her off. Son, this time, please select a suitable young lady, all right? I am very busy. How can she convince that stubborn brat? I want to matchmake her with our Risa. The idle chatter of the two knights suddenly interrupts her thoughts. Hey, did you hear? What nonsense are you spewing now? No, it is true this time. The Imperial Palace has already begun the Empress selection process. It turns out this is the case. The Empress throne has been vacant for far too long. The conversation of the two is overheard by Scarlet. She is overjoyed. The Empress selection process. At this moment, inside Risa's study, Crusoe thinks to himself, he is not one to procrastinate or neglect his duties. But he seems far more agitated than I expected. He thinks the Emperor is overly preoccupied with the divine bird because the Empress throne remains vacant. Well, what is done is done. He hoped the diplomatic envoy would clarify His Majesty's situation. But it seems difficult. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, the envoys depart without understanding what is happening. Now more than ever, this chaotic situation demands a loyal subject to speak up. With this in mind, Crusoe coughs softly. He speaks up hesitantly. Your Majesty, as you know, the position of Empress cannot remain vacant forever. We must immediately announce and initiate the selection process. But Risa coldly rejects. I do not wish to hear of that matter. Your Majesty, does the divine bird not symbolize the peace of the Empire? It will surely return once the Empress is announced and the Empire stabilizes. You endlessly spew nonsense. Well, so be it. Now that I have lost you, does the desire for a destined encounter even matter? As long as you return, I do not care. What happens? At the same time, Hanian screams, her face flushed with anger. What did you say? The selection process. Selecting the Empress, young lady. Why is she so angry? Did I make some mistake? If it is the Empress, are you saying Risa is looking for a wife? Scarlet is slightly dazed. She clenches her fists. She mutters inwardly, I am right here. How can you exclude me? She notices her discomfort. Young lady. Do you know His Majesty? Yes, we are very close to each other, very close. While waiting for the answer, she begins to wonder where and how they met. The only reason Risa went to the west is to hunt monsters. Could it be During that time, the boy went to slay monsters and returned with both victory and love. Such an opportunity is truly rare. This is absolute destiny. For this young lady, she resolves to speak again. Young lady, you seem very close to His Majesty, yes. Yes, Risa always treats me very well and... Thoughtfully, these words shatter Risa's image in Scarlet's mind. Risa is thoughtful, that cold brat. His serious face suddenly appears in Scarlet's mind. Imperial Mother, I must emphasize again that I have no intention of seeking an empress. It may sound ridiculous, but I only want to meet the destiny of my life, just like you did, Imperial Mother. Now I understand why the boy adamantly refused. The throne of the Empress must have remained vacant all this time just to wait for this woman. Thinking of this, Scarlet cannot hide her joy. It is too romantic. A man forced to leave his beloved due to his responsibilities. A woman who travels a vast distance to reunite with the man she yearns for. This story is exactly like a novel. Since things have come to this, as his mother, I must play matchmaker for them. This young lady might be lying, but there is no harm in trying. In any case, I will know the truth once we return to the palace. No sooner thought than done. Scarlet reaches out to grasp her hands. Young lady, do you wish to marry His Majesty? Hanian replies firmly. Of course, Risa is indeed my life partner. If one sees someone completely naked, one must naturally take responsibility, right? Scarlet turns entirely to stone. The young lady means. Seeing that she does not answer, Hanian presses further. Is it not so? Right. Pressed by her, Scarlet can only stammer. Otherwise, since I have already seen it, I must definitely become a pair with Risa. I also want to have many children. However, regarding the Empress selection process, I always want to build a happy family like other angels. Why is even that so difficult? Why am I always like this, always lonely? At Hanian's moment of deepest despair, she takes her hand. Young lady, do not worry if you truly have a deep relationship with His Majesty, I will help you. These words leave her. Stunned for a moment, Hanian quickly stands up. She looks at her with glowing eyes. Really? Can you truly help me? Of course, trust me, I know Duke. Rita, I will repay your kindness with this. The words make her widen her eyes in shock. Come to the palace. I will help you become a candidate for the seat of the Empress. The letter is quickly sealed with a stamp. It is the royal symbol. The Empress selection process is widely announced across the nation. Among the 5 dukes, a special crest bearing the royal symbol is used. Crusoe is reporting. He sees His Majesty grieving over the disappearance of Phonics. Your Majesty, it is time to move to the next schedule. Crusoe feels slightly apologetic, but he is only doing what needs to be done. Once they step outside, Chat finally asks Crusoe, by the way, Count, do you know why His Majesty suddenly ordered to halt the selection process? I am not sure. Initially, we thought high-tier demons caused it, but the chief mages say there are no traces. We even suspect a conflict among the chief mages of the Royal Magic Academy. But that is almost impossible. Those people are more loyal to His Majesty than anyone else. They have no reason to act on their own. Within the Empire, magic is divided into 2 factions. One faction consists of mages who research daily-use magic. The other is magic swordsmen who defeat enemies with swords reinforced by magic. Among them, one is revered as the master of all domains, the Sword King. His Majesty personally selects the most outstanding individuals from these 2 groups to lead them. This leaves no room for suspicion. Who could it be then? Could it be? Chat speaks up, cutting off Crusoe's train of thought. Could it be the rebels? Although everything has quieted down, it seems about to erupt again. Especially at this time, we must conduct a thorough search in the palace to see if there are any spies among us. Although security is tightened, His Majesty's thoughts remain unclear. That is what I want to say. It seems Phonix's disappearance leaves His Majesty deeply saddened. However, do not worry too much. Let us observe a while longer. Above all, we are busy preparing for the long-awaited Empress selection. Even the dukes seem eagerly waiting for this moment, symbolizing the falcon, symbolizing the owl, Dosman, symbolizing the eagle pea, symbolizing the dove West Bollington, and Emren, symbolizing the Swan, everyone is highly excited. By the way, did the West Bollington family not just welcome a daughter? This is no mere rumor. You are indeed fortunate, so we are only missing the Duchy of Rata, so there will be 4 candidates. Lord Chat, will the Duchy of Greta not present a candidate? Yes, since they already produced an empress, nominating a direct relative might not be feasible, especially since they currently have no daughters or granddaughters. That is true. Moreover, Duke Greta is known to adhere strictly to principles. Then shall we place a wager elsewhere? A teacup is slammed down along with angry words. Scarlet, what did you just say? T.M. Greta, patriarch of the Greta clan, demands, you want the girl you brought to be a candidate for the throne of the Empress. Scarlet, our clan already had an Empress. This will not look good if we are perceived as driven by a lust for power. Actually, the girl I brought is already His Majesty's lover. His Majesty has a lover? Yes, it was a chance encounter. I learned of this star-crossed romance as a mother. How can I turn a blind eye? To think such a coincidence exists in this world. Scarlet has always been a compassionate girl since childhood. Scarlet, you must not trust people blindly regarding His Majesty's lover. I find it highly suspicious. I know, but she is trustworthy. Herodian also agrees with me. Brother, you only need to do as I say. Herodian also agrees. Have you verified the identity of that girl? Of course, I guarantee her background, so you need not worry at all. Even so, if the royal family directly nominates an Empress candidate, it will surely arouse much suspicion. That is why I am asking for your help. Brothers say she is a distant relative, a child brought from the countryside. If a candidate from a foreign royal family appears, the nobility will surely object. Therefore, let us hide her identity for now. We can later reveal it was all a royal arrangement. Within the empire, parents arranging their children's marriages is acceptable, so they will not blame us. She sighs inwardly. Although she deeply wishes to stay in the palace with her and prove her identity, she and Herodian must quickly find that thing. I trust you will understand. No matter her true identity, we cannot avoid future criticism. Still, Scarlet, seeing you smile so brightly makes me truly curious about the person you brought. I want to meet her myself. Ah, there she is. Before them stands Hanian, chatting merrily with Herodian. She softly signals her. Hanian, come greet him. This is Duke Greta of one of the 5 most powerful clans in the empire. Hanian turns. Her elegant figure appears clad in a blue dress. She bows with a gentle smile. A pleasure to meet you, Duke. I am Hanian. I hope for your guidance. Then Hanian is taken aback. Is this? She is deeply moved and surprised. What is happening? I am so happy I could faint. These are the foods I always wonder about whenever Risa eats them. At last I get to taste them. Suddenly, she pauses. But is it all right for me to eat this? She wonders if she can eat like Risa. She places a morsel in her mouth. An electric current seems to course through her body. It is so delicious that she freezes. Seeing this, Scarlet asks, is it to your liking? Hanian happily replies. Instantly, yes, please try this too, Lady Hanian. Just then, memories of their previous conversation flood back. I cannot help but feel surprised hearing those words. I will help you become an Empress candidate. Thinking about it, there is perhaps no better way. If she can confidently enter the race as a candidate, surely no one will dare doubt her. She can also investigate if there are high-tier demons hiding among the officials. If a demon is truly lurking, she takes a sip of water. She sets the cup down on the table. She speaks up, thank you for the meal, I shall take my leave. She resolves inwardly, we must annihilate them. After the meal, the Duke walks back to his room. He ponders. Scarlet is shielding her identity. If she does not reveal her title, she must belong to either the lower class or royalty. Although one can alter appearances, royal dining etiquette is not easily replicated. She must be a member of royalty. Hiding her identity, he commands, summon the tailor tomorrow. Do you mean the dressmaker, my lord? It seems the young lady believes Scarlet is a merchant. Thus, she should be dressed fittingly. If one only grows up in luxury, others will eventually see through her innocence, or rather, her foolishness. The next day, a carriage arrives, a woman steps down respectfully. Long time no see, Empress Dowager. Instantly, Scarlet raises a hand to cover her mouth. Nania, listen carefully. The lady I am meeting does not know I am the former Empress. You must absolutely not reveal this. Is that so from now on? How perceptive of you. Nania wonders inwardly. Is there anyone in the palace who does not recognize the Empress's face? The Empress Dowager merrily pulls her inside. Now let us go, she still suspects she is someone from the countryside, but it matters not. Since I choose loyalty to the former Empress, I will make any candidate shine the brightest. I will place Nania's name at the top of the list for the capital's most talented designers. The Empress Dowager evaluates inwardly. That smile again. She must be daydreaming again. The door swings open. The servant inside introduces, this is Nania. She walks in slowly, wondering what she will look like. Soon after, her eyes widen in astonishment upon beholding Hanian. Nia blurts, that is. Hello, my name is Nania. I am here today to make garments for you, young lady. She thinks, throughout my career I have met thousands of people. My aesthetic eye is far superior. Nia beholds her magnificent beauty and exclaims, my confidence is bursting. Hanian returns a gentle smile. A pleasure to meet you, Nania. She is certain this person can become the Empress. Nania asks, what should I do? Which color does the young lady prefer? I suppose I want to use pink to highlight her adorable nature. Next is a gentle, elegant dress, or perhaps light blue to emphasize her innocence. Finally, a pure white dress, or perhaps the ideal style of His Majesty mentioned in magazines, simple white and elegant. At this thought, Nania's gaze gleams as she asks, which design does the young lady wish to choose? Hanian hesitates slightly in thought. White symbolizes angels, so it feels a bit pressuring. I choose this design. Nania asks in surprise, does the young lady intend to choose that color? She replies with a hint of shyness. Yes, I like this color. Please choose this one. It is indeed an unexpected choice. But then who is she? She is the most talented designer in the empire. She makes the impossible possible. Seeing her expression, Hanian feels anxious. Is this really fine? However, Nania remains full of confidence. She will turn this girl into the main character. On the other side, mocking laughter rings out. Father, Joy is going to be a maid? Father, her personality is completely unfit for that. Do you even know how to hold a teacup? Joy turns around in anger. She raises her fist toward them as a warning. My lord, I am truly angry now. But Noah and Noelle are right. The Duke also supports me, saying I can achieve my dream. I am destined to become a knight, not a maid. Please do not crush my dream. After a while, a voice calls out from within, calling, Lady Hanian, please come here. She walks in slowly. Hanian smiles brightly and introduces herself. Hello, Hanian. Furso is my name. Before coming here, Scarlet gave her some advice. Lady Hanian, we need a fake surname. Do you have any name in mind? Hanian thinks for a moment and remembers the name Furso. Recalling this, she feels a pang of guilt. She never expects to lie this much. Perhaps I will be from Esselvinia. She thinks they mistook her for a princess of some country. Since she cannot reveal her identity, she has no choice. Just then, Joy suddenly steps forward and grabs her hand. She greets her cheerfully. It is an honor to meet you. My lady, my name is Joy. Please take care of me. Determination shines on Joy's face. Although becoming a maid is not her dream, memories of yesterday's conversation with him flood back. You will work as a maid, but you can also be seen as an escort knight. Furthermore, if you enter the imperial palace, you will have the chance to be knighted by His Majesty. I will personally write a recommendation letter for you. At this thought, her determination strengthens. I cannot miss this magnificent opportunity. Rachel pulls Hanian toward a chair and urges, come, sit down quickly. She is slightly surprised but complies. Yes. Joy grins in a terrifying manner as she thinks about what she will do to those who look down on her once she becomes a knight. Seeing that expression, Hanian is taken aback. Surely she is a good person. She sits down gently. Excuse me. Yes, please sit down quickly. Hanian looks around and pauses. Her gaze freezes on the two men sitting opposite her. After a moment, Hanian immediately turns around and says with a smile, just call me Hanian. Anxiety rises in her heart. What is this? Why are they staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Duke Greta turns and sees the two of them whispering to each other. They are still whispering. The Duke coughs softly. Are you two not planning to greet Her known Noah, hearing this, the two hesitate. Well, I am known Greta. My name is known Greta Nice. To meet you, I am Hanian. Before she can even finish her sentence, known Greta suddenly slams his hand on the table and stands up abruptly, blushing. With embarrassment, he hurries away. I must leave. Known Greta is slightly surprised to see him like this. He casts a brief glance at her. But the moment their eyes meet, known Greta jolts up in embarrassment. I also beg permission to excuse myself. Hanian tries to stop them. Hey, wait a moment. But the door slams shut. Hanian thinks sadly, did I do something wrong? Seeing this, Rachel quickly explains, ignore them, Lady Hanian. Whenever those two stand in front of a girl, they immediately turn into fools. Rachel turns and asks, by the way, my lord, will Lady Hanian enter the palace as the representative candidate for the Greta clan? That is correct, although it is not quite a confrontation. But, saying this, he casts a glance at her. One of them will become the Empress. Hanian cheers inwardly. Wonderful, I will use this opportunity to officially become the one who stands beside Risa. But when she sees Rachel's smile, she feels fear. Rachel suddenly stands up and shouts, all right, Lady Hanian, since things have come to this, you must become the Empress. It is time to kick that wench Chloe from the Duchy of Dosman and Rosaline from Modnan to the curb. And feed them to the crows? Hanian asks blankly. Who is Rosaline? Rachel explains that she is the wench who always thinks she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Well, it seems that story will end today. Rachel imagines the scene and thinks, just you wait, Rosaline. Meanwhile, after running away, known Greta and known Greta are sitting slumped outside. Known Greta hesitantly says, my heart is still pounding. His face flushes red with embarrassment. Beside him, known Greta also says sheepishly, me too. What kind of person is she anyway? She does not look entirely human. What could she be? No way. Is she an angel? Or is she a winter spirit that appears when the weather turns cold? It is highly possible, right? Hanian's radiant face and smile flood their minds. Please take care of me. At this thought, they suggest going outside to breathe some fresh air. With those words, the two immediately leave. As they walk, they tease each other. Known Greta, you looked like a fool just now. You ran away too, however. Brother, if Lady Hanian is beside His Majesty the Emperor. At this moment, the image of Risa and Hanian flashes in his mind. Thinking of the prospect of them as a couple, known Greta says, would they not look perfect like a picture? The magnificent palace comes into view. The Empress selection ceremony is being held for the first time in hundreds of years. At the Magnolia Palace, where the Empress candidates will step foot, the maids busily work day and night. They do not have a single moment of leisure. Amidst the chaotic days, someone suddenly shouts, out what? You insist on keeping this outdated ritual? The dissatisfaction does not stop with the servants. The gray-haired Duke voices his opinion. Since we only have records from a few hundred years ago, there is no other way. The brown-haired Duke counters, even with physical evidence, no matter how traditional it is, we must consider the current era. How can we continue such an archaic ritual in this day and age? And, most importantly, with this process, surely His Majesty will not like it. We must first consider his opinion. Therefore, keep the process as brief as possible. The Empress selection process based on ancient tradition is a difficult problem. Let us stop here today. There is a larger issue. Prepare well and think of nothing else. A question arises in their hearts. Which clan will produce the Empress? Who will grasp that immense power? Voices echo from a room. The meeting has likely ended. They have surely engaged in a terrible mental battle behind smiling faces. Crusoe coughs softly to clear his throat. He is even more excited than Risa. Your Majesty, I have looked into the candidates. Are you not curious? Crusoe freezes like stone at his indifferent attitude. He still stubbornly tries to introduce them to Risa. The Greta clan has also nominated a candidate. Are you truly not curious? Catherine answers on his behalf. I am somewhat curious about the candidate nominated by Duke Greta's clan. Crusoe is startled. Why are you suddenly taking my side? He deduces her true intention. After all, without me you know nothing. The Greta clan's candidate is a distant relative brought from the countryside. This shows Duke Greta's ambition for power. Catherine speaks up in defense. There is no way Duke Greta would do such a thing. Crusoe dislikes her interference during his explanation. Catherine, what do you know to meddle in other people's business? At least I understand Duke Greta better than you do Count. How arrogant. Let us wait and see. Then, Risa quickly puts a stop to the bickering. Stop it, Crusoe immediately turns to look at him. Risa's eyes betray his anger. The birdcage is still kept at its original spot. He touches the empty cage. Risa does not know how to express his feelings. This silence is so foreign, and that empty space suffocates me. The reason I once loved silence is because walking alone was too familiar. Risa's eyes glisten. He remembers the memories with Hanian, but now it is only the past. When you came to my side, I did not even want to imagine myself without you, so return quickly. To me, Phoenix, her loose hair flows gracefully. Hanian gazes at the scenery through the window, her expression tinged with sadness. The merchant couple leaves. She wants them to stay a bit longer, but the wife expressed her reluctance before leaving. I am sorry, Lady Hanian. I wish to stay with you until the very end. I will definitely return to visit you. Hanian can sense they are in a great hurry. Indeed, there are many people surrounding them. I can feel this from the heavenly realm. This loneliness still refuses to fade. They look like a happy family, but to me it feels as if no one is by my side. Do I not belong anywhere? I miss Risa so much. Full moon appears in the deep blue sky. Hanian reaches her hand out to touch the moon. At least I can still meet Risa. Tomorrow, this melancholy will end tomorrow, right? Oh my, have I returned. So suddenly, does this mean I can meet Risa right now? Wait for me. Risa, I will be by your side soon. Risa goes to bed early. It seems he is having a nightmare. Hanian's face is obscured in Risa's dream. She gazes up at the sky. He wants to touch Hanian but cannot reach her. She reciprocates Risa's feelings. I miss you, Risa. Night falls over the deep blue sky. Hanian feels somewhat relieved upon finding the staff. It will not change for a set period. Has that period already passed? What if I cannot transform into a human this time? What if I cannot participate in the Empress selection process? Risa officially introduces Hanian. Phoenix, this is my wife. She was chosen through the Empress selection. She smiles brightly, asking for her favor. Hanian desperately searches for a solution to her situation. No, it cannot be. I will find a way to become human again. No, wait, that is important, but right now I miss you so much. Risa does not understand why the window is open. I like this breeze, but what if there is a thief? If I am discovered here, it will surely cause a commotion. Phoenix, do not leave again. First, I need to use divine power to erase my presence. But everything here remains unchanged. The desk is always piled high with documents. My cage is always left open as usual. And Risa's face, the most handsome in the world. He is still dazzling, blindingly radiant. Her shadow falls upon Risa's pillow. Hanian leans affectionately against his ear. I miss you so much, Risa. Risa seems to feel the warmth and turns his head. Something catches Hanian's attention. Only a familiar item fills her vision. Looking at that pillow, Hanian remembers the moment he spoke to her. She instinctively is deeply moved by the deep affection Risa shows her. These wings are also Hanian's arms. Does Risa miss me too? I am sorry. I want to return to your side as soon as possible, but I cannot. I want to wake him up right now. I want to hear his voice and look into his eyes, but I do not want to do it in this bird form. Please wait just a little longer. I will soon stand before you with confidence. Yes, I will become the Empress and stand proudly by his side. I will absolutely not miss this opportunity. Never. I definitely cannot let it slip away, especially that body. Just 2 more days of waiting, Risa, and I will come to meet you, so please wait for me a little longer. I will definitely stand before you once more. Carrying a sorrowful mood, Hani departs from the castle. At the same time, Durahan watches her fly past. 2 pigeons joyfully welcome the new day. Risa awakens from his night of slumber. His questions still remain unanswered. It has been a long time since he felt this comfortable. How long has it been? Since the last time he slept so deeply. Phonics still has not returned today. Risa's gaze stops at a certain spot. A white feather lingers on his pillow, raising his suspicions. Yesterday, there was clearly nothing here. Risa reaches out his hand, wanting to grasp. The feather, he stares intently at it, but says nothing. Risa suddenly cries out as his eyes turn toward the cage. Phonics, he hurriedly inspects the inside of the cage. By now, Risa is certain that it came and left while he was sleeping. But how? I am a swordsman. How could I not sense that presence? No. That does not matter anymore. Just knowing you are still alive is enough for me. I miss you, Phonics. In the lush green garden, someone suddenly calls. Out to Known and Known, the two Greta brothers. Turn their heads to look at Rachel. Rachel is in a complete panic. You are not busy, right? Then help me. What is it? So sudden? Is it that urgent? Rachel is so tired. She gasps for breath. It is extremely urgent and important. Now stop talking and follow me quickly. Known Greta has no idea what is happening. Rachel, at least tell us where we are going. What on earth is going on that you need us so badly? She drags the two Greta brothers in front of a room. Yujo gently reminds the two of them. From now on, you must address her as the Empress. Understood? Known Greta cannot help but question. What? He is on the verge of anger. Are you asking us to commit treason? She slowly pushes the door open. Keep it simple. What if she really is the Empress? The two Greta brothers wait for the mysterious figure to appear. Hanian's straight hair makes her look even more exquisite. The room is magnificently decorated. Yujo imagines her charming figure. He wonders how he will feel the moment Hanian appears. Hani flashes a sweet smile and asks in a gentle voice, what does everyone think? Upon seeing her, Known and Known are momentarily flustered, their cheeks flushing red at the same time. They quickly turn their heads away, coughing softly under Yujo's fierce glare. These guys are getting distracted again. Witnessing this scene, Duke Greta's gaze wavers. They are my sons, yet they show such embarrassment in front of a woman, truly useless. Hanian complains internally. Why do you all have to treat me like this? Not just once or twice, but you ignore me every single time. Why am I looked down upon even here? Immediately, she leaves the place, her voice carrying a heavy tone of sulkiness. I am going to change into another outfit. Facing Hanian's sudden action, Rachel speaks aggressively. Hey, just share your thoughts. Saying a single sentence is enough. Even now, Known is still shy. He mutters hesitantly, how would we feel if she were His Majesty's partner? Well, she looks like an angel descending to earth. I think I would collapse. I am about to faint. As well, do you not see it? Forget it. You guys are of no help. Hearing this, Hanian's lovely image suddenly floats into Yujo's mind. She is beautiful and pure, but something seems to be missing. If only I, Known Greta calls out blankly. Hey, Rachel. Meanwhile, she is still in a fluster. What if it is that wretched Rosalind? Seeing her so confused that she clutches her head, Duke Greta murmurs, good grief. Even Known softly calls out to Yujo, but she continues to mutter to herself with a somewhat panicked face. No, with that outfit you will never defeat Rosalind. These words strike absolute terror into the others. Rachel, however, continues to shout in a booming voice, go change into the next dress and come out quickly. Known and Known weep silently in their hearts. They call out in unison. Rachel, as someone close to Lady Hanian, I absolutely cannot lose to Rosalind. The moment they see it, everyone around will be captivated. Not long after, Hanian steps out in a blazing red evening gown. The moment he sees her, Yujo cannot hide his astonishment. Lady Hanian, are you finished? Even the Duke's eyes widen in amazement upon seeing her. But he quickly lowers his head and coughs, repeatedly telling himself, this is bad, I must not be distracted. Indeed, now I understand why Scarlet insisted on having you join the selection. Hanian, in her red evening gown, still stands there with an innocent, yet incredibly charming face. Her gaze is filled with an indescribable innocence. Yujo walks over from somewhere and tightly grasps Hanian's hand. A radiant smile spreads across her face as she exclaims, it is absolutely perfect. Hani, you are gorgeous. Hearing this, Hani brightens up. If Yujo likes it, then I like it very much too. This makes him contemplate. If she stands beside His Majesty, they will surely make a beautiful couple. Although she is still quite young, she will be able to change our entire future. Later on, but as soon as Duke Greta walks over to Known and Known, the atmosphere in the room suddenly falls into a chilling silence. This old father shall take his leave. Take your time to talk, I am sure. There is much to be said. Things that could not be said before, things you always wanted to say, and everything everyone has done. Until now, rash behavior will tarnish the reputation of the Greta clan. I should not do that, right? With those words, Duke Greta quickly pushes the door and leaves. Even now, the two Greta brothers still do not understand what is happening. Noan instinctively makes eye contact with his brother. What do we do now, brother? Brother, you say. Before he can finish, he receives an answer from Noan. I was wrong. Meanwhile, Yujo is standing there, grabbing Hanian's shoulders and shaking her repeatedly. Hanian casts an expectant gaze toward them and asks, Noan, what do you guys think? This outfit is beautiful, right? It is perfect, isn't it? These words once again plunge Noan into a state of embarrassment. After a period of silence, Noan awkwardly replies, we mean. Hanian looks at him with eyes full of anticipation. This action makes Noan even more bashful. Their faces turn red as tomatoes as they stammer. You look very beautiful, he softly whispers. Lady Hanian, please forgive us. Actually, we are just too shy. Hearing this, Hanian is surprised. She unconsciously widens her eyes, staring at him. For a long moment, sensing the curiosity in her gaze, he immediately adds, although I look flustered, I only show this side of myself in front of women. Ah, no, in front of a woman wearing such a magnificent gown. We do not mean to avoid you. Just as he finishes speaking, the room falls into silence once again, standing beside him. Noan quickly chimes in to help, his face slightly calmer. We apologize. Without waiting for him to finish, Hanian speaks, astonishing them. It is fine, mocking or isolating someone is wrong, but the goddess said that only when a person is truly remorseful can they receive forgiveness. These words leave Noan deeply surprised. He mutters, the goddess. Right after that, Hanian proactively reaches out her hand. She says, so I will forgive you both. We have already shaken hands, so we are reconciled now. Agreed. Yes. Oh, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. I will not forgive you next time, so I hope you two will not avoid me from now on. Noan. And Noan cannot help but tremble as they reply, understood. A vast, rich land abundant with precious gems, wealth accumulated from abundant resources. To get what they want, the Morn clan is willing to do anything, stopping at no method or scheme. Inside a room, cosmetic bottles are neatly arranged on shelves. A girl carefully combs through her hair with a very relaxed expression. Suddenly, she calls out to her brother. This person is Tianan, the eldest son of the Morn clan. What do you think? Is this beautiful enough to captivate His Majesty the Emperor? This is the youngest daughter of the Morn family, Rosalind. Of course, who in this kingdom is more beautiful than you? Do you know this is the 5th time you have said that, brother? Hearing this, Rosalind beams and asserts immediately, being praised as beautiful is always nice. Suddenly, two red-haired young men nearby join in. The one sitting down interjects, Rosaline, do you want your two older brothers to tell you how beautiful you are? They are the second and third sons of the Morn clan, the twins Thiago and Timothy. A smug smile slowly appears on Timothy's face. He says, tomorrow you will make Chloe Dosman cry. My friend said that too, that unlucky brat. Beside him, Thiago whispers, I know, with such an ugly face only a high nose bridge suits her, right? He seems to agree completely with his brother. Will crying tomorrow make her even uglier? Brothers, that is enough. Do you really think Rosalind would be friends with someone like that? It hurts my pride. Just leave her alone. She will learn when she hits rock bottom. My dear brothers, when an opponent I dislike appears, you can make your move. At this moment, inside Hanian's warm room, the ticking clock continues to chime. Hanian sighs wearily. Why is it like this? Time is not moving at all. Tomorrow I must go to the palace. I just need to hold on through tonight. Suddenly, it appears in the corner of Hanian's eye. Emotionally, she clutches her face with a look of grievance. I miss Risa so much. Wait, why am I crying? If I miss him, I should just go see him just like usual. Wait for me, Risa. In an instant, Hanian's clothes collapse onto the floor, while she transforms into a small bird, her heart filled with determination. I'm coming to meet you now. In the dark night, a beam of light Shines down below, Risa stands on the balcony to enjoy the breeze. Suddenly, something catches his attention. A speck of light appears in the middle of the night sky. It is Hanian in the body of a white bird. The moment he sees her, Risa is utterly shocked. Phoenix! He hurriedly opens his arms to receive her. With a happy face and his deep, resonant voice rises. Phoenix, you have finally returned. However, Hanian is like a speeding projectile. She crashes straight into him. Risa crouches down in pain. He clutches his stomach and groans repeatedly under her bewildered gaze. Phoenix, your strength, but thank you for returning anyway. By now, Hanian is in front of Risa. She chirps rapidly, trying to convey how much she misses him. Right after that, he carries her inside. His deep voice echoes. Do you have so much to say to me? I will listen to everything. First, let us look at the newly made cage. The chief mage of the Imperial Palace put in great effort to construct this sturdy magic cage. What did Risa just say? A creation of the Imperial Chief Mage. A magic cage. At this thought, she hurriedly flies off Risa's shoulder under his startled gaze. Phoenix! Hanian pretends not to hear his calls. She uses all her power to bolt forward. I cannot allow myself to be caught like this. Do you know how hard it was for me to meet you? Meanwhile, Risa constantly calls out from behind. Wait, Phoenix! However, she soars out of the window with incredible speed. Ignoring his concern, Hanian quickly makes her escape. Her heart fills with self-blame. I am sorry for leaving you alone. Risa, I miss you every day. I want to hear your stories every day. I want to stand confidently by your side in my true form. Please wait for me a little longer, soon. The next day arrives. Duke Greta prepares a grand carriage and stands waiting in front of Hanian's manor. He peers inside cautiously and speaks slowly. Hani, are you ready? Everything is prepared. I am so worried for Noelle and Noan. Hanian steps out. Yes, I am coming down now. She emerges with a magnificent appearance. Hanian flashes a radiant smile. I am ready. Let us depart for the Imperial Palace. The vast estate soon appears before everyone's eyes. As they work in a frenzy inside, the palace maids are extremely busy. Following the Emperor's announcement of the Empress selection process, they begin preparing the Jade Palace where the candidates will reside. They carefully review the documents of each candidate with great responsibility. Once preparations are complete, the carriages of the Empress candidates set off one by one to the Imperial Palace. They enter the parlor with expectant eyes, curious about the unique charm of each candidate. A maid with blunt bangs stands there with an awkward expression. She speaks softly. Apologies, the Greta family has yet to arrive. Please wait and enjoy the tea. Meanwhile, she feels anxious. Why is everyone wearing a white dress? Right. At this moment, Rosalind sits on a chair with a sullen expression. She scans everyone in the room and falls into disbelief. I never expected everyone to wear white dresses. They must have read the tabloids claiming His Majesty's ideal type is a simple woman. That is why I am also wearing a white dress. Although this color does not suit me, what do those foolish wenches think they can change by dressing like this? Just with a beautiful face, dressing simply can make one shine just like me. Still, it is quite surprising. I knew Chloe Dosman would show up eventually, so that is no shock. The real shock is their audacity to arrive one after another before the selection even begins. That woman arrives as the adopted daughter of Duke West Bington. Along with her is a lady from the Peer family whose features remain unrevealed. Looking at her appearance, there is no need to be on guard. With her looks, Rosalind can trample her effortlessly. What is she thinking? To dare compete for the position of Empress with such an appearance? Jenica West Bollington is the adopted daughter of Duke West Bington. Hearing she is an adopted daughter, I thought she would be gorgeous. She is tall like a hawk and has a fierce look. Does she not know that such a fierce appearance is entirely unattractive to men? The same goes for the daughter of Duke P. A dangerous aura radiates from her, yet she seems immature, carrying herself with shallow arrogance. In this situation, how can Rosalind not feel at ease, even without knowing the final result? The situation is already laughable. The outcome is far too obvious. At this thought, Rosalind turns to the blunt-banged maid. Excuse me, I have a question. May I ask? Yes, Lady Rosalind, please ask. Do you know when the potential candidate, Lady Greta, will arrive? The information is uncertain, but I hear she is arriving Shortly, then bring me another cup of tea. Please, the maid's words plunge her into deep thought. It is unbelievable that she still has not arrived. The palace is not that far, or is she intentionally late? Does she want to attract attention by appearing last? Ah, the Greta clan. Rumor has it that bad luck has plagued them since the era of the late Empress. Since things have come to this, I will just let nature take its course. Rosalind speaks with a languid drawl. Is she always like this? We are scheduled to meet His Majesty today, yet she is late. For me, time is gold, thus. This delay is rather annoying. What about you, Lady Chloe? Chloe sighs inwardly. That girl is at it again, she knows. There is still plenty of time, so she is doing this on purpose. Her status is low in places like this anyway. There will be many others like her. All she has is a pretty face. She should at least try to be as elegant as me. Suddenly, the massive doors slowly swing open. The butler's voice echoes. Apologies for the intrusion. The candidate for the position of Empress, Lady Greta, has arrived. This fills Chloe with anticipation. She is finally here. Greta, the clan of the late Empress. Jenica's attention is also drawn, and she turns her head in contemplation. Do we have another candidate? The daughter of Duke P is no exception, it seems so. Rosalind rests her chin on her hand, silently evaluating. What kind of person is she going to be? Soon the sound of footsteps approaches. The one who enters is none other than Doc. The room becomes unusually quiet. Rosalind unconsciously giggles. This quickly attracts the attention of the others. Oh my, I apologize. I am simply surprised because she is quite an unexpected candidate. She appears so robust that I mistook her for a knight rather than a candidate for the position of Empress. However, Rachel does not find these words amusing. She knits her brows. Rosalind continues to flash a provocative smile. Immediately, Joe speaks up with a smile. It is fine, you are correct. I'm here merely as an escort knight. The candidate for the Greta clan is not me. The moment she finishes speaking, Hannian slowly steps inside. She asks, Rachel, are we the last to arrive? The moment she sees Hannian, Rosalind is dumbfounded. Who is that woman? I have never seen her. Does the Greta clan possess someone of such caliber? Furthermore, she wears a red dress to make herself stand out. She wants to outshine me, Rosalind. Jenica stands nearby, her mouth agape in shock. She successfully attracts the attention of Hannian. Hannian is equally startled to see her. She thinks this person, the atmosphere between the two grows increasingly tense. Jenica flinches, an Empress candidate. Why is she here? Even Hannian feels flustered. It is her. Space around the manor remains peaceful under the morning sun. Are you well, Heliana? You have safely reached the human world and found your soulmate. You are to sit beside him as a candidate for the Empress throne. You confidently enter the palace, thinking a happy future is about to unfold. However, an unexpected event occurs. The atmosphere turns tense as Hannian faces the person before her. Why is she here? Joe tilts her head in curiosity. Why do you look at Lady West Bington like that? Hannian pauses and mutters. West Bington. Yes, she is the lady of the West Bington family, one of the 5 factions representing the domains of Apolloneria. Among them, the only clan with a duchess is the West Bington clan. The symbol of this clan is the dove. Originally, this clan had no direct heir. Rumors said the late Duke brought his adopted daughter before selecting a candidate. Hannian never expected those rumors to be true. Hannian clasps her hands, her face falling into deep contemplation. They say she is adopted. Yet she maintains a calm composure. What a thick face. She pretends to be a noble, drinking tea so placidly. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? Do you want to fight right here and now, Jenny? Why do you keep staring at me? Suddenly, Jenica flashes a peculiar smile. This irritates Hannian immensely. The atmosphere fluctuates. A majestic voice rings out. Silence, this is the Imperial Palace. Everyone must behave appropriately. This draws the attention of Hannian. Even Jenica begins to focus on the speaker. Crusoe speaks in a majestic, booming voice. There was supposed to be a face-to-face meeting with His Majesty. However, His Majesty is occupied with urgent matters, making it difficult. Meeting. Crusoe makes Hannian's heart flutter. Crusoe continues to announce, starting tomorrow, each of you will spend time with His Majesty. First, I shall lead you to your respective quarters with the palace. Please follow me. Thus, the four beautiful ladies together begin their journey. Hanyan takes a deep breath, soothing her heart. Do not be nervous. This is only the beginning. I will defeat them all. I shall lie next to Risa and look at him every day until I tire of it. Please wait for me, Risa. I will show you a taste of heaven. No, I mean a taste of sweetness. Sunlight filters through the window. The young ladies, dressed in splendid gowns, stride inside. Rosalind glances at the dazed expression behind her. I was worried because of her beautiful face, but that is all she has, a clueless country bumpkin. If this continues, the position of Empress will belong to me. The outcome of the selection lies in the hands of the palace servants. I, Rosalind, shall surely emerge victorious. The other candidates are nothing special. They are shallow and plain. Now all I must do is meet the Emperor. What? Why does he suddenly look at me like that? Why does he not avoid my gaze? Could it be he likes me as well? Suddenly, Crusoe asks, Where is she? Rosalind takes a step back instinctively. What? He points in a direction. Rosalind's heart skips a beat. Do not tell me you are going to say my heart belongs to you. Wake up, Count Roslow. I, Rosalind, shall become the Empress. How dare you? Behind her, Joe sneers at this sight. I know exactly what you are thinking. Just as Rosalind is about to offer a rejection, saying, I am sorry, she is cut off by Crusoe's urgent shout. Where is the candidate from? Greta. At this moment, Joe and Rosalind are left dumbfounded. It is not me. The candidate from Greta. Rachel turns to the back, thinking Lady Hanyan. The space before Rosalind is completely empty. Where has she vanished to? When I was a bird, I could not see my drawings hung all over the palace. I had no idea the palace was this vast. Now I know how lonely Risa must have been. She remembers the sorrowful face of Risa. Now that I have ascended the throne, no one calls my name anymore. I have never heard anyone speak my name since my parents passed into the eternal. Father, if you can speak, please. Call my name. My name is Risa. The reason I am running right now is not because I am looking for you, but because I want to comfort you. After that, Hanyan runs to the place where Risa appears. Therefore, I hope you will accept my sincere comfort. When Risa sees Hanyan, he feels slightly annoyed. She is so bold, daring to approach the Emperor like this. She pauses for a beat. Risa looks at Hanyan with a puzzled gaze. He thinks to himself, what is this? This is the first time I see this face. Is she a candidate for the position of Empress? But this hairstyle, suddenly Hanyan cries out, Risa. Risa secretly speculates. Is she trying to imitate Phoenix? They will stop at nothing, will they? But she can never imitate that cuteness of hers. Hanyan suddenly reaches her hand closer. Risa, are you okay? Risa immediately slaps her hand away. He threatens in a low voice, You must not call the Emperor by his name. Do you understand? Instantly, Hanyan feels extremely bewildered. What? Is there such a law? Is it because of that law that you feel lonely? But if you are the Emperor, you can abolish such rules. Do you not want me to call you Risa? I think I can understand the human heart. On the other side, Risa continues to lecture her. Looking into the Emperor's eyes like that is not proper etiquette. Even so, Hanyan does not care at all. Wait, is it true that? Noticing the silence, Risa asks with annoyance, Are you listening to me? Opposite him, Hanyan does not answer. She covers her face, thinking in embarrassment. He is still so handsome, Risa. Time flows by. Silence blankets the room. A few minutes later, Crusoe quickly arrives. My apologies, Your Majesty. I should have been more careful. Risa replies calmly. It is fine. He is willing to forgive. A few seconds later, Risa begins to criticize. Your duty is to select a candidate for the Empress, but you choose. Fool. Crusoe immediately darts his eyes over at Hanyan. Idiot, what did you do to make His Majesty angry? Normally, wouldn't a beautiful face like yours be easily forgiven by others? Hanyan is angry because she feels insulted. Idiot. After criticizing her, he haughtily commands, That is enough talking. Nonsense, take her away quickly. Hearing this, Crusoe turns and says politely, Lady Hanyan, let us go quickly. I will take you to your quarters. Lady Hanyan. Hanyan suddenly whips around, her eyes wide open as she stares at Risa. Her intense stare leaves him bewildered. Even as she turns to leave, Hanyan's gaze remains sharp, glaring at him. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Crusoe quickly urges her, What are you doing? Let us leave quickly. Doing that will only make His Majesty hate you more. On this side, Risa feels irritated. What is this? He mutters and gets angry. I met some truly bizarre people today. After Hanyan leaves, two servants appear out of nowhere and begin to gossip. Is that woman the candidate for the Empress position? She is truly beautiful. He crosses his arms, frowns, and warns them, "Stop talking nonsense, go back to work." At his words, the two servants immediately reply, "Yes, we understand." Risa feels a headache coming on. "I only met her for a brief moment, but I really cannot understand. That woman, she is crude, arrogant, and rude. Normally, I do not have such strong reactions, but seeing her stirs deep emotions within me." Thinking of this, he secretly concludes, "It must be because I just met a crazy woman. But why? Do I keep thinking about her?" At the same time, inside a room, Hanian's sweet voice echoes. A tidy table, a window overlooking the garden, and a soft, comfortable bed, and my hair looks hideous. Saying this, she falls backward helplessly. Hanian lies on the bed and sighs. Suddenly, she turns to look at the book beside her. Hanian quickly sits up, gathering her spirits. "Okay, I know where I went wrong. But I did not know there is such a law in the imperial palace. I really did not know." Hanian imagines Risa sadly confiding, "Phoenix, I feel so lonely because no one calls my name. Chirp, chirp, I will call your name." But reality is too harsh. Hanian thinks in disappointment, "I called your name because I thought you were lonely." Suddenly she looks up and a smile slowly appears on her face. "What? He was asked to choose an Empress candidate but ended up choosing a fool. I always thought you were kind and gentle, but you are not that kind of person, are you? Being called a fool by the person I like, I cannot just sit still." Like this, the moment Hanian stands up, her dress falls straight to the ground. Hanian transforms back into her divine bird form. A scheme begins to brew in her mind. "Then let us give it a try." In the palace courtyard, a loud noise suddenly echoes. Risa is startled. "Huh!" He narrows his eyes, raising his hand to block the sun, and looks up. In the air, something seems to be moving toward him behind his hand. Risa hastily lowers his hand, thinking, "Could I be meeting Phoenix while taking a walk?" When he confirms it is her, he cries out in joy, "Phoenix, I knew you would return." Contrary to his joy, a thunderous slap from Hanian lands. She strikes decisively and strikes a very cool pose. Risa stares at her in shock. In another corner, two servants panic. The emperor was just slapped by the divine bird. Atmosphere instantly turns dead silent. A few seconds later, Risa speaks up. "Phoenix, why are you suddenly acting so cute? This is so embarrassing." The two servants hear this and immediately question their very existence. "How on earth is that cute?" A moment later, inside the palace, Hanian thinks with satisfaction, "I have taken my revenge on Risa. Now, let us get to work. Which of them is a demon? If my deduction is correct, the demons have infiltrated deeper into the palace than I thought. I must deal with them before anything happens to Risa. In this form, I cannot sense demonic energy. But if I move around in human form, there will be too many restrictions. What should I do? I need to use divine power. It is a pity that the divine power I can use in the human world is limited, but it is all for Risa." On the corridor, a man suddenly stops. He warily turns and looks in one direction, but there is no one behind him. After confirming that no one is following him, the man turns and continues walking forward. Seeing him leave, Hanian breathes a sigh of relief. Whoosh! That was close. There is a scent of a demon. It must be him. I must give chase and quickly identify his face. But at this moment, a voice echoes from below. "Oh, Count Crusoe, where are you?" "Going." Then she hears Crusoe reply, "Ah, I intend to give Lady Hanian a book on imperial palace etiquette. I forgot to give it to her earlier." Hearing this, Hanian pauses for a second. Why now? This diligent yet useless Count Crusoe is true fool. Crusoe seems to sense something. He asks innocently, "Huh, did someone just curse at me?" The maid feels puzzled. A moment later, he stands before the door of a room and calls out, "Lady Hanian, I came back because the imperial palace etiquette book I gave you before is missing this part. Are you inside, not inside, Lady Hanian?" There is still no response from within. Seeing this, Crusoe worries. An Empress candidate cannot just wander around the palace at will. If she is not in her room, where could she have gone? Surely. Don't tell me she couldn't stay still even for a single second and got into an accident? He stands frozen after thinking this. Then Crusoe panics. Do I need to call someone here? Just as he is about to leave, Hanian opens the door. Seeing this, Crusoe asks, "You are still safe? I thought you got into some kind of accident or something." Ah, the reason I came here is, Hanian immediately interrupts. I know you want to give me the etiquette book, right? Thank you very much. I did not expect you to come here in person after traveling such a long way. I will read it diligently. So is that. All suddenly Hanian feels bewildered. What is wrong with those people? Why are they looking at me like that? At the same time, in the Emperor's chamber, Crusoe speaks. Your Majesty, I have sternly warned Lady Hanian, so this will not happen again. Seeing that Risa does not react, Crusoe doubts. Himself, what is going on? You were so angry just now. Why is your mood so good now? Hanian is currently lying on the bed, studying the book. She reads and mutters, calling him. Risa is definitely the right thing to do. So Risa, his family wanted to call him by his name. He must miss that warm feeling. Is he afraid that no one will be by his side? Has he been crying in his loneliness all this time? Risa, I understand that loneliness more than anyone. I will not leave him alone. Take my hand, Risa. Let us overcome this loneliness together. It must be so. Without a doubt. A moment later, Rachel's urgent voice echoes in Hanian's room. I am sorry I am late. I tried my best to get here quickly. The armor and weapons were so beautiful that I could not take my eyes off them. Hearing this, Hanian thinks helplessly. She is always so bright and does not know how to lie. It is fine. You do not need to apologize. Thanks to that, I had time to change and read, so it is fine. Hearing this, Rachel suggests, yes, let us go. Hanian is startled. Huh, all right. Let us go. Seeing her like that, Rachel immediately thinks, so cute. After making their decision, the two open the door and step out. Rachel walks along the corridor, full of curiosity. But why did you meet that person? Hanian hesitates. Ah, just an acquaintance. Rachel replies innocently, is that so? When I first met those ladies, it seemed they had a lot to say with their eyes. Hearing this, Hanian curses that damn swan in her heart. Still, she forces a smile. Haha, we are close, so that is why we are close. Like that, at this moment from the opposite direction, a pair of feet slowly approaches, accompanied by a gruff voice. The woman sent by Duchess Rita is indeed very arrogant, isn't she? Hearing this, Hanian looks over. Seeing this, Jedin immediately questions her. You dare ignore the head of the Ren clan, one of the 5 Grand Dukes of the Empire? Rachel realizes this and speaks up, oh, I am sorry. But Hanian raises her hand to stop her. Seeing this action, Jedin asks coldly, what are you doing? Without any fear, Hanian replies, according to etiquette, a person of higher rank does not greet another before that person speaks. So, Grand Duke Ren, is your rank lower than ours? I know as well who actually follows these tedious rules anyway, but at least this way you will find no excuse to speak to me again. Thinking of this, Hanian turns around and says, let us go, Rachel, what I said is correct. Etiquette, behind Hanian, Jedin clenches his fists in anger. This insolent girl? Suddenly, the voices of Thiago and Timothy echo from behind. She is quite clever. I thought she was just a country bumpkin, but her face is rather pretty. Tianan suddenly appears behind them and commands, shut up. Thiago and Timothy instantly fall silent. They reflexively and slowly turn around. Tianan pays them no mind. He brushes past them and walks forward. In his heart, Tianan thinks, where are these fools carrying their heads, trying to use the Ren clan's name to threaten others? Afterwards, he seriously assesses, that woman has a very unpleasant gaze. Jedin quickly concludes, she is clearly highly suspicious. Tianan also agrees regarding her appearance before Duchess Rita at this time. And that gaze makes me feel uneasy, a gaze that seems to see through everything. Thinking of this, Tianan reveals a sinister smile. I guess I have work to do. In another room, Hanian's startled voice rings out. What are you doing here? Jenica asks in surprise. Oh, you know me. Hanian cries out. I am not joking. Are you also on a mission, or did you come here to torture me? Jenica West Powington of the Portington clan. No, the most beautiful dove among the angels who tortured me. On the other side, after hearing Hanian's interrogation, Jenica calmly replies, no, I came here to mate with humans. Hanian's face goes blank. What? Seeing this, Jenica explains, angels usually do not want to bind with humans because of the curse, but I do not mind. Hanian falls into deep thought. The curse. I have heard rumors, but no one has told me the specific details. Seeing her astonished look, Jenica slowly steps closer. Oh, you Do you not know the curse begins with silver wings just like yours? Hanian continuously questions, which makes absolutely no sense. What? Curse, are you still as fierce as ever? This makes Hanian scream in frustration. Jenica, why should I tell you? Because I am, before the words can escape her mouth. She chokes up into an internal monologue. Am I involved in this? Simply because of the rumor that my silver wings are the cause of the curse, everyone shuns and points fingers at. Me, I have always wanted to ask, if I am an angel who saves people, why do they treat me so cruelly? What did I do wrong to deserve this? This lonely period of time, asterisk. Not knowing the reason why, Hanian stands dazed in place. Suddenly, Jenica's piercing scream rings out. Are you even listening to me? Only now does she regain her composure. But Hanian continuously shakes her head with a sorrowful gaze. A stream of thoughts quickly flashes through her mind. What should I do? Because of my memories of heaven, I feel afraid of Jenica. I am an angel with recognized talent, so I only want to show everyone my strong side. Can I defeat the demon with this mindset? What will happen if I do not obtain? Risa's love this way. What if I fail in everything? Now, Hanian falls into a state of panic. She slightly lowers her head with a gloomy gaze amidst the white clouds. A clear voice suddenly echoes, Hanian, are you listening? She quickly replies, yes. At this moment, Hellion gently caresses her head, constantly comforting her. Do not think too much. Completing the mission is good, but you should not deny your destiny either. But if so, what about my mission? She wears a gentle smile and says, everything will be fine. The demon is destined to be purified. Therefore, if you find yourself at a crossroads, think of your own happiness first. If you take one step at a time toward happiness, the path will open by itself. Returning to reality. Those images make Hanian involuntarily think, my happiness is. Forget it, no need to say it. Saying this, Hanian takes the liberty to step forward. She firmly reiterates, even if there is that curse, I will still live happily. Regarding the man she desires, Jenica is astonished by those words. She continuously demands, what? What are you saying? Hanian, I do not think you are a match for him. A beauty like me is the one who should be by his side. You really do not know what you are talking about. Hanian's face turns dark. She growls in a low voice, is that so? At the same time, she cannot help but think, honestly asterisk. Right after that, Hanian punches hard to the side before Jenica's panicked eyes. The wall instantly cracks under her fist. Jenica is terrified and stammers, why you are crazy? Hey Jenica, it seems you do not understand the issue. The moment these words are spoken, Jenica reacts as if her tail has been stepped on. She irritably demands, what? Is it what issue? Let's hear it. However, Hanian utters a ruthless sentence with a sharp gaze. You are not an angel on a mission. Jenica, what she says makes the opponent freeze completely in place. She continuously asks back, if not, so what? I can use divine power, but you cannot. Why make things so difficult? Even so, she cannot help but feel bewildered, her voice carrying doubt. So now you plan to use divine power on me? You might be able to, but what about your mission? Seeing the curiosity in Jenica's eyes, Hanian calmly summons a golden staff. In the recent exam, did you not see? All I need to do is defeat the demon with my people. I warn you for the last time, while we can still talk, quickly return in silence. How pitiful. Why have I always been so afraid? Like that, Hanian's footsteps suddenly pause. She involuntarily blurts out, ah, right, I kissed the man you desire and I even saw him without a shred of clothing on, so do not glare at me like that. Jenica cries out in horror, really? Meanwhile, she bursts into laughter. Let's go. Rachel shares the luxurious tea room. I want to praise myself from a few hours ago who bravely confronted Jenica. Damn, only I can see you. Like this, Risa speaks softly, I saw you. This startles Hanian. What, me? He quickly demands, go inside the cage, do not worry and rest, Phoenix. She cannot help but feel silly fears. What am I thinking, me? Immediately after Hanian vanishes right before Risa's eyes, she cannot help but feel guilty. Pervert, I am sorry, Risa, just like that. Hanian leaves Risa's room. Until now, she does not know. The piece in the palace where the Empress selection is held is the start of a real power struggle. When the maid helps Risa dress, she slowly speaks, Your Majesty, starting today you will have dinner with the young ladies. He quickly turns his head away and replies indifferently, Is it already time? Who is first? While he acts this way on the outside, deep down Risa is quietly calculating. The Empress selection process is being held for the first time in centuries due to the love marriages of the previous emperors. The two main criteria for choosing an empress are, first, can she devote herself to the nation? Second, can she bond with the emperor and become his lifelong companion? To evaluate these two conditions, private time between the emperor and each candidate will be arranged starting today. Suddenly, Crusoe, standing nearby with a bright face, casually speaks. The first candidate is Lady Hanyan Fien. From the Duchy of Greta. Risa still shows no ripple of emotion in his eyes. However, his tone is slightly more curious than before. Who is Hanny Fino? Hearing these words from him, Crusoe quickly explains while the other slowly puts on his gloves. She is the young lady you met at the training ground, Your Majesty. Immediately after those words, the atmosphere in the room turns gloomy. The bold woman who dared to imitate his phoenix is the first one. Splendid room, a large painting of Hanyan in the form of a white bird hangs on the wall. At this very moment, she is sitting opposite Risa at a lavish dining table. He glances at her with an extremely sharp gaze, slowly evaluating. I thought she was completely foolish due to yesterday's incident, but her dining etiquette is perfect. Now that I think about it, there is no way they would send a candidate who lacks basic manners, especially not one from the Duchy of Rita, my mother's home. But I cannot forgive her. How dare she, how dare she, how dare she call the name I reserved? For my wife, seeing his poor expression, Hanyan feels extremely awkward. Meanwhile, Risa remains furious. He resentfully thinks everything about her annoys me. As for Hanyan, she is extremely awkward. Why does he keep staring at me like that? Today he looks even more handsome. I think my face will turn as red as a tomato. Calm down, I need to calm down. Hanyan, maybe a little juice asterisk will help. She gently sips some wine to try and regain her composure. As soon as she finishes the sip, Hanyan's eyes light up brilliantly. She involuntarily speaks in a curious tone. Your Majesty, is grape juice all right, but you cannot drink grape juice. However, Risa opposite her wears a dark expression. He coldly demands, who told you that? Hearing this, Hanyan hastily covers her mouth with a flustered look. She timidly replies, I am sorry. Suddenly, he speaks in a slightly softened voice. Only my closest assistant knows that I cannot drink grape juice. But Risa's sharp gaze still does not leave Hanyan, making her feel awkward. At the same time, he silently demands, who is that person? Facing his coldness, she quietly calculates what she should do. I slipped up. Everything that just happened flashes back in Hanyan's mind. When she lay beside Risa, Phoenix, I do not like grape juice. That subtle bitter taste does not suit me at all, but since you like grapes, eat as much as you want. Suddenly hearing him ask her, she quickly replies, yes. The next second, Risa sinks back into his own thoughts, saying that in front of him in human form is the stupidest thing. You are so stupid, so stupid. Returning to reality, she cannot avoid the embarrassing situation and stammers, what should I say? After a moment of thought, she decides to speak. Actually, it is me. I can instantly know who dislikes grape juice, a fatal seduction technique. But Hanyan still cannot help but worry, secretly telling herself, all or nothing. What she just utters makes Risa freeze for a moment. His face is now so angry that veins bulge. That scene makes Hanyan give an awkward smile, thinking to herself, is it too unrealistic? In the end, he helplessly raises his hand to pinch his temples and asks in a dissatisfied voice, what are you trying to say? Is that an excuse? Isn't it? Hanyan quickly gets up from her seat. This action surprises Risa. He involuntarily blurts out, wait, where are you going? I am still speaking. However, she still stands there with her hands clasped respectfully. Hanyan slightly lowers her head, since dinner has concluded. I shall take my leave. Farewell. The moment she turns and runs from this place, Risa urgently calls after her. Wait, however, the door closes. Mercilessly, she does not answer his question. Outside, Hanyan walks alone in the grand hallway. She softly mutters, asterisk, another failure. I only wanted to score points, but instead I spoke nonsense. Nonsense? That ribbon, the moment she sees it, doubt begins to rise in her heart. Is it not similar to the ribbon she wore when she left this morning? Looking closer, the grass scattered around is also strange, as if someone has been dragged away. Don't tell me something has happened. Hanyan's panicked shout echoes, where are you? Rachel, Rachel, answer me if you can hear me. Suddenly, someone nearby speaks in a bitter voice. Lady Rachel, what on earth are you thinking? Another sneers, ah, is this why those of low birth This entire scene quickly attracts Hanian's attention. There she is. Rachel is facing mockery from the wealthy young ladies. Rosaline is also among them, she endlessly sneers. The Duke of Greta must be heartbroken, always saying she will become a knight, yet her skills are nothing to look forward to. She is not even beautiful and does not even know how to present herself properly. She even ruined this expensive dress they tried to put on a country rat reeking of disgusting sweat. What a clumsy lady. They might regret sponsoring her. These words seem to push Rachel's limits. She angrily retorts, "This happened because you forcefully dragged me here after pushing me aside. You have people here, how can you call her that? Even the servants serving me come from families much nobler than yours. How dare you raise your voice at us? Is being in this state not enough? Nothing can help. Since you like training while emitting a foul sweat odor, I will help you become even more disgusting. Is this the look you want?" As Rachel is grabbed by Rosaline's subordinates, she gasps, "What?" This entire scene accidentally catches Hanian's eyes in the distance. She cannot help but wonder, what are they planning to do to Rachel? This is bad, I need to go stop them. Suddenly she widens her eyes in shock. Rachel is pushed, causing her to tumble backward. Amidst Hanian's panic scream, "Rachel!" Hanian rushes over in a hurry. She loudly calls out, "Rachel, thankfully the water is shallow. Are you hurt anywhere? I am here now, so everything will be fine. I will settle this." Meanwhile, Rachel lowers her head. Her eyes show clear grievance. Today, Hanian runs to her side just like usual when she is bullied, and she confidently says she will settle everything like an angel. I cannot stop my tears from falling. She tightly grasps Hanian's hand, her eyes filled with hurt, her voice carrying Rachel's grievance as she slowly speaks, "Lady Hanian." Hanian thinks of how an innocent and kind person like Rachel is bullied. Then she gently pats the other's thin back and softly comforts her. "Do not cry." Hanian clears her throat. "I will make them pay." Seeing the two lowlifes trembling, she cannot help but feel furious, constantly telling herself, "As an angel, I cannot ignore such evil. If you intentionally harm someone, you should know that you can also get hurt. I will return this to you exactly." This action freezes them in place. Hanian suddenly squeezes the orange-haired girl's hand tight, making her scream, "What are you doing? Let go of my hand." "What the hell are you doing? Do you know how much my dress costs? Both of you should also be dragged down like this." Rosaline cannot help but feel horrified by the sight. She involuntarily steps back. Hanian quickly grabs her hand and Chloe's, making them scream in unison. "What are you doing? Let go of me right now." Rosaline continuously boldly shouts, "Imperial Knights, what are you doing? Protect us." These words attract the attention of the surrounding knights. They do not stop whispering to each other. "Shouldn't filthy knights like you be banned from the Imperial Palace? Is that not the case?" Rachel, the white-haired knight, requests to patrol on the other side. Rosalind is utterly terrified by this action. She stammers repeatedly, "Where are you going? Come back here this instant." In just an instant, all four sit inside the fountain with disgruntled expressions. Rosalind furiously grinds her teeth and threatens, "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you will get away with this?" However, Hanian replies without a shred of fear, "I told you before, I will repay you exactly what you gave. Can you not remember what I just said? You must have ignored it, since you clearly cannot even grasp basic words. If it weren't for the cold, perhaps I would have jumped in to play with you. What a pity." Saying this, she pauses for a few seconds to reflect. "Shoot, this is the first time I have disciplined someone so directly. Did I speak too harshly? No, I must do that for them to understand." Whispering voices rise. "What are they doing? Do nobles nowadays like playing in the water like this? They do not even look like nobles anymore." Rosalind sits in the pool and growls under her breath, "Damn it!" She grinds her teeth. With a face full of hatred, Rosalind glares at Hanian with fire in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "What are you doing?" These words make Hanian reflect. That man is the knight who always stays by Risa's side and maintains a calm and noble demeanor. But why does he look so angry today? The story goes back to earlier. At that time, Chat stands before His Majesty to investigate Hanian Fino, one of the queen candidates. "Are you speaking of the candidate from the Greta Duchy? May I ask why you are issuing this order?" Something suspicious happened during the meal. Investigate all her movements since she arrived at the Greta Duchy to see if there is any hidden conspiracy. Do not miss a single thing. Back to reality, Chat questions Hanian in a stern voice. I asked, what you are doing? Seeing this, she quickly replies with a beaming face. I heard these young ladies like to play in the water, so I am only helping them. Is that not allowed? These words make him marvel inwardly. Playing with water? When he first met her at the Imperial Palace, his impression of her was not bad. She had sparkling silver hair and graceful gestures. To think such a beautiful person exists in this world. He wondered what it would be like if she smiled at him until he witnessed today's event. One unharmed woman and 5 trembling women. She is the only one unharmed, yet she berates others. It is hard to imagine someone with such a fragile appearance tormenting others. This makes her even more suspicious. His Majesty must have caught a glimpse of this woman's true nature. That is why he ordered the investigation. He was fooled by appearances and misjudged her. His training in the knightly spirit is still far too lacking. His action just now makes Hanian feel disgruntled. Hanian silently judges him. I thought he was a good person. Is he colluding with these bullies? Suddenly, the orange-haired maid speaks up resentfully. You arrived just in time, sir. She suddenly pushed us into the fountain and mocked us. We must report this to His Majesty immediately and expel her. At once, my lady is also injured. Standing behind them, Rachel is extremely furious but can do nothing. Right. At this moment, Chat's cold voice rings out. Tormenting others is not permitted in the Imperial Palace, even if you are a candidate for the Empress. There are no exceptions. This makes Hanian feel indignant. Judging him based on his aura alone is a mistake. Come to think of it, this man, Risa's knight, actually associates with such people. At this moment, the orange-haired maid timidly hides behind Chat and adds, Look at her wicked expression. Hearing this, Chat only coldly evaluates. Wicked? Can that be considered a wicked face? In reality, her face still looks like a lovely, cute angel. Rosalind and her maid are stunned by his attitude. Even Rachel's eyes widen in astonishment. Chat, without knowing when, is now sitting in the water pool. He cannot help but wonder, what happened? I was dragged into the water by this woman, no matter how much I lose my focus. I am still an elite knight. I have never made such a careless mistake. He did not even see that woman move. This is the first time this has happened to him. Meanwhile, Hanian stands there with a solemn posture, looking at him with a cold gaze. Chat just stares blankly at Hanian for a long time. Suddenly, Chloe beside them screams in panic, Have you lost your mind? How dare you? As soon as she finishes speaking, Hanian coldly declares, From this moment on, if you dare bully Rachel again, I will repay everything in full. If you do not apologize, I will guarantee you pay the price. You are out of your mind, you are crazy. Apologize quickly. I do not have all day. Before she even finishes her words, the of Rosalind's people flee the scene. Hanian witnesses this entire scene and cannot help but feel disgusted. Cowardly brats, yet acting so arrogant. You too, listen carefully. If you bully Rachel one more time, I will not let you off either. Go back to your friends and make it clear to them they must apologize to her. Chat still does not understand what is happening. What? Wait, me? He instinctively asks. Do I misunderstand something? However, Hanian angrily snaps. Misunderstanding? Do not toy with me. I noticed you are friends with those young ladies. Didn't you push our Rachel into the pool? Chat instinctively bows his head. I apologize. I jumped to conclusions after seeing only a part of the situation. She commands, Apologize to Rachel. I can apologize, but I think you also misunderstand. I have never bullied her. But Rachel looked terrified when you appeared. Is that not the case? Rachel, standing nearby, is still stunned. Lady Hanian pushed my role model, Sir Chat, into the lake. What should I do? If Sir Chat hates me because of this, I can never become a knight. I am doomed. Hanian sees her faint and quickly shouts, Rachel, look, she fainted because of you. Did you really never bully her? But Chat still firmly asserts, I swear this is the first time I have met her, and I do not think she fainted because of me. He has never met her. He is not lying. I know what kind of person he is because I am an angel. After a while, it seems I have misunderstood. I apologize. To be fair, I will also jump into the lake. Just push me in. It is fine. You do not have to do that. Instantly, Hanian's eyes light up. Really, you are indeed a generous person. You will surely be blessed. Then I shall take my leave. She really takes her away like that. Who on earth is she? Anyway, her speed and strength are matchless. No one can stand against her. Worse yet, His Majesty ordered an investigation on her. She is definitely someone to keep an eye on. The words Hanian said earlier returned to his mind. To be fair, I will also jump into the lake. Chat instinctively laughs. The way she said it so seriously is amusing. I look forward to what else she can do. As soon as she returns. To her room, Rachel keeps talking. No, Lady Hanian, that person, no. No, are you okay, Rachel? Do you feel better now? Only now does she calm down. This is my room, a gentle voice. Rings out, Lady Hanian. Nothing unusual. Thank heavens it was all just a dream, Hanian doubtfully. Asks back, what kind of dream? A terrible nightmare, milady. Lady Hanian was with Lady Rosalind's group and then Sir Chat. Suddenly she wonders, but why is that dream so vivid? It is as if it was not a dream. Suddenly Hanian asks, what about Sir Chat? Hearing this, Rachel stammers, don't tell me that was not a dream. Don't worry, I took care of everything. So it really was not a dream, but just now Sir Chat said he never bullied you, so why were you trembling so much? Rachel screams in terror, Lady Hanian, you have lost your mind. Sir Chat is trusted by His Majesty. You cannot just poke your nose into his business. Moreover, Lady Rosalind and Lady Chloe come from extremely powerful clans. They will not leave you alone. Lady Hanian, if that happens, the Greta clan might face trouble. Hearing this, Hanian gently comforts her. Rachel, from what I have seen, the Greta family is quite formidable. They will not be harmed just because of something like this. Besides, I am sure they do not want to see you scared and upset. Recalling the past, Father, please take this quickly. Rachel made it herself. You do not know how warmly the Duke looks at you. No matter how they act, Noel and Noan admire you a lot. You did nothing wrong, so you do not have to worry about anything at all. Are you crying, Rachel? Rachel is deeply moved upon hearing this. How can someone be so beautiful and strong? When I am with Lady Hanian, I feel like everything will be fine. The way she helped me just now, if one were to meet an angel, this is probably what would happen. The same, but immediately after, she speaks up. Lady Hanian, promise me just one thing. What is it, Rachel? No matter what happens, please be careful of Rosaline Moden. If she wants something, she will do whatever it takes to get it. If anyone blocks her path, she will eliminate them without a second thought. I do not know how far she will go to eliminate you, so please stay away from that family, no matter what trouble they cause. Do not worry, Rachel, I am stronger than you think. On Rosalind's side, the mirror has long been shattered. She trembles with rage. A sudden voice rings out, Rosaline, what has made you so angry? Tell me. Rosalind shouts furiously, that wretch had the nerve to humiliate me. I will not be satisfied until she is dead. Find a way to get rid of her. Her brother, Timothy, smiles with amusement. She dares to yell at me like that. There is no need to yell, Rosalind, I can still hear you. Now tell me exactly what happened. You always blindly believe in my words. You must think more carefully. Normally, I have to deal with people like the ones you describe, but Rosalind remains furious. This morning, the Duchess of Greta pushed me and Sir Chat into the pond. These words make Timothy freeze. A woman who can push a skilled knight like Sir Chat into the water. Where did they find such an uncultured woman? Should we tell Father and file a complaint against Duke Greta? He feels helpless again. She is complaining about what she does not like again. Timothy replies wearily, unfortunately, Father's current situation is not good. The plan to steal the royal mage has been discovered. Rosalind screams in panic. What? He continues, moreover, the right of investigation has been transferred to Duke Greta. The Apolline Empire operates the Royal Mage Corps to prepare for the final war against the demons. Anyone with exceptional magic must join the Royal Mage Corps. If anyone wants to hire a private mage, they must pay a huge sum, even if those mages are not very skilled. Our father, Duke Mirand, is dissatisfied with this system. Even with money, he still cannot hire a good mage. Thus, in recent years, he intended to bring a royal mage to our clan. Due to a small mistake by a subordinate, the Emperor discovers this and creates a very awkward situation. Duke Greta, who receives the right of investigation, is happily bringing trouble to our clan. He even loudly claims this is evidence of high Treason, hearing this, Rosalind grumbles. Any other time would be fine, why now this? Only tarnishes my reputation further. Even in this situation, she only worries about herself. She is far too lacking, but there is nothing to be done. I must help my sister. Rosalind, I will help you take revenge. Just trust me. Rosalind, indifferently, replies, fine. In her heart, she cannot help but feel resentful. Making a mountain out of a molehill, how annoying. He continuously asserts, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is my motto. If the Greta clan gets caught for some crime, that would be wonderful. If it is the heaviest crime in the empire, even better. The atmosphere among the ministers is like the calm before the storm. Because the case of Duke Myrand bribing the royal mage is being investigated, everyone sees the tension clearly. Two candidates for the position of Empress are nominated by the two dukes. Of course, everyone pays attention to both, but sadly they only gather to gossip about rumors. Crusoe cannot stop thinking. Doesn't the Emperor prefer the one chosen by the Duke of Greta? Otherwise, there is no way the right of investigation would fall into the hands of the Duke of Greta. As for the Myrand clan, how ridiculous. Duke Greta is not the type to be influenced by flattery. Even if His Majesty has feelings for Lady Hannian, he would not give the right of investigation to Duke Greta just because he likes her. The other servants talk endlessly. Ode. Do not worry, Count Crusoe is always like that. However, Crusoe remains unbothered. Currently, His Majesty has rejected all the young ladies. The only one who receives attention is Hannian, but no one knows about the tension between those two. At times like this, if only Phoenix were here to make the Emperor happy, that would be nice, but where are you, little Phoenix? Time flies by. A few days later in the menagerie, they enjoy a meal together, looking extremely harmonious. Hannian sees this, praises them endlessly. Eat well, little ones. Suddenly her attention shifts to Black Cat nearby. Standing beside her, Rachel exclaims endlessly. Someone so friendly with animals exists not only in the mansion but also in the garden. Hannian bursts into laughter. It is indeed strange, animals always like me. However, she harbors her own schemes. These are peaceful days. Rosalind's group seems frightened and remains quiet. Thanks to this, Rachel finally gets some rest. Pointing forward, Rachel asks softly, Lady Hannian, why don't you try feeding the pigeons as well? Hannian thinks to herself, except for that one stubborn bird, it remains here, refusing to ascend to heaven. She stands up. Do I truly dislike pigeons? The pigeon seems somewhat irritated. Shall we head inside? Let's drink tea and relax. Why the rush? Rachel wants to watch the nights, does she not? Rachel screams inwardly. That is not it at all. Hannian marvels at how easy Rachel is to read. Hannian quickly waves her hand. Go watch them, I am going back inside. Rachel looks doubtful. Really? Hannian chuckles inwardly at Rachel's sparkling eyes. Thank you, Lady Hannian. I will return before it gets too late. See you later. Hannian forces a polite smile and bids her farewell. Joy erupts in her heart. Finally, she has some time to be alone. Previously, she located a suspicious demon. Tracking that particular demon should be easier than the rest. However, maintaining her human form makes the task harder than expected. Lately, Rachel clings to her constantly, hindering her search. Now that Rachel is gone, this is her perfect opportunity. She must locate the demon quickly. From afar, an orange-haired maid watches Hannian. Night quickly falls. Bright moonlight filters into the mansion. Rosalind sits there with a pensive expression. Suddenly, the orange-haired maid enters. Rosalind quickly demands, Did you investigate as I commanded? No one knows what the maid whispers, but Rosalind's anger flares. So every beast favors that wench? The maid replies, Yes, my lady. After days of observation, she is strangely friendly with all animals, except for a single pigeon. A pigeon? Rosaline interrupts. It must be true then. Thinking of the promised reward, the maid feels a surge of greed. The closer she gets to those beasts, the better. I cannot wait to see the look on that wench's face when our trap springs. After a brief silence, Rosalind issues her command, go and steal a piece of fabric from her garments. Clutching a precious ring, the blonde maid feels a wave of doubt. My lady, this is far too valuable. Do you truly require a piece of her clothing? I have my uses. Wait until I summon you again. Now leave. This is a brilliant scheme concocted by Timothy. In the Apolline Empire, birds hold sacred status. Harming animals is a heinous crime akin to Murder, if a queen candidate abuses animals, the scandal will completely overshadow their bribery of the royal mages. The closer she is to those beasts, the better. Once we lure them using her clothing asterisk. I will beat them mercilessly, if I successfully frame her, I can wipe out the troublesome Greta clan in one fell swoop. Bright sunlight soon floods the land. Risa stares in shock at Hanian. Phoenix, you have returned, Phoenix. You are finally back. Why do you just stand there? Phoenix, Catherine speaks up hesitantly from the side. Phoenix wishes to stay with me. This displeases him. Why did I even unlock the magic cage? Hanian continues to sulk. I will ignore him for now. Every time I recall that day, my heart still aches. She mutters softly, feeling utterly irritated. Risa stares blankly at Hanian. He demands, do you know how many times I have told you not to look at me like that? She has replied 6 times before. She knows the exact number, yet she continues to stare. Risa places a document on the table. Let us get to the point. Do you truly wish to become the queen? Hanian nods eagerly, fueling his suspicion. Why? Because becoming the queen means becoming your partner, does it not? I like you, so I want to be your partner. Those words send a wave of embarrassment through him. She wants to be the queen because she likes me? When did she even meet me? Our first meeting was at the training grounds. It is not that I disbelieve in love at first sight, but unfortunately that will not happen. Hanian gasps in panic. What? Why not? Because you are not my type. Only when in bird form does he find me beautiful. In human form he simply cannot stand me. It is infuriating. Standing before Hanian, Risa coos softly, Phoenix, come here. But she merely fumes silently. I am already irritated enough from failing to find those demons. Rachel heads out at the same time every day, so I shall go to the training grounds. Safe travels. I usually hunt for demons at this hour, but my first success was mere luck. Now I cannot find a single demon. Looking aggrieved, Risa speaks up. Phoenix, are you leaving again? Hanian quickly replies, I only came to visit for a moment. In her mind, she keeps making excuses. I am leaving. Rachel mentioned she has a meeting tomorrow, so I wish her luck, walking beside Rachel. The latter chatters happily. Is there a new little animal today? It must be adorable. Yes, a plump little sparrow. How cute. Suddenly, Rachel suggests that she visit the garden more often. What if the animals at the grand mansion get upset? I doubt they would. Suddenly, something catches her attention. The scent of blood. What is happening? Watching her rush off, Rachel calls out after her. Lady Hanian, I think there is trouble ahead. I smell blood coming from there. Soon they arrive at the scene. Hanian gasps in horror. She reaches her hand forward. Right then, a piercing shriek echoes through the air. The queen candidate is abusing animals. Rachel whips around, panic-stricken. This is absurd, but now is not the time to worry about that. Hanian, I will fetch help. Can you wait here alone? Hanian shakes her head. No, Rachel, do you know first aid? In the upper realm, we heal wounds with divine energy. I have no idea how to perform mortal first aid. Hurry, it is writhing in pain. I do not know how to treat it. The black cat's agony fills Hanian with anxiety. I do not know how to treat a beast. I would need to channel massive divine energy to heal it, but I cannot do that in front of Rachel. What should I do? Flustered, Rachel stammers. I do not know much about treating animals either. Can we handle the culprit later? Tend to the cat first. Rachel nods quickly. All right. Hanian guides Rachel step by step, showing her how to press on the wound to staunch the bleeding. Suddenly, hushed whispers drift over. Did you hear? Someone is abusing animals. Who would dare commit such a crime within the palace? Utterly impossible. But is that really the queen candidate? Did she truly harm a beast? Does anyone here know how to treat wounds? A girl steps forward with a look of panic. Let me check. She quickly places her hand on the black cat. Her gaze steadies. Fortunately, it is still alive and can be saved. Any longer and it would have been fatal. But this wound does not look like an animal fight. It was inflicted by a blade. Did you truly do this? Rachel immediately fires back. What nonsense are you speaking? Of course not. We are only stopping the bleeding. We were merely walking past when we found it lying here. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Timothy sneers coldly. But isn't this the candidate's quarters? What is going on here? Everything is unfolding according to plan. He quickly whispers, did you bring the stolen fabric? The orange-haired maid replies, yes, it is right here. I did not intend to go this far, but they dared to bully my little sister. I hear the 2 Greta girls leave the palace every day at this hour. Use that fabric to lure the beast. I will injure it myself while you wait nearby. Then hide the blood-stained dress in her chambers. Once they discover the beast, scream that the queen candidate is abusing animals to gather a crowd. Since this is a grave matter, His Majesty will surely intervene personally. You will testify that you witnessed them abusing the beast. The blood-stained dress will serve as proof, prompting them to search her room. Once she is framed, you will never have to worry about money again. Their strange behavior quickly catches the attention of Hanian. She ponders deeply, just now. She was too preoccupied to notice. Those two, Rosalind and presumably her brother, why are they smiling in a situation like this? Is it because the person they despise is being gossiped about? Do they believe they can eliminate me? Or are they the masterminds behind? This, my instincts as a punisher tell me they are the culprits. They must be punished. Suddenly, a resounding announcement echoes, "The Emperor arrives." Risa's arrival shocks everyone. His Majesty strides directly before them to personally address this heinous crime of animal abuse. Count Crusoe calmly declares, "Lady Hanian Fainano, you stand accused as the culprit. You must cooperate with the investigation." Even Risa cannot believe what he sees. Hanian Fainano. Hanian thinks in horror. Their eyes meet, standing opposite her in the courtyard. Risa speaks. "Hanian Fainano, I received reports accusing you of a grave crime. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. It will be thoroughly investigated. I ask you now, did you truly do this?" Hearing Risa's question, Hanian does not shrink back. Instead, she fiercely protests, "No, I did not harm these animals. Rachel and I were just walking back. Upon arriving, I caught the scent of blood." The maid falls to her knees, accusing her. "I witnessed everything. With my own eyes, I saw the candidate abusing animals after beating the beast. She ordered me to bury it in the garden." Cold killing intent erupts from Risa, his expression dark and menacing. The maid trembles. His Majesty looks terrifying, yet she forces herself to continue. "I am a maid in this castle. As I passed by, I saw those two tormenting animals. She looked shocked to see me and ordered me to clean up the mess. I must succeed. I ran away out of fear. If I fail, the Emren clan will asterisk never let me live." Rachel cannot hold back and yells, "That is a lie, that never happened. Your Majesty, we were walking in a different garden and have only just returned. We discovered the injured beast and administered first aid. We are the ones who usually care for these animals. We would never harm them." Hanian studies the maid. Her appearance seems slightly altered, but her voice matches the one from earlier, as if she is deliberately lowering her pitch. Seriously, why is she lying like this? Was she bribed by Rosalind? The maid shows no remorse for her deception. Disregarding Risa's authority, she remains stubborn. "Your Majesty, as I fled, I clearly heard her say that her dress was covered in blood and she needed to change. Surely there must be blood-stained garments hidden in her room." Risa stands in the heavy silence, pondering how to resolve this crisis. Suppressing his emotions, his voice turns cold. "Count Crusoe, search the quarters of both the knights and the candidate." "Yes, Your Majesty." Moments later, they respectfully bring forth a blood-stained dress. "Your Majesty, I discovered this garment in the corner of the candidate's chambers." The crowd gasps. Heavens, the candidate is clearly the culprit. Otherwise, why would there be blood-stained clothing hidden in her room? Risa demands. "Explain this. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I will lock you away." "No, how did that get there?" "Your Majesty, that garment." Interrupting the tense exchange, Timothy speaks up. "Your Majesty, I have something to address." Hanian watches Timothy approach from a distance, her eyes widening in surprise. "Timothy Emren, what brings you here?" "Ah, Your Majesty, I merely came to visit my sister. Furthermore, the candidate has committed even more heinous deeds." "Rosalind, speak." Tear well up in Rosalind's eyes, making her look incredibly pitiful. She fabricates her tale. "Your Majesty, not long ago, the candidate even tried to drown us. I was merely enjoying tea in the garden. Suddenly, she approached me, shoved me into the water, and walked away. Rachel was there as well. We did absolutely nothing wrong, yet she attacked us. I was terrified." This pathetic display of victimhood infuriates Hanian. She stands behind Risa. "Anyone watching this would think I threw you into the ocean." Her acting skills are truly top tier. Clutching his staff, Jedin Emren slams it heavily against the ground, roaring, "We must take action. All the ministers have gathered in the assembly hall." The situation escalates rapidly. From Timothy to the Duke, the Emren family's sudden, coordinated appearance is highly suspicious. They planned this from the very beginning. They not only abuse animals, but they also torment the other candidates. What on earth is the Greta clan thinking? How could they put forward such a vulgar woman as a candidate? Speak up, Duke Greta. They do not even give them a chance to speak. These frauds play the victim, dumping all the blame onto her. By their logic, whether she did it or not, all responsibility will fall squarely upon the shoulders of Duke Greta. Greta, Joe suddenly asks, "What should we do? No one will listen to us." Hanyan reassures her, "It will be fine. We will explain it. Just wait." A voice rises from the crowd. "How is it going over there?" "Oh, the little cat is opening its eyes." While the crowd whispers and gossips, they turn their gaze toward the scene of the recent accident. That just occurred. The cat stands up from the trails of blood on the ground, before the eyes of the crowd. Where is it going? The little cat slowly approaches Hanyan. She freezes, in shock at the sight. "Little cat, are you all right?" What are the people whispering about? Why is it walking toward the person who abused it like that? Hanyan smiles. I'm glad you are better." This scene makes Risa view Hanyan in a completely different light. How could it seek out the one who abused it and even show such affection? What does the Count think? It is indeed a strange sight. Risa falls into deep thought. Indeed, no matter how one looks at it, this is strange. I shall ask once more, did you truly witness this with your own eyes? Yourself, facing his cold gaze and doubtful words, the maid hesitates. "I saw it with my own eyes, Your Majesty. Please believe our words. I asked another maid to wash those clothes separately because they were covered in grass. To accuse us based solely on those clothes as evidence is unfair." "Are you saying these clothes are not real evidence?" "I washed the clothes as usual. How can she lie so easily? I did not expect her to ask another maid to wash them. I did not expect to get caught so easily. What should I do?" "Ah, that is right. There is no way Lord Greta would bring a stranger here." Risa sighs. "The evidence is unclear and this testimony is untrustworthy. First, investigate that maid, Count Crusoe." "Yes, Your Majesty. Take that maid to the dungeon immediately." "No, it is not me. I did not." "I said it is not me, it seems." "The animal abuse case is resolved. Let us re-examine all the matters you have mentioned. Bring, sir." Chat here, in front of Hanyan, two people stand and converse. Chat appears in his majestic military uniform. "Your Majesty." "Summon this servant." "This is candidate Hanyan. She is involved in a dispute with other candidates. I heard you were pushed into the water. Is this true? Intentionally harming others will be punished. Tell me what truly happened." Facing Risa's question, Chat bows his head. "Since that day, Lady Hanyan's face keeps appearing in my mind. Never has anyone lingered in my thoughts like this. Indeed, I am merely someone waiting for my destined partner, just like Your Majesty. I have had no time to meet anyone, nor have I ever liked someone enough to call it love at first sight. That is why I thought it was first love. My sin was misunderstanding her. Because of her, you generously overlooked my mistake. Now I cannot lie. It is true that this servant was there, but this servant only stood and watched the Queen's conversation with the candidates. As soon as those words leave his mouth, rage surges within Rosalind. What did you say? You are on her side, are you not? This servant silently listened. As the voices grew louder, this servant drew closer. This servant carelessly slipped and fell into the pond. He states once more, this servant has no relationship with Lady Hanyan. The truth is revealed, forcing Jadin to be wary. But Your Majesty, Risa's voice erupts in anger. Do you think a woman without training can push down an experienced knight? Exactly. How could I ever do such a thing? Did they think I would stand by and do nothing? I only wanted to play with the other young ladies. Does everyone keep slipping just because I approached too suddenly? What on earth? I did not expect things to turn out like this. Risa chuckles softly. I find this quite creative. I believe this young lady does not fall easily either. You should train a bit more as well. Since this is no major matter, let us end it here. Everyone return to your seats. Delegates, please head to the conference room. The surrounding atmosphere grows quiet. Hanian thinks to herself that energy definitely belongs to a demon. It is different from last time. There must be more of them within the imperial family, no matter how hard I search, I cannot find them. Perhaps it is because I do not visit the castle often lately. I must keep this in mind. Duke Greta speaks up. Hanian, I know you are shaken, but go inside and rest. I will contact you after my classes. Oh yes, please go ahead. We should leave as well, Rachel. Yes, Rosalind. Can do nothing. She can only tremble with rage, casting a cold glare in their direction. I should not have believed him when I saw how confident he was. Truly. Foolish, huh? What did you just say? If you had done your job well from the start, we would not face such humiliation and shame now. I was stupid to listen to you. From now on, do not take care of me anymore. What, Rosaline? Do those insolent wretches think she is the Empress? How dare they act so arrogantly? How should I resolve asterisk? This, in a room, Hanian sits on a chair and mutters about being suspected by everyone, yet Hanian feels flustered by Risa's actions. Suddenly he says, everyone believes you did it. Startled, she thinks he never said this before. Risa continues, but I do not think so. Hanian, I believe you? She feels inwardly bewildered. He never said this either. Even in this situation, he remains unaffected by what others say. He truly fulfills his duties as the Emperor. But he is so incredibly cool on the outside. He keeps calling me a fool, but in truth, he only grows to love me more, right? I don't even know. You big fool, you fool. Suddenly, she freezes and asks, who is there? Suddenly, the door creaks open. Jenica enters and the two come face to face. Hanny is secretly bewildered. Do you have something to say? Why are you looking at me like that? Hanian lets out a long sigh. She speaks, all right, tell me, who is the culprit? Her words throw Jenica into utter confusion. Jenica falters in astonishment. Huh, you already know what I want to say, how? Could I not know? Whenever you have free time, you slip away. You often stroll through the gardens here, do you not? These past few days, you are completely free. There is no way you did not see the culprit. Hanian slams her hand against the wall in anger. She commands, speak. Who dares do such a thing to my precious friends? I do not know his name, I only know his appearance. Then who exactly? Is it the man standing next to Rosalind earlier, the red-haired one? The truth is finally laid bare. Knowing this, Hanian's heart fills with intense hatred, just as I suspect. The culprit is that bastard. Night falls. Hanian shrouds herself in a dark cloak and silently walks under the cover of the pitch-black night. She walks in deep contemplation. Jenica's apology constantly echoes in her mind. When I was in my dove form, I saw him in the garden. I tried to transform back into human form to scream, but I was too terrified to utter a single word. I am both an angel and an executor of punishment, yet I did nothing but flee. No one sent me here, and I cannot utilize my power in the mortal world. That is why I came to find you. Hanian responds, I understand. I will handle this. Go back now. I apologize for everything. Looking at him, I realize that to you, I am no different from him. It is a bit late, but I am truly sorry. Hanian thinks to herself, I can feel her sincerity. Even though my wounds will never truly vanish, surprisingly, a weight lifts from my heart. I hope that maid also feels regret. Amidst her deep thoughts, she suddenly notices someone ahead, spotting their suspicious movements. She instantly goes on high alert. I think that bastard is gone, yet he is still in the palace. I have no idea how to search for him, but he actually delivers himself right to me. I will make him pay for his sins. Timothy remains utterly oblivious that she sees his every move. He takes steady steps down the staircase, guided only by a dim light in the darkness. As he walks, he schemes. A simple bribe is all it takes to open the dungeon doors. Life is truly convenient. Without any evidence pointing to my orders, I will be perfectly fine as long as that maid dies. Just as he whispers to himself, asterisk, sorry, but you must die. Asterisk, he peers into the cell and freezes in shock. What? She is already dead? It turns out I did not even need to bring poison. Despite the torture, she never revealed my name. If she had, it would have been a disaster. Suddenly, a cold voice rings out, causing him to jump in fright. My, I came to deliver punishment, yet she is already dead. He whips around. Who is there? Hanian's voice echoes once more. Have you ever heard this proverb? If you sin before the executor of punishment, your nose shall be severed, and your eyes and tongue shall be ripped. Out, Timothy begins to lose his composure. How? Did you get in here? Why do I feel such a terrifying chill? Hanian wastes no words. She instantly unleashes her immortal art, her divine magic blasts, directly into his face, leaving him completely dazed. What is this? He instantly falls into a free fall, crashing onto the ground of a completely different location. Timothy sits there, bewildered. What is happening? I was just in the dungeon. He gasps in sheer terror as a massive giant appears right before his eyes. That giant is me before he can even process this. Timothy is snatched up like a mere toy. Instinctively, he cries out in a panic, "Wait, no, please stop, spare my life." Hanian speaks coldly, "Spend the rest of your days trapped in this illusion. I hope you realize just how sickening your actions truly are. The amount of divine power she can wield in the mortal realm is strictly limited. Though she maintains a cold facade, her hands tremble uncontrollably. Deep down, she hesitates slightly. Using divine power on a piece of trash like him is a complete waste. However, this is my duty as an executor of punishment." With that final thought, Hanian turns on her heel and leaves. I still have plenty of strength left, so I should be fine. The sturdy prison door rattles violently from the inside. The guard is fast asleep. She swiftly makes her departure, muttering to herself, "It is late. I must find that demon I spot earlier. Hopefully that demon is still lurking within the imperial palace." Starlight glimmers brilliantly over the palace spires. Risa stands on the balcony, silently observing the entire scene. Watch. Ing her figure darting back and forth in a hurry, he curls his lips into a smirk. There is a mouse scurrying about in my imperial palace. Suddenly, Hanian stops in a dark, secluded corner. The dark energy I felt earlier. It belongs to one of the Grand Ministers. He rarely visits the imperial palace, which is why I cannot locate him before. She thinks of Risa's attendant. It is already late, but Risa mentions that the meeting earlier is postponed. They cannot discuss all the vital matters, so they will likely continue. Continues for a few more days. Several grand ministers remain in the palace. She hopes the demon is one of them. Suddenly, Hanian jolts. Her eyes widen in utter shock. She quickly turns her head to look behind her. Yet only an empty palace courtyard meets her gaze. Not a single soul is in sight, but she still trusts her instincts. They scream that there is someone here. I must run. I thought I would not get caught, but did I underestimate the situation? She pleads in her heart. Risa still pursues closely behind. Do not chase me anymore. She casts all worries aside. She only needs to hide. He pursues behind and discovers the bushes where she hid. But looking inside, he feels surprised. I am certain someone entered this place. He picks up the cloak she abandoned. On the ground, anger surges in his heart. How dare you flee from me? Meanwhile, Hanian already transforms into a bird hiding on a tree branch. Watching this scene surprises her. What is it, Risa? I had my suspicions, but I did not expect him to be this skilled. If he wishes to be my husband, he must at least possess this caliber. Yes, indeed, that is exactly right. Though I wish to stay, I must return. If they discover I am a celestial angel, it will cause a massive storm. However, I have firmly memorized that demon's face. The next time we meet, I will capture him instantly. The next morning, a massive crowd gathers in the prison hall, whispering in hushed tones. What happened? What is going on? That maid is dead. Yes, the maid from yesterday. It seems they found Timothy Empress collapsed before her prison cell. At that moment, only sheer terror fills his eyes. Risa narrows his eyes at him. The man has lost his mind. Chad asks for instructions. What should we do, Your Majesty? At this moment, Jadden enters and raises his voice. Your Majesty, someone must take responsibility for what happened to my son. We must uncover the truth. Before he can finish, Risa replies indifferently, Timothy Empress will be sent home. The investigation ends here. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? We must apprehend the culprit, Duke Empress. The situation is chaotic enough. Do you wish to add oil to the flames? It is best if you let the matter pass in silence. Do you understand? The public will gossip. What was his relationship with that maid? Yesterday's incident already occurred. Is this related to that? Slandering the Empress candidate, the tongues of the world are like invisible chains binding him. This makes Jadon think the Emperor is warning us. He suspects the Emren clan is behind yesterday's incident. He wants us to act with caution. The public is already furious about the witch's escape. If this issue escalates, our clan will face total ruin. For now, I must obey the Emperor's will. I will find a way out later. Damn it, let us go home. My son, it is all because of this fool. Everything becomes worse. The moment the carriage stops, the family rushes out in worry, calling Timothy's name. He collapses from the carriage like a piece of trash onto the ground. Jadon cannot suppress his fury. He barks directly, useless trash. My dear. What are you doing? Timothy, what is wrong, my son? Please say something. I cannot bear the sight of that fool anymore. Take him away. Thiago follows in a hurry. He asks with concern, Father, I heard of the palace incident. Are you all right? That useless fool tried to aid Rosalind but ruined everything. Though we are not exposed, the Emperor is certain we are the culprits. From now on, you must assist me. Thiago burns with silent rage. How can they speak like this when Timothy is in such a state? Jadon knits his brows. He tells Thiago to be grateful that he even brought the fool back. In the end, he is merely dead weight. That fool, you and Timothy are the disgrace of this family. Thiago bows his head in silence. At this moment, his hands clench tightly. Ignoring the insults, he hurries back to his mother. Mother, I will avenge you. I will force the person who did this to Timothy to suffer the exact same fate. I will personally end that bastard. Meanwhile, Hanian runs toward Risa. She warily approaches him step by step. Yet he still senses her presence and turns his head. Why? Do you keep following me? Her eyes sparkle as she looks at him. She explains, I am not following you. I merely happen to walk the same path as your majesty. Nonsense. Just a moment ago you walked in the opposite direction. But I wish to thank you. Yesterday everyone stood against me. Only you tried to judge fairly. I am deeply grateful for that. If I do not speak now, you will make me wait until our next meal. In her heart, she sighs. I truly met him by chance. He does not understand my heart at all. He remains silent for a moment. Without a word, he returns to his office. Chad already confessed the entire truth. You lied in front of everyone. Yes, I fell into the pond because of Hanian, but that was merely my misunderstanding. Did you already know, Your Majesty? If you did not know, why did a knight report everything he saw from afar to me? The captain of the Royal Knights pushed into a pond by a young lady. That is news that lurking enemies would love to hear. It means the defense of the Emperor is weak. She does not seem capable of overpowering you. Or were you seduced by her face? Instead of standing here wasting time, go practice mental discipline and train. Do not fall into the pond again. As for that girl, I will investigate her myself. Hanian's face is printed neatly on the document in his hand. Back to the present. Risa speaks helplessly. I am the emperor of this empire. It is only natural that I remain impartial, especially in serious matters. There is no need to thank me. He thinks. I thought she was merely suspicious and clumsy, yet she knows how to voice her own opinions. Despite being constantly interrupted yesterday, she maintained her composure to explain her perspective. When given the opportunity, she knows how to apply pressure on her opponent. It is indeed slightly troublesome, but it seems I still have much to learn about this girl. Thinking of this, his lips unconsciously curve into a smile. Hanian catches sight of this. She approaches closely and asks happily, You smiled. Is it because I made you smile? His expression turns serious as he denies it. Nonsense. You should return to the path you were walking on. In his heart, he wonders, what did I just do? I saw an unexpected side of her, but she is still a highly suspicious woman. I cannot lower my guard. I cannot let myself be seduced by that face. Seeing him walk away, a flash of sadness crosses her face. Far away, beneath a violent blizzard, there is someone dragging their weary steps. Their lips are pale, and their hands are covered in wounds. The figure ventures deep into a cave. Suddenly, their foot trips on a small stone. They fall hard and roll into the cave. Lying powerless on the freezing ice, he struggles to get up. His eyes, lifeless and wide, stare blankly. His mouth constantly mutters, Find it, I finally found it. A piece of black iron appears beneath. The thick snow, he rejoices, I can help that person with this. Wisp of black magic envelops him. Soon it fills the entire cave. He shouts in excitement, the Lord of the Abyss. Will rise. Meanwhile, Hanian flies happily in the sky. She thinks, I failed last time, but today I must succeed. The damage caused by the demons increases daily. From merchants to royal knights, more and more people face hardships in their daily lives due to these demonic attacks. Inside a chamber, officials discuss seriously. Another village is attacked. We must dispatch more men. Consequently, meetings multiply and more representatives arrive at the castle. Hanian stealthily flies through the palace corridors. She thinks, although it is good because there are more opportunities to find the demon, it also means humans are suffering even more. I must find all of them as fast as possible. The demon I saw in the garden last time, I hope I can find him today, just. As she finishes the thought, her eyes light up. At this moment, someone steps out from the study. Hanian cheers silently in excitement. Found him, but unlike last time, I do not sense any demonic energy. Yet I cannot be mistaken. For now, I will follow him, having made up her mind. She immediately flies after him. He acts as if he knows every corner of this castle, choosing paths devoid of guarding. Knights, where does he intend to go? He quickly unlocks a locked door. She returns to her human form and hides behind the door. She warily peeks inside. The interior looks like an ordinary storage room. What is he looking for? I do not think anything important is kept here. Suddenly her eyes widen in shock. Suffocating black smoke billows. He looks around and mutters, where did it go? Hanian turns away in a fluster. What should I do? Should I summon my staff and attack? If the battle grows too large, others will notice. Then he will suppress his demonic chi and corner me again like last time. It is better to observe a little longer. Hanian is unaware that Risa already stands behind her. While she is lost in thought, she decides, once I confirm what he is doing, it will not be too late to capture him. Suddenly, Hanian senses someone behind her. No, if I am exposed now. A hand covers her mouth tightly. He appears right before her eyes, leaving her dazed. She whispers, Your Majesty. He lowers his voice to ask what she is doing. Suddenly, a noise comes from the room. She immediately presses her finger to his lips, signaling for silence. In her head, Hanian is in a state of chaos. Why is Risa here? This is bad. Now I cannot defeat the demon. The two stand tensely, motionless. Before the door, I must find another opportunity, yet even in this suspicious moment I still do not sense any intent from him to harm me. Why is that? Suddenly the person in the room shouts in frustration. Where is it? She flinches. Damn it, is he about to walk out? I cannot be exposed like this. She hurriedly pulls Risa aside and whispers, Hide here. Just as they hide, the man inside cheers, Found it. Finally, it is in my hands. Hanian cannot resist peeking inside to see what he found. Curious, Risa also follows her gaze. The man holds up an object in excitement, muttering incomprehensible words. She recognizes it as the demonic tongue. What is he saying? Slowly destroy. I do not know. What is that? She must stop it. Without hesitation, she charges straight forward and screams. No, but he already absorbs the stream of black magic. When Hanian rushes over, only the man's legs remain, gradually dissolving. He transforms into ash and disappears. This means even his soul is destroyed, but why? And what is that black fragment? Thinking this, she intends to bend down and pick it up, suddenly remembering the two guards standing on both sides. Hanian stands up. Risa and his men are here. Fortunately, she is cautious. He steps forward and suddenly asks her, Are you also a demon? She shakes her head in panic. What? No, that is impossible. He grabs her hand and asks, If not, what are you doing here at this hour? Hanian begins to stammer nervously. I was taking a walk and got lost. Then I saw that person walking by. I wanted to ask for directions. So I followed him, but something felt very strange. Who am I kidding? This excuse is so absurd. Suddenly he grabs a lock of her hair, making her cry out in pain. He realizes it is not magic. She feels helpless. What magic? At this moment, Risa reveals that the man is Baronwan, a suspected demon. We are pursuing him for arrest. How did you get here? Hanian stammers. I got lost. He immediately exposes her. Do you think that terrible excuse works in this situation? No, he gestures to the guards behind him. Take her away. We must observe her closely, as we do not know what will happen next. Immediately, they handcuff her. Hanian panics in her heart. Why? Why does this happen? To her, flickering light shines. Throughout the room, she is tense. I only want to escape, but that is impossible. Risa asks coldly, Bayan, did you bring the potion? He quickly pulls it out of his pocket. Yes, here it is. Seeing the 2 vials of liquid placed on the table makes her hesitant. What kind of potion is that? Do they intend to silence me? Datro says coldly to her, this is a potion brewed by the top royal mages. One will force you to speak only the truth, and the other will determine if you are a demon. Hearing this, Hanian sighs in relief. If so, there is no problem. Artificial potions have no effect on angels. Even if it is poison, I will just return to the heavenly realm. If I do not die, that would be absurd. Her voice sounds indifferent. If I drink them, you will let me go, right? Risa is not certain and only says, that depends on how you answer my questions. Hanian picks up both vials and replies, I understand. Bringing them to her mouth, she tells herself that even if lying pricks her conscience, she has no choice. Since she is doing this, she must perform well. The gaze of Risa watches her drink it all, watching the vial placed on her lips. He involuntarily blushes and turns his head away in embarrassment. She does not understand, her mind filled with questions. Why is he suddenly avoiding my gaze? The awkward feeling makes Risa a bit irritable. At least you are not a demon. Now drink the other one. Hanian obediently complies. Yes, as soon as she drinks it all, leaving only 2 empty vials on the table, he begins his interrogation. Why were you there just now? She answers clearly. I was walking and got lost. I followed him because before I could ask for directions, I felt something strange. Do you know Baronwan? He was almost caught when you ran away. Why did you do that? She stammers. That? Because being near your majesty makes me embarrassed, directly leaving Risa and the guard beside him speechless. He regains his composure and asks, where do you come from? She answers clearly, from the west. Then he asks again, what is your real name? She quickly replies, Hanan. He falls silent, contemplating. For a moment, is that all? Then what was the reason for touching my lips earlier? She thinks with amusement, you believe what I said is true, right? If so, are you not going to answer? Are you hiding something? Suddenly, she replies, because I like your majesty. Instantly, Hanian's eyes sparkle brightly. Risa freezes slightly. What? She happily pours her heart out. I always say it. I like your majesty so much. I want to marry you soon and have many children with you. I fell in love with you the first moment I saw you. I am confident that I can make you happy for the rest of your life. And I will protect you from evil demons. I fight. Very well. Seeing him frozen, she waves her hand and calls out, Your Majesty, do you hear what I am saying? In the heart of Risa, thoughts are in disarray. What did I just hear? This is more than shocking. This is practically a threat. Feeling awkward, she calls him, Your Majesty. After a moment, he speaks hesitantly. That is enough. We should go back. A few days later, he is sitting at his desk with thoughts swirling in his mind. There was nothing wrong with the potion, which means all those words are true. He recalls her figure. I like your majesty. I want to marry you soon and have many children with you. And as soon as she pulled him to the corner that night hiding here, I'm going crazy. Why do those words keep appearing in my head? At this moment, a servant respectfully knocks on the room door. Seeing the newcomer, the maid immediately asks, Who is it? A second later, she is instantly shocked and stammers, Catherine, I am Catherine, assigned here to the residence of Lady Hanian. I am very glad to work with everyone. Is Lady Hanian inside? The other servant, still in shock, replies, Yes, she is inside. She steps past decisively. I will go in and introduce myself directly. What? The head maid becomes a regular maid. What is going on? Earlier in the study, Risa's voice rang out. Is Catherine out there? She quickly replies, Yes, did your majesty call for me? Have a task for you. Keep an eye on that woman. Since we lost a maid, there is an open position. To outsiders, it will look like you are demoted from head maid to an ordinary maid, but you know what your true mission is, right? She replies seriously. I will investigate thoroughly, even in places the secret guards cannot go. If I find anything about Lady Hannian Finano, I will report it to you immediately. At this moment in Catherine's heart, she makes up her mind to observe very closely. Warm sunlight shines through the palace windows. Hannian stands in a daze in the garden, thinking about everything since she was caught by Risa. Her eyes glance elsewhere, sharply noticing one on a tree, one in the woods, and even Catherine in her room. Catherine carefully takes notes of everything. Today, Lady Hannian reads a book on royal etiquette, making her complain only in her heart. They watch my every move. Too many people are watching me. I am glad more people are entering the palace, but now finding the demon is even harder. And what could that black fragment the demon searched for last night be? Why did the demon commit suicide after finding it? Unable to figure it out, Hannian frustratedly taps her head and sits down in dejection. It feels like I am getting more and more lost in a maze. Meanwhile, in the study, Crusoe stands in Risa's office. He asks worriedly, Your Majesty, do you feel unwell? You do not look very well, he answers dismissively. It is nothing. But in his heart he is thinking, I keep having nightmares, and the thing is, she chases after me. Hannian constantly appears in his dreams and says to him, Your Majesty, let us get married. But there is something else, a feeling more ominous than usual, yet when he wakes up he does not remember anything. Your Majesty, because the divine bird has disappeared, the monster hunting competition has been postponed. Perhaps we should reduce the scale of this year's competition. At this moment, Risa remembers, it is also about that time. The annual hunting competition originates from an event to protect the people from beasts. The beasts controlled by demons are usually bloodthirsty and ferocious, pouncing to kill anyone in sight. During the competition, the royal family and nobles hunt these beasts on a large scale, demonstrating their ability to protect the people. Since this is a symbol of strength and protection, the imperial capital cannot easily abandon it. Thinking this, he tells Crusoe not to do so. Instead of hunting in the usual location like Forvet Forest, change it to the closer Migarin Forest. Dispatch more troops to Forvet Forest more than last year. He hesitates to continue, as Hannian's voice still echoes in his mind, because I like your Majesty, Risa adds, since the Queen candidates are there this year, remember to prioritize their safety. Speaking of candidates, today the person dining with you is. Before he can finish, he replies decisively, cancel the schedule. He is slightly surprised. Pardon? I feel unwell, cancel all schedules, Crusoe follows. Behind, still somewhat dazed, cancel all 1 p.m. Lunch with candidate Hannian, he mutters, I should also tell. Catherine, in the dark room lit only by dim candlelight, Rosaline leisurely grooms herself in front of the mirror. You said the Emperor canceled the meal with her? Thiago smiles and replies, this is a quality source of information. I heard it from a reliable person. I knew it. The Emperor is finally clear-headed. Also, where is the drug you mentioned? He searches through his pocket and pulls out something, placing it in Rosaline's hand. Here it is. Use it carefully. When you bring out this herb, wild beasts nearby will become wilder. Do not worry. The one in danger will not be you. Thiago steps closer and asks, Are you planning to use it on the candidate of the Greta clan? She replies, I thought so too, but from now on the hunting grounds, I will start with an easier prey. The person, she thinks of, is Chloe. Rosaline turns to look at him. You will help me, right? Of course, the day you become queen, I will stand by your side. Time swiftly passes. Some seek revenge, others dream of love, and the hunting competition begins. Rachel cheers herself on. Hanan, today I will definitely win first place. I will catch a whole bunch. Let's go, I will cheer for you. Yet her heart remains anxious. I am a bit worried about Joe, but even more I worry about the high-level demons hiding among the nobles accompanying Risa. Is there a way to join in naturally? Suddenly, someone walks up and touches her shoulder. Rosaline exclaims, Oh, I am sorry, I did not see you standing here. She is extremely angry, her hands clenching into fists. I do not know what she will do next. Rosaline sneers in her heart, just stand there and smile like an idiot. She does not even realize she is behind Chloe. At this moment, Crusoe steps forward and announces, I will provide the guidelines. I invite the candidates to gather here, the hunting grounds. The hunt is divided into 3 sectors. Sector A belongs to the emperor and high-ranking nobles. Sector B belongs to the knights and prospective nobles. Sector C is the safe zone for the candidates. As the future empress of the empire, one must bravely face vicious beasts. This is the perfect moment for everyone to display their polished skills. Please depart immediately once preparation is complete. Rosalind departs first. She calculates her strategy as she walks. Previous empresses all displayed superb skills at the hunt. Chloe's hunting skills are pathetic. As long as she times it right, she will strike her down, but the person who truly causes her trouble is this very woman. Rafan Peer is someone the Duke brought in from the outside. It is only natural that information on her is scarce. Yet she is the biological daughter of the Duke, yet there is no information at all. If she performs exceptionally in this hunt, it will be a massive problem. Hopefully, she falls off her horse and breaks a bone. Elsewhere, Hanian rides her horse. She bids farewell to Rachel. See you later, then. Hanian feels a wave of relief. She is finally separated from Rachel. She wants to act freely on her own. But a problem occurs. 2 guards block her path ahead. Candidate, it is too dangerous to go further. Please hunt here with us. We will protect you. Hanian cries inwardly. These people are in her way. The 2 guards enthusiastically point out alternative routes. Over there and over here. She responds to their enthusiasm with a reluctant face. Yes, but I wish to go deeper. Yet the guard refuses. You must be curious about the inner area, but this is the safest place. Please remain close. She understands they do this for her safety, but she truly has no need for it. There is no other way. Apologies, little horse, truly. With these words, she forcefully pulls the reins. Defying their opposition, Hanian charges right past the guard, catching him completely off guard. The other shouts after her. Hanian, this is urgent. Quickly call the other knights to follow. Having escaped them, Hanian feels no joy. She does not wish to cause trouble, but ever since the hunt started, a group has been tailing her. She must shake them off and rush to Riza's side. While lost in thought, something instantly catches her attention. In the bushes ahead, a vicious beast prepares to pounce. A beast, of all times, why now, but why does it not attack first? Looking back now, her pursuers are not drawing any closer either. Since she is alone, they could attack at any moment. Could it be that she is not their target? For now, I will pretend to lure this beast away. Whoever is watching me, if I avoid the hunt entirely, I will arouse suspicion. Once I slay the beast, they will likely ambush me when I am exhausted. But no matter how fast she runs, neither the pursuers nor the beast draw any closer. Hanian suddenly realizes this is a swamp. She immediately pulls the reins to stop her horse. Sensing the signal, it slows down and halts right before the swamp. She dismounts and ponders. Could it be they intentionally lured me here? From the forest, a pair of legs slowly steps forward as he and his 2 subordinates draw closer to Hanian step by step. She faintly recognizes him. The closer he gets, the more familiar he seems. He asks in a grim tone, "Are you the one who crippled my brother?" She stares at him, trying to guess his identity. Timothy? No, rumor says he went mad. Then this must be Thiago, his brother. He wants Hanian to pay for her actions. I will do the same to you. The beast slowly approaches. She senses something unusual about it. This beast, it must be controlled by magic. Thiago rests his hand on his sword hilt, his voice dripping with pure rage. I will slaughter you here and feed you to this beast. She clenches her fists in anxiety. She wonders what to do. Thiago and Hanian stand facing each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. She bites her lip, planning her move. Damn it, the beast and Thiago are not the issue, but if I harm Thiago, things will spiral out of control just like with Rosalind. That would be a massive headache. I will just slay the beast and slip away. No sooner has Hanian finished her thought than the beast lunges with sharp claws. It stands before her, eyes bloodshot, jaws wide open, ready to devour its prey. Hanian tightly grips her bow and makes a decision. It is attacking head-on. Time to counterattack. After all, crushing everything is what I do best since my days as an angel. Every arrow she fires strikes the beast with absolute precision, making it howl in agony. Seeing this, Thyago stands frozen in shock. She killed the beast with a single move, and she is using a bow. While Thyago remains in a stupor, she swiftly mounts her horse and gallops away. By the time he realizes it is too late, he can only shout in panic, "She escaped! Pursue her!" On her end, Hanyan ponders as she rides. Although I really want to beat them down, there are similar pests around Riza. I must rush to protect my fragile Riza. At this exact moment, a white bird appears in the sky. Seeing it, she calls out, "Durahan." It immediately transmits a message to Hanyan. "Thank you for showing the way. I will repay this favor." Later, meanwhile, Thyago and his two assassins frantically search for Hanyan. "She went this way, move fast. How can even veteran assassins fail to catch up to her? Once I capture you, I will grant you a painful end." However, Thyago suddenly freezes. A strange feeling washes over him. "No matter how far I run, I feel stuck in place. This is definitely the same spot." A subordinate steps forward to alert him. "Lord Thyago, look behind you." They both turn. Hanging upside down from a tree branch is a bat. "That beast, this must be its ability. It seems to be a mind control type. If so, it is no low-level creature." Suddenly, the bat dives straight at them, catching them off guard. Thyago tries to reassure the group, his voice trembling. "Calm down, it might just be a low-grade beast you can handle it. Draw your weapons." Out of nowhere, Durahan flies in. Thyago recognizes it instantly as the Emperor's divine bird. Durahan stomps its claws directly onto Thyago's face. Caught by surprise, Thyago's eyes widen as he slowly sinks into the swamp. Flailing his limbs, he cries out, "I cannot escape this swamp." "Is it all in vain, Mother? Timothy?" Seeing this, his two subordinates prepare to flee. "Thyago is trapped in the swamp. Let's get out of here." Durahan takes flight and lands at the edge of the swamp. Behind him, the two subordinates approach with sharp daggers, intending to kill him. However, their plan fails. Blood-curdling screams echo through the forest. In another part of the woods, a group of people chat animatedly. Riza inquires about the current situation and if there is any news from other regions. Suddenly, the nearby bushes rustle suspiciously. Catching his attention, Hanyan crawls out of the bushes with a grimace. Seeing her, Riza is utterly stunned. "What is this? Why are you here?" Hanyan sits flat on the ground, feeling incredibly fortunate. "Oh, Your Majesty, I lost my horse along the way. Since things turned out like this, can I ride with you?" Riza's face darkens. "Escort her back to the starting area." She pouts in refusal. "Why, I came all this way. Let me go with you. How petty." But he flares up unreasonably. "You cannot stubbornly expect everything to go your way." A noble lady whispers in speculation, "A lover's quarrel." Hanyan suddenly feels dejected. "But who will protect you if I am not here?" Seeing her determined expression, Riza's face flushes. To hide his true feelings, Riza clears his throat. "From now on, you may accompany us." The nobles are suddenly stuffed with dog food. "Are we invisible or what?" Hanyan feels relieved. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. She hopes things remain this way, but plans always change. Contrary to her wish for peace, an attack is launched at Riza. Riza, with his sharp senses and his knights, notice the strike, but the one who moves fastest is Hanyan. She throws herself at him, locking him in a tight embrace. Standing right before Riza, she asks, "Your Majesty, are you hurt?" "I am fine." The one most capable of protecting Riza is indeed Hanyan. A gentle breeze blows past, fluttering her hair. At that moment, he stares at her. Dazed, she looks at him with worry. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Riza's heart pounds wildly as he wonders, "Why is my heart beating so fiercely? Now only those pale pink eyes remain in my sight." Hanyan waves her hands frantically before him. "Your Majesty, are you hurt? Why are you spacing out?" His mind wanders. Though they are not lip to lip, her breath wraps around him. Just like that day long ago, he once vowed only to touch his future wife. He has always held on to that vow, yet with this woman he blushes unconsciously and gently brushes Hanyan's hand away. Regaining his composure, Riza demands, "What do you think you are doing?" "Your Majesty, that was." Riza suddenly raises his voice. "Why did you throw yourself in front of an arrow? Are you insane? What if you got shot?" Hearing this, her eyes light up. She leans close to him, asking playfully, "What is this? Are you worried about me?" Riza leaps up, causing her to fall. Who said I was worried? She stands up and sighs. Deeply, getting so angry, he must truly care for me. How cute. Riza approaches his subordinate for questioning. Have you captured the archer? Report, Your Majesty. The assassin is captured, but he committed suicide on the spot. Meanwhile, she is immersed in pure bliss, I am certain. He likes me more than before. Smiling brightly, she runs to him. Your Majesty, let us walk together, on an open clearing. An outdoor banquet is held, tents are pitched, and dining tables are neatly arranged. Rachel sighs in disappointment. I really wanted to win first place this time. Noel elegantly raises a piece of meat with a fork. There is nothing we can do. His Majesty displayed his true talent. No one can compete with his hunting skills, you know that. Hanian suddenly asks out of curiosity, Rachel, I have a question. Is the food during the hunt always this terrible? It is usually not like this, but since the New Year grand banquet is near, they likely cut some budget. I heard they plan to hold a spectacular feast. Hearing this, Hanian looks forward to it. If so, we can anticipate that day. I will feast to my heart's content then. Suddenly, Hanian glances to the side. Wait a moment, why is that noble standing alone? That is the high-ranking noble who was with Riza earlier. Everyone is gathered here. Why is he walking alone? Seeing him turn, she hastily stands up. I will step away for a moment. I will be right back. Suspicion rises in her mind. Something is off, for now I must tail him. Hanian stealthily follows, hiding behind a tree to watch two figures ahead. We have reached the deepest part of the forest. I followed him on instinct because he seemed suspicious. But who is that knight? What are they discussing that requires such secrecy? This language is not ordinary demonic tongue. I cannot fully comprehend it, but I have definitely heard it before. The demon language. In the past, the demon race was completely wiped out after the war, but their descendants still exist. They harbor conflicts not only with humans but also with angels. To hear this language here means they are no ordinary demons. I must eliminate them here. Hanian tightly grips the magic staff in her hand and counts silently. 1, 2. As she stands, a sound comes from behind. Someone is there. She turns and sees Riza's divine bird staring at her. Hanian's eyes widen and her jaw drops. Durahan, what are you doing here? It tilts its head, looking at the object in her hand. Hanian panics. This staff? Wait, why do I even need to make excuses? Forget it, I will explain later. I am busy right now. They disappeared. Durahan, you made me lose track of them. It also vanishes. At this moment, Duke P returns alone. He is deep in thought. The preparations are nearly complete. I only need to wait for the right moment. Looking up at the sky, the Duke spots a familiar figure. It is the Emperor's divine bird. It circles above, seemingly helping them. First it brought the black fragment, and now it brings the sacred scripture. Our awakening plan for that person of ours begins because of that sacred scripture. I also do not understand why the Emperor's bird acted in such a manner, but that is no longer important. Nothing can stop us now. One day, Hanian leisurely walks into the verdant forest. She stretches her hand out, her fingers gently brushing against the small leaves. After a brief search, she cheers. Found it. This is the final spiritual herb. Time to return. Suddenly, a strain sound echoes. She immediately turns around to look at the clear blue sky, which for some reason suddenly conjures eerie red and black currents of energy. Why is the sky suddenly acting like this? The heavens darken. Raging flames erupt everywhere. She mutters to herself, I must escape this forest immediately. She runs with all her might. Unfortunately, Hanian trips over a tree root. She loses her balance and crashes heavily onto the ground. Looking up at the sky, the crimson light and black mist send shivers down her spine. Her eyes widen. What in the world is that? The tyrannical flames erupt, threatening to incinerate everything. At this point, Hanian sits up in a panic. She feels as if she just woke from a nightmare, yet she remembers nothing. Why does it keep happening lately? I still have so many matters to resolve, yet I must suffer these unsettling dreams. Yes, there is still unfinished business. During the final day of the hunting competition, Rosaline Moderin caused Chloe to be severely injured. Stop! Someone save me! The mount has gone mad! While she Struggles to survive, she is thrown off the mount. Chloe desperately cries out, "Someone please save me." Quickly, a passing bear attacks her in that area. Chloe sheds tears of pure terror. "Do not come near me, go away." Then a blood-curdling scream echoes, recalling this Hanian's heart. Titans, a mount does not go mad without reason, nor is it a coincidence for a wild bear to appear there. Investigation reveals that the grass the mount consumed and the bear's droppings both contain traces of poison. After receiving treatment, Chloe is rushed back to her family's estate. Seeing this outcome, Rosaline sneers. Chloe is not a good person, but she does not deserve such a fate. Timothy and Thiago are easy to deal with since they directly plotted against me. However, a situation like Chloe's cannot be resolved instantly. I do not know what she will do next. I must deal with Mater immediately, no focus. At times like this, I must prioritize my goals. Punishing mere mortals is simple. First, I must investigate the P clan. They are surely demons. I clearly recall Pierre visiting me earlier today. Unlike the others, his gaze was incredibly peculiar, so I remember it vividly. He probably does not suspect my true identity, right? Regardless, if the Duke is a demon, his daughter Rani must be one as well. I will begin my investigation of her tomorrow. For now, I should rest. Yes, that is the plan. Yet who dared to spike my tea so early in the morning? Meanwhile, Catherine showers her with praise. "This tea is exquisite." Hanian smiles and speaks. "Indeed, the aroma is wonderful." In her heart, however, she curses. The culprit is far too obvious, clicking her tongue. She looks down at her reflection in the teacup. "You are far too quick to commit evil deeds. Since you know how to harm others, you should know that retribution will find you in kind." Is it Rosaline? Meanwhile, at another estate, Rosaline's maid comments, "My lady, you seem to be in high spirits today." Indeed, I have removed some annoying obstacles, both obstacles indeed. Now everything is finally falling into place. All obstacles are gone. Before she can finish her sentence, a sharp pain pierces Rosaline's abdomen. The agonizing pain forces her to collapse to the ground. Her maid rushes over. "My lady, are you all right?" Rosaline turns pale. "My stomach hurts like hell. Why is this happening?" "Just after I drank the tea. The onset of this poison is identical to the one I used on her. I only just dealt with Chloe. Was I too hasty? Did she realize and swap the cups?" Her hand yanks the tablecloth. The teacup shatters, staining the white fabric. "I cannot let things end like this. I must meet him." He had approached me after the hunting competition ended, that man who wore a sinister smile. "Allow me to assist you, Lady Rosaline." The maid reports the current situation. "Lord Thiago went missing during the hunting competition. Lord Theman is searching for him, but there is still no news." "Very well, leave me alone." Once the servant departs, Rosaline thinks contemptuously, "He is merely a fool who got himself lost. Why make such a fuss? I have retrieved the hidden substances from my estate. Now I only need to eliminate Hanian and Grafani." After mixing the concoction, Rosaline places the vials back onto the table. She suddenly freezes. A note lies before her. "This was not here a moment ago. When did it appear?" Neat handwriting is written on the paper. "I shall pay you a visit tonight, my lady." Rosaline is perplexed. "To meet me? Who left this note?" Suddenly an eerie black mist fills the room. Behind the curtain, a figure emerges. A man with crimson eyes smiles dangerously. "I shall assist you, Lady Rosaline." Returning to the present, she struggles to stand. He is the one who gave her the poison to eliminate Hanian. "I feel like I need his assistance, but how do I meet him again? No, more importantly, why did I obey his command as if under a spell? I acted too hastily and without proper thought. My stomach. I must head to the restroom first." In the Imperial Palace, Crusoe reports the situation. That is the reason for the commotion at Lady Rosaline's quarters today. She acted erratically during tea time. Her maids suspected the tea was poisoned, though royal tea is naturally faultless. Count Crusoe, if this is all you have to report, you may leave. "I am about to change the subject, Your Majesty. The New Year banquet draws near." Before he can finish, Risa spins his chair around in annoyance. "Enough, begone." Crusoe protests in frustration. "Why?" "The hunting competition is over. You must prepare for the banquet, right? You Must also choose a dance partner. Hearing this, Risa freezes. A dance partner if I were to choose someone suitable, then. Hanfino, while he is lost in thought, Crusoe suddenly steps forward. Why is your majesty blushing? You have someone in mind, do you not? Flustered Risa stands up abruptly. I am not. Stop staring at me. Why is it so hot in here? I am going for a walk. What? But it is winter. Majesty, under the cover of night, Hanian flies back and forth in her avian form. I have patrolled almost this entire region. There are no abnormal energy fluctuations. I should head back. Suddenly, something below catches her eye. Hanian lands and transforms back into her human shape before Jenica. Jenica asks in surprise, Why are you here? Hanian replies, I spotted you while walking. What are you doing out here at this hour? Jenica looks away. I am just thinking. I intend to leave the imperial palace. His Majesty pays me no heed, and living here is exhausting. Hanian grows concerned. Where will you go? I am not sure. Perhaps I will travel. For a while, Hanian gasps softly. Travel? She slams her hand onto the table. Jenica, I need your help. Huh, what do you suddenly need help with? Hanian speaks with absolute seriousness. Before you depart, please return to the heavenly realm and meet with my master for me. Do you mean the Centaur Kenta? Hanian nods. Yes, meet master and convey my message. Secrets I have uncovered, and the fact that my holy power is gradually depleting. Jenica leaps up in shock. What, depleting? Then this is no time to sit idle. You must return to the heavenly realm immediately. You know I cannot abandon my post. I beg of you. Jenica pouts with dissatisfaction. Even so, Kenta makes me feel uneasy. Hanian pleads earnestly. Please, I beg you. Finally, Jenica relents. Fine, fine, I will deliver your message. I shall depart for the heavenly realm at once. Is that satisfactory? Jenica transforms into her avian form. Before flying off, she does not forget to remind her, you must repay this favor. I will, I promise. That, come find me as soon as you return. Suddenly, Risa's familiar voice echoes behind Hanian. She gasps and spins around in a hurry. Your Majesty, why are you here? Anxiety grips her heart. Did he witness anything, however contrary to her fears? Risa's face is slightly flushed with embarrassment. I have something to say. Yes, please. Stay still, do not move. He suddenly takes her hand, raising it as he steps closer. If you do not mind. Hanian is bewildered. What is going on? The atmosphere has completely changed. Risa finally musters his courage to speak. If possible, would you attend the New Year banquet with me? At those words, Hanian's cheeks flush crimson. She asks in disbelief, Your Majesty, are we to be dance partners? Risa hesitates. Well, I simply noticed that you hold deep affection for me, so I felt I should say something. She looks up at him with a blushing face. I see. Flustered, he quickly explains, No, I mean I truly appreciate your feelings for me, so I could not help myself. She muses internally. You make far too many excuses. She lets out a soft chuckle, leaving him perplexed. Why are you laughing? Because I am simply too happy. She steps forward with a bright smile, saying, I accept. Let us be partners for this new year banquet. Risa's face burns even redder. He immediately turns away. It is late. I must depart. She calls out gently from behind him, Your Majesty. Her voice is sweet. Good night. She smiles and waves. He turns to look at her eyes, brimming with deep affection, before walking away with a smile on his lips. Hanian watches him leave, reflecting silently. Risa has changed. Finally, in his heart, suddenly, a voice rings out. Has he left? Jenica teases. Oh, things with the Emperor seem to be going splendidly. Of course, I never lie about such matters. You were almost discovered just now. Are you trying to ruin my mission? My apologies. Please be more careful. Oh no, I am too terrified to stand. Please carry me back to my room. If this continues, I will never be able to return to the heavenly realm. You are unwilling to return honestly? Come here. Carrying Jenica, she smiles and thinks it is about time to start preparing for the New Year's gala. At the palace during the night, Tianan walks down the corridor. He approaches the door and knocks. I am coming in, mother. I am here to report the results of the investigation. The madam rushes over anxiously. Is it true? Have you found Tiago? Please tell me you found him. Tianan, if you do not want your mother to go mad, please speak. He coldly brushes her hand away and silently glides toward where Jing is sitting. It seems he resorted to the Dark Guild. According to my findings, his target is a white-haired woman in the hunting competition. After that, he went missing. It is obvious he fled. Since his assassination failed anyway, he likely squandered all his wealth to pay the Dark Guild and escaped abroad. Count Moderin criticizes. In the end, he is nothing but a fool. Father, you know that there is only one white-haired woman in the capital. Why would Tiago target her without reason? He must have heard something from Timothy, yet she survived. An ordinary woman cannot escape such schemes unscathed. She must be a mage. Leaving her unchecked will surely bring harm to this Moderin clan. We must act during the New Year's gala. We can label her as a mage of the rebel faction and eliminate her forever. Let me handle this, father. Meanwhile, Hanyan gently lands by the windowsill. She thinks excitedly to herself. She cannot resist running to Risa's room. At that moment, Risa blushes and stammers, "No, I highly appreciate your feelings for me, so I could not hold back. That face is unbearably adorable." She looks around. Is no one here? Did Risa go into the study? Suddenly, a loud noise echoes. Hanyan realizes in shock that something is approaching. Startled, she covers her face. Too fast. Who is it? Durahan spreads his wings and lands before her. She recognizes the familiar figure. Durahan. Hanny cannot help but feel puzzled. What is it? Durahan, you scared me. He suddenly speaks. The time is near. Hanyan is taken aback. What do you mean? Durahan steps closer. The seal will soon be broken. Hearing this, Hanyan is filled with astonishment. The seal, late at night, the royal palace grows unusually cold. Spreading her wings, Hanyan recalls him flying away after leaving those words. I did not even have time to ask anything. The seal will soon be broken. What does that mean? A seal? What seal? My brain is not working. I do not regret focusing solely on combat training. But I should have studied harder. She suddenly remembers. Jenica, surely she knows something. I cannot figure this out on my own, so I will just head over there. Just now she was so terrified she could not even walk. She must still be there. Let's see. A bit deeper inside should be Jenica's room. Suddenly Hanyan freezes. This malevolent energy is coming from the room of Greffin Pier. Let's try to get closer. Inside the room, a voice speaks. It seems Ankimos has approached a new queen candidate. Greffin replies confidently. I believe I know who it is. I will be careful, father. Regarding the final piece, Duke Pier reassures, do not worry. Those arrogant fools will handle that. She asks, Father, are you going to the New Year's gala at the harbor? Who is managing the 2 ships arriving at the port? Yes, I will go. As for the manager, we are still discussing it. Rani says confidently, I can handle it myself. Please let me do it. Consider this carefully. This is not a matter to be decided in haste. She firmly asserts, my dream is to dedicate my life to that person. Please believe me. Standing by the massive door, Hanyan overhears the entire conversation. She secretly ponders they plan to do something during the New Year's gala, the Black Shard and that person. Duke Pier says, let us speak of this later. Once the 2 stages are complete, this will be the 10th shard. Therefore, that person's memories will return. It seems it has already begun. I understand. Before that, Duke Pier suddenly pauses. He glances toward the balcony, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. I must deal with the eavesdropping rat first. Instantly, the door is pulled open. However, on the balcony, there is absolutely no one. Is there an eavesdropper? Father, did you spot them? I see no one. He turns back into the room. Slippery bastard, a cowardly rat, do not worry, just focus on the matter at hand. Yet Granny's eyes suddenly shift toward a certain direction, the curtain. Looking in that direction, Greffin replies, yes, father. A moment later, returning to her room, Hanyan reverts to her human form and collapses onto the ground. Fear still lingers on her face. That was a close call. If I had not used invisibility, I would have been caught. I tried so hard to conserve my holy power, yet I had to use it again. Time to organize the information. First, Duke Pier and Greffin are demons. They are collecting shards. They must be colluding with the demon that vanished earlier. I do not know what the shards are, But if they need to gather them in secret, while everyone attends the New Year's gala, it cannot be anything good. Furthermore, Ankimos, a demon whose goal differs from Pier's group, mentioned the holy book. And that person, who could that person be? Is it related to the seal Durahan mentioned? I have no idea. Because I had to flee, I could not make it to Jenika's place. This is highly concerning. Whatever it is, I must stop them. I do not know what I can achieve with this minuscule amount of holy power. But I will make the most of it. Even if I must deplete all my holy power, I cannot allow these demons to run rampant. There is still time before the New Year's gala begins. I will find a way to forge a plan somehow. The next morning, Crusoe stands behind Risa, hesitating, as if he has something to say. Unable to wait any longer, he finally decides to ask directly, "Your Majesty, how much longer will your preparations take?" Lady Hannian is waiting. Risa softly calls for Count Cross, his face turning bright red as he shyly asks, "Do you think this looks fine?" The other shows no enthusiasm, merely offering half-hearted praise. "It looks fine, let us make haste." "Fine. Fine, let us head out. Today must be absolutely perfect, do you understand? Count Roslow, if anything happens." Just as the door opens, Risa bumps right into Hannian. It turns out she has been standing outside all along. Hannian hesitantly explains, "Since I had not seen Your Majesty for so long." Paying no heed to her words, he stares blankly at her, silently marveling she is too adorable. He quickly averts his gaze. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was somewhat busy." Hannian proactively takes his hand. She says, "It is fine, since we have met now." He freezes momentarily. "Today I will escort you, King Risa." In the grand hall, the sound of endless chatter echoes. Is the king entering with the lady of the Greta clan? Rumor has it that he personally invited her to be his dance partner. Does this mean he has already decided who the queen will be? What on earth is the king thinking? Hearing this, Rosaline feels a wave of irritation. If the king chooses one of the candidates in the castle as his dance partner, it is equivalent to announcing the next queen. Very soon, Hannian walks side by side with Risa, like a couple under the herald's announcement. "His Majesty the King is entering." Rosaline grows even more furious upon seeing them smiling happily together. It is her again, Hannian Finano. Has she stolen the Queen's authority from me? No, I cannot let this happen. That position must be mine. I initially thought the Emperor was emotionless. How did she manage to seduce him, even? Drugging her multiple times yielded no results. Instead, it was either the maids or myself who suffered the consequences. What did she do? That vixen, seeing her lose control, Tianan places his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Calm down, Rosaline. If you show your emotions here, we lose. Your beloved brother has already set the stage. For now, we only need to endure. She can only enjoy herself. Today, fine, my brother's plans are always flawless. Let her enjoy this moment. Only when the two turn their backs does Hannian dare to look. The Modern clan. They have been constantly drugging me recently. I hope they leave me alone today. Just thinking about capturing Duke Pierre makes my head want to explode. Right, today I must focus on the demons. Punishing the Modern clan can wait." Risa's hand suddenly grasps hers. He gently lifts Hannian's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. She freezes, shyly calling out, "Your Majesty." Risa stammers, "I wish to dance with you." What is with that expression? Too cute. A dance. He leans close to her ear and whispers, "Do not worry, I will follow your rhythm. Trust me. And follow my lead." Adjusting her posture, Hannian breaks into a smile. Just like that, they dance amidst the endless murmurs of the crowd. Despite the rumors, I did not expect her to be this beautiful. Indeed, they look so perfect together. Perhaps it is because of her unique hair color. She looks like an angel. Once the dance ends, Risa stands motionless, staring at her. Now I can no longer deny it. Just looking into her eyes makes my heart skip a beat. I only want to hold her close. If it is this person, seeing Risa slightly distracted, Hannian speaks up, "Your Majesty." Yet he remains immersed in his thoughts. No, only this person can make me fall in love forever. With this thought, Risa decides to express his feelings. "Hannian, if you find it acceptable." But before his words can finish, Crusoe suddenly speaks up. Your Majesty, may this one speak with you for a moment? It is. An important report. Risa fumes with rage, yet he can only curse inwardly. Count Crusoe, how dare you intrude without prior notice? Looking at that terrifying expression, the youth feels utterly bewildered. Did I do something wrong? Risa lets out a long sigh. No, I will go. There quickly, I will return shortly. So please wait here, you must not dance with other men. Her face flushes bright red at his words. I understand. Please return quickly. Once Risa departs, the bright smile on her lips vanishes instantly. With Risa gone, she must keep an eye on. Duke Pier, immediately after a guest catches her attention. Excuse me. Hanian turns around and replies politely, yes, he acts friendly. I am Baron Jester, I have a question for you. Hanian, I hear you come from the western countryside. Could you tell me exactly where? I spent some time studying. In the far west, far from the capital. Suspicion rises in her heart. She has never met this person before. Why is he suddenly asking about her origins? Jester continues to press. I hear you come from the Beryl region, is that correct? Wait, he is still persistently clinging to the matter. Please tell me. The moment his words fall, the surrounding guests shift their gaze to Hanian. I also live in Beryl, but I have never heard of the surname. Financial. Now that they think about it, it is indeed a strange surname. In the entire empire, I have never heard of anyone bearing the surname Financial. Did she hide her identity to sneak into the imperial castle? Come now, if that is true, it is no different from face-slapping the noble families. Hanian's face darkens. She realizes she cannot simply answer or lie. She is being cornered in this situation, just like last time. Her answers are already premeditated. If that is indeed the case, who is the mastermind behind this? Suddenly, footsteps approach along with a voice. How troublesome. Duke Greta brought someone of unknown identity. To be a queen candidate. Just as expected, it is him. Tianan questions, is there anyone here who can guarantee the identity of Miss Hanian? There probably is no one, but if there is, they should step forward. Hanian thinks to herself. Since those twins are useless, the eldest brother has to step in. What should she do? She cannot lie this time, fortunately. A woman speaks up. I will guarantee her identity. Tianan is slightly surprised. Who dares to guarantee this woman's identity? However, before his words can escape his mouth, he swallows them back down. The scene before him leaves him utterly bewildered. Two powerful figures reveal themselves to everyone. Why are the Supreme Emperor and the Empress Dowager here? She steps forward unhurriedly. I will guarantee the identity of this child. Hanian is shocked. It is the couple she met when searching for the staff, but why are they here suddenly? Tianan bows deeply in respect. Supreme Emperor, Empress Dowager. Those words astound her. They said they were only a merchant couple. The guests also fall into a commotion. Aren't they traveling? They must have returned in time for the new year. In his heart, Tianan cannot help but wonder, how does she know the identity? The Empress Dowager's face is extremely serious. It seems the one you seek is me. But if I reveal Miss Hanian's identity here, you must bear responsibility for what happens next. Tianan hesitates to answer. Standing nearby, Hanian jolts. Wait, revealing my identity? She recalls the time she lied. I am something like a magic swordsman, and I come from the West. Master told me to evade the truth a little. Hearing that answer, the Empress Dowager rests her chin in deep thought. The West. In her heart, Hanian sighs silently. My lady, please stay calm, but I feel so guilty. Suddenly, she claps her hands as she remembers Hanian. You come from the kingdom of Sylvania, correct? She turns her face away and stammers her reply. Yes, that is correct. Back in reality, Hanian's eyes widen. Oh no, she quickly steps forward to stop her. Wait a moment. But the Empress Dowager already speaks. Hanian is not a distant relative of Duke Greta. Miss Hanian is. Standing beside her, she anxiously tries to stop her. That, madam. No, Empress Dowager, please wait a moment. However, ignoring Hanian, she continues. She is the princess of the kingdom of Sylvania. She cries out internally. Oh no. Tianan asks in shock. She is royalty. Beside him, Jester also cannot believe it. Impossible. In Hanian's heart, chaos reigns. What should she do? At that time, she did not speak clearly, but they misunderstood too much. She must be honest and admit she lied. If she remains silent, there is no saving this. She steps closer. and speaks timidly. Your Majesty, actually, before Hanian can finish her sentence. An interrupting voice cuts in. Forgive me, but I come from the kingdom of Sylvania. Does our kingdom not currently have only a single princess who is 2 years old? Confused, the Empress Dowager asks. What do you mean? The girl speaks bluntly. If she claims to be a princess, then she is intentionally deceiving you, your Majesty. Surprised, the Empress Dowager turns to Hanian. Miss Hanian, what is the meaning of this? When I asked you back then, you said you were from Sylvania. Seeing things have come to this, Hanian has no choice but to confess everything. I am sorry. At that time I was in trouble, so I had to lie. I'm not from Sylvania, and I am certainly not a princess. I sincerely apologize to you. Why did you lie about such a matter? But she suddenly remembers something. No, she never directly claimed to be a princess. Because of her attire and demeanor, I assumed she was of noble birth. To judge so hastily, I was deeply mistaken. The Empress Dowager acknowledges her own share of blame. Indeed, you never claimed to be a princess. That is my fault now. Let me ask you again, where do you come from? Do you truly come from the West? Did you approach us with a secret agenda from the start? Jester smiles smugly. Who could have thought things would turn out like this? Tianan loudly asserts she definitely will not be able to answer. She clearly intends to deceive you. However, the Empress Dowager ignores his words. She turns and firmly grabs Hanian's shoulders. I believe your good intentions are real. Please tell me your true identity. I will help you. Hanian can only hesitate. Bitter thoughts fill her mind. My true identity? What does that even mean? I am just Hanian. Tianan speaks mockingly. Is it that hard to answer? If you have something to hide, it is only natural that you cannot speak. According to our investigation, this woman is a rebel. We have evidence. We must arrest this criminal immediately. Knights, what are you doing? Capture this criminal at once. Things grow increasingly chaotic. She cannot think of a way out. If she gets captured now, she will lose Duke Pier. Wait, hold on. Duke Pier is gone. Finally, Hanian spots him. Duke Pier is preparing to leave the Great Hall. If I leave now, I will not be able to return to the capital anymore. But in the end, she makes her decision. Hanian turns and runs away. I must go. This is my duty. The door flies open. At that very moment, shouts. Ring out. The criminal is escaping. Capture her immediately. She runs, tears welling in her eyes. I am sorry, Risa. I will return and explain everything. I promise. Sometime later, the carriage finally stops before the harbor. Duke Pier stands there. I have traveled to a rather distant seaport. Hanian transforms into a bird to trail him. If I did not sneak onto his carriage, tracking him would have been difficult. At this moment, Duke Pier receives a mysterious box and asks, is that item secure? The other person replies, yes, with this. The matter is resolved. She is extremely curious. A box. Did he come all this way just to retrieve that? He turns to instruct the person who delivered the box. Do not let anyone know. Seeing the transaction complete, Hanian begins to plan. Is it finished? If he brings that box back to the capital, it will be troublesome. I must do something before he arrives. The carriage finally begins to move. That is the plan, but because the night is freezing, she weeps silently. If I stay up here, I will freeze into an icicle. There is no other choice. She must put the Duke to sleep and slip inside. Action follows thought. She flies to the window. Hanian feels fortunate that Duke Pier is leaning his head against the glass. He is sleeping soundly. Now I only need to take the box. He is asleep yet still clutching the box. What on earth is inside? The tighter he holds it, the more curious I become. Finally, she successfully wrests the box from his hands. You demons, I will deal with you later. Flying to a safe distance, she feels secure. Therefore, she transforms back into human form. Holding the box, Hanian looks back at the carriage moving away. No one should find me here. I must check the contents immediately. But suddenly, a sword appears and presses against her neck. Hanian stands frozen in shock. She did not even sense his presence. She slowly looks back. Who possesses such skill? Hanian is completely shocked to see a familiar figure. Risa. Risa coldly calls out. The man hears his name and respectfully kneels. Hanian recognizes the knight from last time. It seems Risa ordered him to pursue the demon. Was Risa also informed about Duke Here, which is why he left the banquet. The knight takes the box from her hands. Risa orders him to open it and see what lies inside. Yes, sir. The knight opens the box and is startled when, looking inside, he reports that there is nothing inside. Risa is also taken aback by this result. Nothing. Suddenly, Hanyan turns around to leave. We must pursue Duke Pierre. Immediately, seeing Hanyan leave alone, the knight asks for his opinion. Should we pursue her? Risa answers. Briefly, no need. He recalls everything and blames himself for his foolishness. For the first time, I find myself so foolish. Why did I not realize the one who sneaked into the bedroom that time was Hanyan? Back then, Risa pointed his sword at her and demanded, "Who are you? A high-level demon?" And that assassin, escaping those unpleasant memories, he confirms his suspicion. I think I know who it is. Let us return. Suddenly his eyes widen, veins bulge on his arms. My veins, Risa clenches his fist. Returning to the palace, he and the Empress Dowager speak with each other. Risa, I received news. Are you hunting demons while we were away? Yes, mother. After investigating, we know Duke Pierre is a demon, she finishes his sentence. But it is too late. Beside them, the Supreme Emperor also suffers a headache over this matter. We were by his side for so long, yet he is a demon. The Empress Dowager comforts him. Do not blame yourself too much. Since he can hide his identity for so long, he is surely a high-level demon. She turns to ask, Risa, do you remember why we went on a journey? Yes. When I joined the war and had more missions outside the castle, the frequency of demon attacks increased. The demons target me for some reason. We went to find the cause, and we found this. The Empress Dowager brings out a red box. Inside is something strange. Risa immediately recognizes the black fragment. Recently, Baron found this fragment in the castle. After that, he turned into black dust and vanished. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager grows worried. We have only seen this fragment, but it seems they are starting a plan. We must find out what this black fragment is as soon as possible. Only then can we understand their plan and why they target you. Risa agrees with her opinion. I know we must investigate this black fragment quickly. We must understand why the demons risk their lives to obtain it. Do not worry, mother. Even so, he is more concerned about Hanyan's disappearance. The Empress Dowager reminds Risa that the capital will only grow more chaotic from now on. Is Lady Greffin also a demon? Count Crusoe says he searched with the knights and found she had ended her life. We know Duke Pierre's family are all high-level demons, but we cannot tell the public. Furthermore, Lady Chloe will not return to the castle due to an injury in the hunting competition. Lady Jenica also intends to leave the castle. Clan Modern will act more aggressively. I understand. I will retire first today. After. With that, he turns and departs. She sighs in worry, her heart filled with deep unease. I am so worried. I heard you have feelings for that child. The Grand Emperor comforts her. Scarlet, it will be fine. Our son can overcome any obstacle and obtain whatever he desires. We raised him to be this way. Risa walks in silence along the dark corridor. His mind is in complete turmoil. I know something is strange. Risa recalls the time they sat together, listening to her confession. I always say it. I love your majesty so much. I want to marry you quickly and have many children. He stops in front of a massive window. His deep gaze drifts outside. Her feelings for me are real. As long as that is true, I am willing to embrace you. I accept my love for you. I resolve to protect you from anything that blocks our path. Then why did you leave me? Where did you go? Thinking alone will not yield the answer. I must meet someone close to Hanyan soon. Risa arrives at a pavilion in the garden. Deep worry for her safety still plagues him. It is late. She is likely asleep. I must obtain news of Hanyan as soon as possible. Suddenly, Risa spots someone appearing. Here, that person is one of the candidates, Jenica West Bington. What is she doing here at this hour? Jenica disappears behind a bush. Strangely, a bizarre light radiates from that very spot. That light. Is she a mage? Suddenly, a blue bird emerges from the bushes. It holds a piece of cloth in its beak. He stares at it in slight shock. A bird carrying clothes as it flies away. Clothes, realizing something is amiss, Risa recalls a Similar situation. He grips the clothing, gritting his teeth in sheer fury. How dare you flee? From me, no, it is impossible. Then a commotion catches Risa's attention. This sound, Hanian flies across the sky. Risa happily calls out, Phoenix. Risa suddenly freezes, imagining her transforming into her human form. I am here, Risa. Meanwhile, Hanian thinks to herself. She caught up to Duke P, but both his carriage and mansion are abandoned, it is clear. This time he wants to sever all ties. He erases all evidence of his connection to demons and his ducal career. In the end, I find nothing useful. Since I fled the capital like this, transforming back into a human will be difficult, but staying in Phoenix form is fine. That is why I came here. Looking down, she spots a familiar figure. Risa, she hurriedly descends, crying out anxiously. Is he hurt? Hearing the cry, Risa looks up. Phoenix chirps twice as if in response. It is really me. Is Risa all right? He lets her perch on his palm. Utter joy washes over his face. Phoenix is back. Let's return to the room. Hanian soon falls asleep. Risa props himself up, lying beside her with a doting gaze. She falls asleep so quickly. After a while, he quietly sits up and softly calls Bayan. A dark shadow instantly appears. Yes, your majesty, Risa orders with a stern face. Summon the royal mage here. Immediately. What he says to Bayan next remains unknown, but Risa emphasizes. The sooner the better. No matter what the truth is, I will uncover everything. A few days later, two small bells are suddenly attached to Hanian's leg. While she is dazed, he approaches. A gift for Phoenix. I think they suit you, so I bought them. Risa then gently opens the window and instructs. I must leave now so you can go for a walk as you please. She tilts her head in confusion. He smiles softly. Return whenever you want. I will wait. Flying out of the castle, Hanian perches on a tree branch and lets out a long yawn. Since I returned, Risa acts very strangely. Usually he locks me in a cage and tells me not to go anywhere, but now he lets me go free. And what are these bells? They don't even make any sound. Whatever, perhaps he changed his mind. I should search for the remaining traces of Duke P in the Imperial capital. Her gaze locks onto a figure below. It is the knight who spoke to the Duke during the hunting competition. Why is he dressed like a mage? Hanian silently stalks him. Is he going all the way to the top? According to books in the magic tower, the higher the floor, the stronger the defense. Is he skilled enough to crack it? Unexpectedly, when that person places his hand on the door, it radiates a bright light. Hanian is astonished. That energy belongs to Duke P, but I saw his corpse destroyed in the carriage, or did he possess someone else? According to the ancient texts, high-tier demons can possess human vessels and alter their physical forms to survive. That person must be possessed. If high-tier demons have been hiding among the populace all along, then just how many demons lurk within this capital? Innumerable questions swarm her mind. As far as she knows, the black shards have already been gathered. Why does he remain in the capital? Why does he seem so anxious? Duke P steps into the room. He stares at the experimental specimens on the table and mutters, Should I enter the Emperor's chamber? Panic seizes her. What? Going to Ra's chamber? I cannot let this slide. Hanian stomps her foot, gathering momentum, and leaps into the air. She growls. This has crossed the line. A flawless kick lands squarely on his back. Caught completely off guard, Duke P crashes to the ground. Who is it? How dare you kick me? I only plan to observe, she replies coldly, but since you intend to approach the Emperor, that changes everything. His expression shifts drastically. When did you follow me here? Don't tell me Ankimos sent you. He ordered you to retrieve the black shard and the scroll, didn't he? A wave of surprise washes over her. The scroll. Rani mentioned this scroll before. She tells herself that this is the perfect opportunity to pry for more information. Composing her thoughts, she speaks up. Hear me out first. Before she can finish, Duke P cuts her off with a furious roar. Do you think I will believe your lies? She waves her hands dismissively. No, really. I only want to know what the scroll is. He snarls. Even if you kill me, it will be in vain. He will awaken for my sake. You will gain nothing. From this, suddenly a loud shout echoes from afar. There is noise over Here, Hanyan tenses up. The knights are approaching. She grabs Duke P by his collar and warns, "Just you wait. No matter what your goal is, I will make sure it crumbles into dust." With that, she strikes. To knock him unconscious, with the deed done, she immediately flees the scene. Under the flickering candlelight, a voice slowly chants, "When the King of Hell awakens, he shall plunge the world into a sea of fire once more." Thus, for the sake of their prosperity, the demons tirelessly seek the soul shards of the King of Hell, the very fragments torn apart by the goddess, to awaken their liege and deliver judgment. Upon the mortal realm, a red-haired man standing by the table speaks. This is what is written within the scroll. Wells believed it blindly and truly intended to awaken him. He wants to reduce the entire mortal realm to ashes, but we will not follow in their footsteps. Instead of destroying the mortal realm, I shall manipulate it. Do not think I am unaware of your presence. Your Majesty, the very moment I crossed paths with the Emperor on the battlefield, I knew you are indeed our king, because Wells' faction acted so recklessly, the heavenly realm intervened. They dispatched an aide to the Emperor's side. I suspect it is none other than the silver-haired candidate, Hanyan Finalo. We shall utilize the Crozalin Modern army to eliminate that angel. Armed with our power, we will reign supreme over the mortal realm. That night, Jenica is fast asleep when a persistent voice calls out to her. "Wake up, Jenica! Jenica, wake up this instant!" The moment the voice fades, her eyes snap open. Jenica bolts upright in irritation and shouts, "What are you doing here?" Before she can utter another word, Hanyan covers her mouth and motions for silence. "I just encountered a demon. I thought he was dead, but he is possessing someone else right here in the capital. They believe I am searching for the scroll, but what on earth is that? I still fail to understand why the demons are targeting Ra. I keep utilizing my holy force to conceal my presence, thinking that it would buy me some time. I even crafted talismans to suppress my aura. Now my holy force is almost depleted. If there are still numerous demons hiding, how can I protect everyone? When war erupts," Jenica quickly reassures her. "Hanny, calm down. I will return to the heavenly realm immediately this time. I will report everything to the goddess. I will also inform your master about your depleted holy force, so do not worry. You will get through." This, a short while later, Hanyan returns to her chambers. "Thanks to Jenica, I have calmed down, but the anxiety in my heart lingers. Can I truly bear this entire burden alone?" She pushes open the door to her room. Stepping inside, Hanyan stands frozen at the threshold, scanning her surroundings. There is no one here. Risa must have returned to the Greta estate. Her days spent here have been truly wonderful. Suddenly, Risa appears behind her. He leans in close and whispers into her ear, "What are you doing here?" Startled, she shrieks. He tilts his head and asks, "You finally decided to return?" Hanyan covers her face in a panic. "Risa saw me in assassin attire. What do I do? Masked or not, I am doomed." Risa gently reaches out, tugging down her face mask. "No need for that. I already know who you are." Hanyan stammers in confusion. "How did your Majesty find out?" He chuckles softly. "I have my ways." "What way? I hid it so well. How did he know?" She has no idea that the bell on her ankle is the key. Without another word, Risa pulls Hanyan forward. "Your Majesty!" He gently presses her down onto the bed to reassure her. "I have no intention of punishing." "You rest easy here." Hanyan hesitates, filled with worry. "But your Majesty!" Risa only instructs her gently. "I will return once my business is finished." After stepping outside, he leans against the door, a wave of relief washing over him. "It is a good thing I crafted those bells. I have confirmed it. Phoenix and Hanyan are one and the same. I recall reading an ancient text out of sheer curiosity. In the primordial era, there existed a race capable of transforming into birds, divine messengers chosen by the goddess. Could Hanyan be one of them? No, perhaps she is an angel. With demons running rampant in the mortal realm, that theory holds weight. If Hanyan is indeed an angel, then her suspicious actions make perfect sense. This includes her obsessive interest in the Black Shard. Still, is it truly wise for the heavens to dispatch such a clumsy angel? She remains oblivious to the fact that I have already taken the Black Shard. Well, that works to my advantage. She is simply too adorable. Now it is time to deal with the matter of the shard. Inside the dark dungeon, Duke P has been escorted and locked away. Spotting the figure entering, he sneers, "You Have arrived, my king. Duke P drops to his knees with utmost reverence. Please allow me to fulfill my lifelong wish. Grant me the grace to personally break the seal. Risa takes out a dark fragment from his pocket and throws it toward him. He says in a cold tone, "My memory still has many blank spaces." Duke P cradles the fragment in his hands. A surge of black energy suddenly erupts from him, declaring, "If I can unseal this fragment, everything will finally be complete. Now, just like in the sacred scroll, everything will suddenly." Risa grabs him by the collar. He growls out an order. "Who permitted you to disappear like that? Go retrieve the scroll for me. Find out what the Ankimos are planning. Without my order, you are not allowed to die." Throughout the battle, I never understood why the demons pursued me, why my blood is black, or what those nightmares. I constantly dream of actually mean. Now everything is perfectly clear. Up in the heavenly realm, this is no time to laugh at me. "Heliana, the seal is broken." Jenica is puzzled. What do you mean by that?" "It is nothing, Jenica, just tell me." "Everything." She slowly reports. "The demons are waiting for someone, but they vanished as soon as they obtained the black fragment. I also heard about the scroll, but I do not know its contents. Hanyan met the man she loves in the mortal realm. However, Hanyan is always worried that the demons are pursuing him, so I tried to return as fast as possible." Hearing this, Heliana nods slightly. "I understand, Jenica. Was your trip fine?" Jenica is dazed, not understanding anything. The goddess points to a scene from the past and teases her. "Did you not want to go so badly?" Jenica waves her hands frantically. "Ah, yes, the trip was great, but more importantly," Heliana suddenly cuts her off. "A very long time ago, there was also an angel who loved the mortal realm deeply." She freezes. "What?" Heliana reminisces. "A very long time ago, there was a girl in the mortal realm. That human girl was chosen by my own hand. At that time, if blessed by the goddess, those humans could take wing. They would follow the goddess, spreading her teachings and fighting against the demons. Among them, a special pair of siblings was born with pure holy power. They were raised to fight the demons. However, humanity did not accept this. Noble complains to his father, "Why were those filthy orphans chosen? There must be some mistake. Why were they chosen and not us?" "Yes, this is clearly a mistake. The prophecy must have been mistaken. What makes those orphans better than us? There is no way those useless brats possess such power." The son bites his lip in resentment. "But we cannot ignore the prophecy either." The father suddenly has a dangerous thought. "Wait, is the younger one not gravely ill and could die at any moment if they disappear? Won't the prophecy disappear as well?" Afterwards, Hanyan and her younger brother are pelted with stones and shunned by a group of nobles. The noble's son sneers. In disgust, "How dare you crawl back to our village when you are cursed with the devil's plague?" She quickly explains, "No, my brother didn't." But before Hanyan can finish, a large stone flies over and strikes directly against her forehead. The younger brother anxiously hugs Hanyan's arm and whispers, "Sister." Noble's son picks up another stone. He steps forward menacingly. "Get out of here right now." Having no choice, Hanyan cradles her brother and leaves despite her bleeding wound. The father watches the entire process and smirks. Finally, they have left the village. Follow them and kill them. Ensure they do not survive. Hanyan and her brother run swiftly into the forest, tears well in her eyes. "It cannot be like this. Every day I pick flowers and pray to the goddess. This cannot be." Her answer, suddenly she trips over a tree root. Her body stumbles and she falls, yet she still tries to shield her younger brother. The hired assassin approaches Hanyan. Filled with killing intent, he speaks. "Where do you think you're running? Obediently accept your death." "Wait, looking closely now. Killing you like this is such a waste. Since you are going to die anyway, let me give you some pleasure first. No need to fear." Before he can finish, a flash of light slices behind his neck. He collapses right in front of Hanyan's terrified face. Then, a blood-stained hand appears at her eye level. Risa walks over, frowning slightly. "This is the third time I have saved you." Returning to the present, Heliana finishes her story. "I do not know the ending of that romance between the angel and the human." Jenica looks doubtful. "The human you personally chose? Why, what did they do?" "It is nothing. Go meet the centaurs. Hanyan asked for your help, remember?" Right, regret is pointless now. It seems that kid has also regained most of his memories. Now destiny is up to the two of them. Down in the lower realm, Risa crosses his arms and commands, "Do not go outside. Just stay in." This room, Hanian is flustered. "But," she screams inwardly, "if I am trapped here, how will I know the goal of the demons?" He says nothing, merely gesturing toward the door. "Come in." At his words, a figure opens the door and enters. Seeing the person, Hanian is surprised. "Catherine," Risa instructs. "Catherine will prepare everything you need so you do not have to go out. There is absolutely no need to go outside at all." With that, he leaves, the door slamming shut. Only at this moment does she begin to realize the severity of the situation. "It seems I am doomed." Hanian's inner thoughts echo in the magnificent castle. "Since that day, I have not been able to take a single step out of this room." Seeing her lost in thought, Catherine asks, "Do you need anything, my lady?" "Ah, no." Hanian merely gives a polite smile. "I am fine." She sips her tea and falls into silence. Independence and freedom. I do not know if this is bad luck or good fortune. At night, there are fewer guards, so I can sneak out, but I still do not have enough time to investigate the demon race. What should I do? Catherine watches Hanian's anxiety with growing worry. "It seems you have something on your mind, my lady. Could it be that you miss His Majesty? So that is how it is." "I didn't even realize it." Catherine suddenly imagines the scene of Hanian reuniting with Risa. "Hani, His Majesty." This thought makes her blush. Those two have long had feelings for each other. Hanian can no longer hold back and turns to look at Catherine with an anxious expression. "Catherine, after I left like that, how is the situation in the castle?" "Oh, it is nothing, just the usual. Since I lied, I need to know how the castle is doing too. Make it easier to move around. I also worry about Rachel." Knowing Hanian's thoughts, Catherine sits down and speaks honestly. "The Grand Emperor and the Empress Dowager were shocked, but they quickly recovered. Even though Lady Hanian lied, they said you do not seem like a bad person. They believe you must have your own reasons. Now everything is back to normal. The Greta clan also almost fell into trouble, but the Empress Dowager took responsibility, claiming it was her mistake, so the matter settled down." Hanian asks hesitantly, "What about Rachel?" Catherine pauses for a moment, and only after a while does she add, "She is training to become a royal knight." As soon as she heard this news, she jumped right up. "Rachel made it. His Majesty must have personally written a recommendation letter for her. Right now, she must be burying herself in training. What a relief. I was worried that everyone would get into trouble because of me. At least some things are fine." However, Catherine becomes very serious. "Unfortunately not. Everything is like that. When Lady Hanian left, the priests who have always supported the martyr demanded she be made queen. If this continues, Lady Rosalind will become the queen." Hanian shrieks in shock. "What?" Scene change, the atmosphere in the royal meeting room suddenly becomes tense. Jen slyly glances at everyone. At the table, Risa sits in deep thought. "The moment I touched the scroll retrieved by Envoy Wells, all my memories rushed back. The moment I saw Hanian, I understood why she is different from others. The girl back then was Hanian, so Hanian must be the queen. In all those years, I have never placed anyone in my heart." At this moment, Risa sweeps a cold glance at Ankimos. He flinches upon meeting his gaze, then quietly turns his face away. Risa thinks again. That is also an issue. Having regained my memories, I can also sense the aura of all demons, perhaps because I am also the demon king or something. Regardless, there are more than just one or two of them in the castle. Sweeping them clean all at once will be easier. At this moment, someone speaks up. "Your Majesty, are you listening?" But he remains focused on his thoughts. To shift public opinion to support Hanian, I must eliminate all these annoying demons. Minister does not get an answer and presses. "Further, Your Majesty." Risa ignores him completely, lost in his own world. "What should I do? What can I do?" Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration strikes his mind. Risa suddenly slams the table and stands up. "Yes, there is a way." Without hesitation, he says, "The meeting ends here." Risa walks out, completely ignoring their surprised protests. "Your Majesty, wait, Your Majesty." His footsteps quicken down the dark corridor. "This way, I can resolve all the misunderstandings surrounding Hanian." He did not expect such an easy solution to only come to him now. As soon as he pushes open the door, Hanian's slender figure catches his eyes. She is slightly surprised. "Your Majesty." Risa rushes forward and pulls Hanian into a tight embrace. "From now on, we can be together." Hanian, dazed, she can only widen her eyes. He continues to hold Hanian in his arms, resting against his chest, her cheeks blush crimson, her voice stammering, "Why, Your Majesty?" At this moment, Risa realizes how forward he is being. So his face flushes red as well. He immediately releases Hanian and hastily explains, "Do not misunderstand. It is just that you like me so much. So I thought you might be missing me." But Risa's actions completely catch her off guard. "I do miss you, but I did not think you would hug me." Just as she finishes, she sees his movements and asks curiously, "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Risa does not answer her question. Instead, he spins Hanian around like a top, causing her to scream, "Do not undress." A moment later, he sits beside Hanian on the bed. Hanian hesitates, "But is it really fine for you to come to my room like this? What are you talking about? I heard you are going to marry the candidate from the Modern clan. Since your partner is decided, is it fine for you to come here?" She grumbles inwardly. "How annoying. I hate to admit it, but I can no longer return to being a candidate." However, his response catches Hanian by surprise. "Then you truly do not." "No, I utterly despise the Modern clan. People stained with such blood are the worst, whether as a partner or a friend, and I will marry you." Hanian freezes, thinking she misheard. Seeing her blank look, he blushes and explains, "I do not dislike you, and you always say how much you like me anyway." She is so shocked that she springs to her feet and yells. Seeing her intense reaction, he teases her, "My ears are bleeding." She demands, "Who proposes like this? It is not romantic at all, and now everyone will think I lied." Suddenly, her mood shifts. "How can I stay by your side in a situation like this?" CH letter 1E9. Risa takes her hand and pulls her into his lap. "Do not worry, just trust me, we will have a happy wedding without any trouble." Suddenly, Hanian leaps out of his lap. "What is this? What is going on? Why is he suddenly making my heart race like this? Back when he was in human form, he never went this far." To save her from further embarrassment, he stands up. "I will leave my coat here." But she ignores him, only covering her flushed face. "Because of this, we have another reason to meet. He seems to really like me." Moment later, a red envelope is delivered. Crusoe reports, "Your Majesty, we have received a reply to your proposal. The Kingdom of Sinvan also requests a meeting in the near future. If we delay, we will be at a disadvantage. Shall we proceed as you instructed?" He silently opens the letter and reads it. "According to their letter, proceeding seems fine. Announce it to the entire capital immediately. Tell Catherine to prepare as well. She must be prepared for her role as queen, so she does not think of leaving me ever again." Following Risa's decree, notices are scattered throughout the capital. "Extra, extra, everyone come read." The commoners are extremely curious, wondering what urgent matter has occurred. "What is it? Why so sudden? Is there really some urgent news?" The headline of the notice appears before their eyes, leaving them in disbelief. "What? Wait, is this real? That deceitful candidate is actually the princess of the Kingdom of Sinvan. She was really falsely accused, but what can be done? She has already been banished. At the end, it says they want her to return in a secluded alley." Hanian, fully covered, stands opposite Catherine. For convenience, she pulls down her hood. "Hey, Catherine, what is the meaning of all this? Why did you suddenly bring me out here?" But she says nothing, her face blooming with happiness. Hanian can only plead, "Please explain it to me." But in her mind, Catherine silently calls out, "Our future Empress." Only after a while does she begin to chat with her. "Lady Hanian, you no longer need to worry about anything. I'm also returning to the castle. All doubts are cleared and the wedding will soon take place." Hanny looks worried and says, "But I lied. I already lost my qualification as a candidate." She immediately reassures her. "That does not matter. What is most important is your heart and His Majesty's heart." Catherine steps behind Hanian. Her two hands rest on her shoulders. "Now return to the castle. Be more confident than anyone else. The path ahead will be opened by His Majesty." Elsewhere, a vase shatters. Rosalind trembles with rage, then barks out an order, "Bring me paper. I need to send a letter. I will not up like this. I will not hand this position to her. At all costs." Rosalind seems to have gone mad. Her feet stomp on the broken porcelain shards. She approaches the mirror stubbornly. She says, "The title of Empress is mine." The two maids stand still without moving, but the maid with short hair flashes a sinister smile. Nearby, Count Moderin squeezes the paper in his hand. He says speculatively, "There must be a reason I am summoned back to the castle." Rosalind said, "The Emperor is in a hurry to prepare the wedding." Inside the castle, rumors spread. Thenan chimes in, but that person says, His Majesty said he would bring her back, and he did. So, we must stop His Majesty before he loses his mind. If we retreat now, House Moderin will lose. Its future I cannot back down like. This, impossible, I will not let her steal my power. These words, spoken inside the room, are overheard by Ankimos, who stands. Outside, he sneers, "Foolish humans, they believe whatever I say. Find they are easy to use while they are led. By my nose to create chaos, I will rule humanity and seize this world." At this moment, inside Hanian's room, loud noises echo continuously. It turns out she is struggling to try on clothes. Hanian wears a magnificent dress, but she feels something is off. This dress is a bit different from the ones I usually wear. It is much easier to move in. Catherine opens the door and walks in. "Lady Hanian, how do you find the dress? Although it is a bit inconvenient, it is so as not to disappoint her expectations." Hanian answers reluctantly, "Everything is fine," feeling quite lucky in her heart. "If I were a bit later, they would have seen me kicking my dress around." Catherine responds with regret, "You just put it on. It is a pity to take it off now. A guest is coming, so I think it is best we change back to a formal dress." Hearing this, she screams in her heart, "Changing clothes again? How annoying." Catherine continues, "Actually, His Majesty is here." Just those few short words instantly make her happy. After changing her clothes, she runs to Riza. "Your Majesty, have you been waiting long? I was changing clothes just now. Why did I change? I want to see you in a wedding dress. I even ordered it to be tailored exceptionally beautiful." Mention of the wedding dress makes her blush. Hanian replies shyly, "Cain said we should wait until the wedding day to see it." Hearing this, Riza has his own thoughts. "Don't tell me she thinks I will lose control when I see Hanian in a wedding dress. How beautiful could it be?" Seeing him not answer for a long time, she asks in a low voice, "What is wrong? Are you looking forward to it that much?" He blushes and thinks marrying Hanian is not easy. There is still the troublesome demon race and the public uproar after Hanian ran away from the ball. At this point, he smiles and answers, "If I say I am looking forward to it, will you let me see?" Riza recalls his conversation with Croso in the office. "Your Majesty, we have received a reply to your proposal. The Sinven Kingdom also requests a meeting in the near future. If we delay, we will be at a disadvantage. Shall we proceed according to your words?" According to their letter, it seems best to take action. If the Empire sends troops to aid in slaying demons, the kingdom will grant the title of princess to Hanian. Thanks to the Sinvani kingdom accepting his proposal, public opinion will quickly side with Hanian. Returning to reality, Hanian shyly pushes him away. "No way, absolutely not. What is this? I thought he would turn his face away and refuse as usual, but now he is charming me instead." Riza feigns regret. "What a pity, I must wait until the wedding day." Then he suddenly steps close and kisses Hanian on the cheek. That unexpected action shocks her. She stammers, "Your Majesty." Riza pats her head dotingly. "You will soon be my wife, so get used to this." He then turns and walks ahead, suggesting as he goes, "There is still a little time before the meeting, let us sit and chat." Suddenly, Hanian runs up from behind and grabs his hand. This action of hers surprises Riza. "Hanian," she holds his hand and speaks hesitantly, "should you not get used to the rest of me as well? We already kissed and now we are getting married. Trying this is fine too, right?" Hearing those sweet words makes Riza blush. He reaches out and pulls Hanian into his arms, placing a sweet kiss on her lips. Riza teases, "Do you want to kiss that much? You really love me?" Flustered, she says, "It is not like that." Knowing she is pretending, he smiles softly, "Let's say it is so." A moment later, Riza returns to his room and sits in deep thought. "What remains is the demon race. I must eradicate them once and for all. However, their faction currently acts as nobles. The best way is," he calls out, "Are you there?" Out of nowhere, Riza's subordinate appears. "Awaiting your orders, sire. Gather all the nobles in one place. At the Emperor's wedding, I will reveal my true form. Therefore, we must gather our forces to welcome the new king." The subordinate happily replies, "Of course, I will bring all the demons under my command. I must also inform The border guards in case of a demon rebellion. Finally, our king will stand in his proper position. In his heart, he blames himself. I feel guilty toward Hanian. She only thinks I am in a hurry to marry, but I have always been waiting for this day. I cannot delay any longer. We have no time to sit idle. Move quickly. Elsewhere, Ankimo sneers. Gather as many troops as possible so that the trouble will show itself. If anything happens, we can blame them. But of course, nothing will go wrong from the start, the subordinate. Beside him praises endlessly, the plan of Lord Ankimo's is always perfect. This time we will surely rule humanity. We will build a new empire with our own hands without the demon king at that wedding. We will wipe them out. Very quickly, the emperor's wedding arrives. The royal palace is decorated magnificently. A demon thinks to himself, so many people. You humans can laugh all you want. Before this wedding ends, our demon race will have controlled this place. But he suddenly pauses, wondering why is Ankimo's here. On the opposite side, Ankimo's is also shocked, wondering why is Wells here. Both of them turn away, thinking whatever the plan is still going well. An announcement echoes, the emperor is entering. Wells thinks with satisfaction, fine, I do not care what you plan to do. As long as the demon king is on my side, victory belongs to me. Thinking of this, he cannot help but burst into laughter. Looking down from above, Riza silently calculates, everything is prepared perfectly. I feel sorry for Hanian. She is looking forward to this wedding. Once everything is over, we will be able to hold a grand ceremony. I ordered them to make Hanian a dress that is easy to move in, just in case of a clash. If she stands up when the demons appear, public opinion will shift. Hani will be the new son of the empire. An announcement rings out, the Empress is entering. Hanian steps in gracefully in a white dress, seeing her. His heart skips a beat. Hanian is so beautiful today. She is radiant in her magnificent wedding gown. Riza freezes before her. Beauty, Kroso whispers a reminder, Your Majesty. What are you doing? Go hold her hand. He thinks hesitantly, I might never get to see this sight again. Riza takes the initiative to reach out. He confesses gently, I always knew you were beautiful, but today you are exceptionally gorgeous. A beauty that makes angels jealous. Hearing this, Hanian giggles with delight. I'm glad we are getting married early, but are we really doing this before dealing with the demons? Your Majesty is also handsomer than usual today. Thank you. He thinks silently, I am sorry for ruining the atmosphere, but this must be done. I hope you will understand. Hanian, at this moment, Wells notices the signal. They quickly reveal their true forms, shaking the nobility. Demons. Wells laughs with excitement. The imperial knights nod to each other while the chaotic nobles flee in panic. Wells barks an order, reveal yourselves and attack the humans. In no time, a massive number of demons reveal their true forms. A voice shouts, everyone evacuate this way, stay close to the knights. Witnessing this scene, Ankimos freezes. Is he mad? Transforming into a demon in front of so many people. Fine, if you want to die a meaningless death, go ahead, but I will use you first. Wells' people will be killed by the knights. I only need to handle that angel. I will use this chaos to shift public opinion. Back to Moderan, Ankimos nods to his subordinates. Reveal yourselves, herd the humans to one side and separate them from the Emperor. A demon immediately shouts. There are more demons. Everyone stay alert. Quickly, a chaotic battle between humans and demons erupts. Ankimos thinks with satisfaction, this distance is just right. He raises his voice. Do you not see? How could the elite knights of the Empire let the demons focus their attack? Like this, someone must be behind this. That woman over there, the traitor who fled, yet she calmly returns. Do you not find her suspicious? At these words, Hanian freezes. She asks in disbelief, what are they saying, that I am behind the demons? Rosalind puts on a pitiful expression and says, exactly. Is that not highly suspicious? She is a traitor, yet she returns and marries as if nothing happened. Moreover, the demons do not attack her. Is that not strange? Looking at the pathetic scene before her, Hanian's face contorts with annoyance. The demons crashing the wedding is already bad enough. Now they want to blame me. I really want to take control. Can anyone explain what is going on? Seeing her scowling, Riza laughs inwardly. Hanian, it is all over your face. So cute. All right, teased her enough. Time to clear the stage. and let her do whatever she wants. Without hesitation, he immediately executes his plan. Hanny is startled for a moment, recognizing that aura, and chemos painfully. Clutches his head, for some reason, suddenly. He quickly reveals his true form. Seeing this, Hanny curls her lips. Turns out he is also a demon. I knew there was another branch besides P, so both branches are here. I wonder what they are planning. I am worried since I do not have much holy power, but even. So it is time to complete my mission. Above all, I must protect Riza. Thinking of this, she hands the bouquet to him with a smile. Riza, hold this for me. For a moment, she asserts confidently, I will protect. You, hearing this, Riza blushes furiously. Meanwhile, the demons are gradually losing control. Hanny guesses it might be because the energy from earlier made him lose control. Why did that energy come from Riza? Focus on the battle first. I will defeat them and ask questions later. She steals her resolve. He stands to confront the demons. At this moment, Ankimos loses his mind. He roars, screaming to slaughter them all. Suddenly, Hanian leaps high into the air. He cries out in agonizing pain. Unbeknownst to everyone, Ankimos is already controlled by her scepter. Hanian declares coldly, all of you must die here. Wells staggers backward behind Hanian. Terror grips his heart. Impossible. A single strike defeated Ankimos. Worse, this energy. Wells realizes in sheer shock. It is sacred chi. He bites his lip in resentment. I had no concrete proof back then, so I refused to believe it, but as I suspected, she is an angel. She must not live. We cannot win on our own, but with the Demon King on our side, we will never lose. Meanwhile, Hanian stands tall and stares at him. Wells roars arrogantly, the Demon King is with us, surround her. Yet not a single demon moves. Wells panics. What are you doing? Surround her. One demon explains, Lord Wells, hear us out. Our bodies refuse to move. Shock washes over him. They cannot move. No human is powerful enough to control us. Wells turns his suspicious gaze toward Risa. Horror dawns on Wells. Is it the Demon King? Rage and bitterness fill his heart, but why does this mean you are not on our side? Looking into Risa's eyes, Wells deduces that Risa does not stare at the angel to destroy her, but because he loves her, he set up this entire play. He lured Ankimos and me here, and everyone else for a purpose. We have been tricked. Seeing their strange behavior, Hanian's eyes widen in surprise. What is wrong with him? She gasps in realization. Is he trying to attack Risa? Hanian collapses to the ground in despair. She trembles. That last strike consumed all of my remaining sacred chi. If this continues, I cannot fight high level demons. Meanwhile, Wells roars in fury, his blood boiling. You bastard, how dare you trick me? Hanian scrambles to her feet and charges forward. No, Risa, but it is too late. Wells is already too close. To Risa, her face turns pale. No, she screams. The demon charges forward at lightning speed. Hanian prays fervently, please, Goddess Heliana, I do not care if this is my last chance. I do not care if I can never use sacred chi again, just let me save him. At this exact moment, a miracle occurs. Hanian suddenly leaps into the air. She risks her life to charge at the demon. Get away. From Risa, the demon freezes in place. A brilliant golden light erupts. Risa quickly shields his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the demon turns into ashes. Risa rejoices internally. Excellent. She defeated the demons. No one will doubt her anymore. He calls out proudly, Hanian. Suddenly, Hanian collapses. His expression changes instantly. Hanian. For some unknown reason, Hanian's eyes grow lifeless. She falls before him. Pain tears through Risa's heart as he cries out her name. Meanwhile, Hanian finds herself in another realm. She opens her eyes sleepily. Recognizing the clouds, she wonders, did I return to heaven? Did I fail to save Risa? A voice suddenly echoes. How was your journey, child? Goddess Heliana, what should I do? What is the matter? Hanian stammers, I failed to save Risa and my sacred chi is entirely depleted. Hearing this, Heliana gasps in shock. Good heavens, Hanian bursts into tears. What do I do now? I cannot protect the one I love, nor do I have my power. I protected nothing at all. The goddess gently approaches her. Heliana leans down to comfort her. Hanian, try to feel You have already protected everything. I protected everything? I didn't. Hanyan freezes as a wave of power surges before her. It is unbelievable inside her. Sacred chi surges abundantly, unbeknownst to her. A pair of brilliant golden wings has unfolded behind. Her back, Heliana smiles in satisfaction. She gently announces, Hanyan, congratulations on becoming a high angel. Bathing in the clouds, Hanyan wonders blankly, I am just an ordinary angel with no friends and no family. Yet I am now a high angel. Does this mean I can return to the mortal realm? Is Risa safe? Heliana looks at her thoughtfully. It seems it is time to tell you a story. A story? Hanyan asks. Heliana continues, Once upon a time there are children I love deeply. One is an angel with beautiful wings, and the other two are mortal siblings. Though their bodies are frail, their hearts are stronger than anyone else's. You know of those I choose, do you not? That pair of siblings is my chosen. They are meant to be my hands and eyes. To repel the demons, but I forget. One thing, mortal greed and resentment. The siblings fall into danger. And as the sister tries to protect her younger brother, an angel with magnificent wings comes to her rescue. I know they have met before, but I cannot stop them. Hanyan wonders why. Not, Goddess Heliana looks at her gently and explains in a low voice. Because that angel's only motivation is his love for that girl, and I cannot stop him. Before I realize it, the angel already forms a forbidden pact for the girl's sake. It is all too late. That is the angel's first love. He wants to grant her every wish. He promises to do whatever it takes to save her dying brother. In those memories, the girl pleads, Can you really save my brother? The angel firmly replies, Of course, but there is a condition. The girl hesitates, a condition. The youth gently pats her head. He offers warmly, When your brother recovers. Live with me, you, your brother, and I. The girl has no reason to refuse. She also harbors feelings for the angel who always aids her. She smiles radiantly and says, Yes, let us all live together. Seeing her pure smile, the angel vows to protect it for the rest of his life and make her the happiest person in the world. But there is a problem. Angels are forbidden from using sacred chi in the mortal realm. He knows his own power alone is not enough to fulfill the promise, yet his greedy heart refuses to seek help from other mortals, wanting the girl entirely for himself. Thus, the angel commits a taboo. A potion is delivered to him. He questions, Are you certain about this potion? The demon assures him, Yes. Now that I have delivered it, can I borrow your wings? As agreed, the angel replies calmly, Let me test its efficacy first. The potion traded from the demon produces miraculous results. It feels as though happiness is just within reach for the three of them, but the vile demon seizes this chance. He turns on him and threatens, That demonic potion can turn into lethal poison in the blink of an eye. In other words, I have placed poison inside that brat's stomach, so hand over your wings. Quickly, I only need them for a brief moment. The angel agrees to the demon's terms. After all, he can summon his wings at will. He believes lending them briefly will cause no harm. Only later does he realize how foolish that decision is. To him, every second spent with the girl is more precious than anything else. By the time he realizes something is amiss outside, an hour already passes since he lends his wings. The moment he opens the door, a blazing red fire surges in. In a single hour, the demon reduces the world to ashes, and the demon's final target suddenly appears before him and says, The angel who violated the taboo. My fallen king requires your soul to rule over heaven. So surrender your soul to us. Hearing this, he freezes in place. The demon lunges suddenly. Caught off guard, the angel stands frozen. Damn it, I cannot use my power. In the mortal realm, from afar, a pair of feet runs frantically. The brave girl shields him. Facing life and death, she closes her eyes tight in fear. From the high heavens, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly descends and incinerates the demon. He recognizes the light in utter shock. She smiles painfully and says, Step back. In the blink of an eye, the young girl turns into dust. The devastated angel tries to hold on to her. No, no, please do not leave me. Angel regains his wings. However, because of his fall, they are scorched by her sacred chi, yet he refuses to let go of her hand. He refuses to lose his first and final love. Under his sister's residual influence, the brother also awakens. However, his state is unstable, and he transforms into a silver bird, attempting to comfort the grieving angel. In his sorrow, the angel tears off his remaining wing and uses it to cover the younger brother who must now live alone as the angel departs the mortal realm. When the angel returns to the heavenly domain, the others demand the destruction of his soul, but I cannot bring myself to do it. His love for that girl is the most beautiful thing I have ever witnessed. Instead of punishing his heavy sins, I shatter his memories and scatter them across the world. I hope that, as he repents, his lingering resentment will eventually fade. Thus begins the curse of the angel with the silver wings who fell in love with a mortal. Over thousands of years and countless reincarnations, he works tirelessly to atone for his sins. Now only a single sin remains. Your younger brother already begins to act. Hanian remembers everything. She bursts into tears. Inside the glass orb, Risa's sorrowful face is clearly reflected. She sobs, "Risa, I miss Risa. I want to throw myself into his arms." Goddess. "Heliana," she whispers as she gently touches the orb, "you are now completely free of sin." The orb glows brilliantly. Hanian freezes, her brows furrow. Unconsciously, Heliana advises gently, "From now on, stay together and live." Happily, the story ends. Hanian now rests in Risa's warm embrace. He calls her name, sobbing, "Hanian." She opens her eyes with a tender smile. "Your Majesty has waited a long time for me, hasn't he?" "Thought you disappeared again," Risa says. She reassures him, "Do not worry. I will not go anywhere now. I will stay by your side forever." She seals her promise with a sweet kiss. Sometime later, the newspapers report that the Emperor's wedding ends in disaster. News of the Modern clan colluding with demons to assassinate the Emperor and Empress floods the headlines. However, the public is buzzing not about the Modern clan, but about the Empress who destroys and slays demons. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Listen, the Moderns colluded with demons to conquer the Empire, but Her Majesty stops them. Oh, please, as if someone actually has the power to slay demons." "I am telling the truth," one insists. "Hey, I heard it from someone who is." There, when the Empress steps forward to shield His Majesty, she glows with holy light. Angel wings sprout from her back. The demons freeze instantly and disintegrate into dust. It is like a dream. "Is the Empress an angel?" Another cuts in. "Cut the crap. Your friend was probably so terrified that he hallucinated." Yet the man insists his source is not lying. An angel truly descends upon the Empire. At this moment, a cold gaze flashes behind the curtain. The carriage suddenly screeches to a halt, causing the crowd to startle. One person asks in confusion, "Heavens, what a scare! Are they transporting prisoners? What is that prisoner making a fuss for? It is not like they did anything good themselves." Imprisoned behind iron bars, Rosalind gnashes her teeth in rage. She is actually an angel. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing her mutter constantly, Tianan snaps in annoyance. "Shut up, quiet down." What did you just say?" He immediately bellows. "I told you to shut your mouth. It is because of your stupidity that we are here, so at least keep your mouth shut. Colluding with demons, this entire family is ruined because of you. Do you know that?" Rosalind furiously lunges forward and grabs Tianan's collar. "You act as if I acted alone. You all agreed to this. You all agreed to cooperate with the demons to banish that wench. Yet now you turn around and blame me." He states coldly, "You are the one who brought the demons back, Rosalind. We have lost everything, and it is all because of you." A loud bang suddenly echoes. The guard glares, warning them, demanding both of them shut up. "You should have been executed by dismemberment, torn apart by 5 horses. But thanks to the Empress's mercy, you are sent to this dungeon. You can forget about leaving this prison before you draw your last breath. Make any more noise, and I will gag. You are nothing but a band of criminals now. Shut your mouths." Hearing this, Rosalind's face suddenly turns pale. She screams in fury, "Go to hell, damn you, Hanian Furso." The guard outside coldly orders the carriage to move. At this moment, Hanian wears gorgeous gown. She happily spots Rachel. "Rachel, there you are. You have no idea how much I missed you. What a pity we did not even get to say goodbye." Rachel awkwardly avoids her gaze. "I feel the same, lady. I also deeply regret it." This reaction makes Hanian uneasy. She calls out softly, Rachel, but she suddenly speaks aloud. I was also present that day. Though others may doubt, I truly believe Lady Hanian is an angel. I must sincerely apologize to you. Hanian is completely dazed by this, sweating bullets. Rachel continues, I must confess. In the past, I used to hit my siblings hard on the head, and sometimes I even stole their candy. I also wronged my father. Before she can finish, Hanian awkwardly stops her. Rachel, it is fine, raise your head. Yet Rachel stubbornly keeps bowing. I apologize for everything, this flusters Hanian. It is all right, really, from afar a familiar voice echoes. I am sorry to interrupt your apology. Everyone freezes. Risa speaks gently, but may I borrow Hanian for a moment? Hanian radiantly approaches him. Your Majesty. Risa warns her tenderly, do not run like that, what if you trip? She asks curiously, why are you here? Leaning close to her ear, he whispers, I came to rescue a certain angel from trouble. This causes her to giggle with pure joy. Risa asks aloud, may I take her now? Rachel quickly nods, yes, of course, Your Majesty. Watching the happy couple, Catherine cannot help but smile. Just as I thought, no one suits His Majesty better than our Empress. She radiantly turns to Rachel and asks, would you like to have tea with me? She thinks to herself, it was not easy to get here, but I feel relieved to see them so happy under the clear blue sky. Hanian speaks up curiously, but Your Majesty, I have a question. Our wedding was held in such a haste, and it was not very grand, was it? It was for that purpose, right? Risa stares blankly for a moment, puzzling Hanian. Your Majesty, are you listening to me? Your Majesty, only. Now does he turn to look at her. My name, I want you to call me by my name. Hearing this, Hanian teases, and who was it that told me? Using your name is against royal etiquette, Risa quickly explains. No. Back then I did not. She gently lifts his chin and seals Risa's lips with a tender kiss, causing him to freeze. She gently proposes. This time let me propose to you. Please marry me, Risa. Let us have a proper wedding. Risa replies bashfully, no. Flustered, Hanian gasps, what no? She asks anxiously, do you not plan to marry me again? Risa taps her head lightly. Shyly, he expresses, I am the one who is supposed to propose, so you better prepare yourself. Just like that, he is utterly captivated by Hanian's innocent beauty since heaven knows when. So cute, he thinks. Risa asks, are you sad that I failed to realize you are the phoenix? To say I am not sad would be a lie, but since I am a bird turned into a human, how could you know we are one and the same? I understand. She happily leans on Risa's shoulder. Being with you now is wonderful, so it is fine, thanks to you. Every single day is filled with joy. I'm happy to see my brother finally return to human form after all those lonely years, and happy to enjoy delicious meals together. Who could have guessed that my brother was the one who intentionally gave the sacred scripture to the demons to collect the fragments and help restore your memories? There are so many things to discuss, and their conversation flows endlessly. Risa gently takes Hanian's hand. I am glad you are happy. I will protect you and your brother forever, so your only task is to focus on your happiness. He has spent many lifetimes atoning for his sins. He has been a slave knight, a mercenary, and now an emperor. He truly lives through countless lifetimes. Perhaps the reason he strove to be a good king since childhood is that his soul knew he had to atone. But finally it is over. He has atoned for all his mistakes. I am so sorry for ruining your wedding. I believed we could sway public opinion if the world saw you defeat the demons. But had I known you would fall, I would never have done it. Recalling that moment, his heart sinks. Hanian interrupts excitedly. But thanks to that, I got promoted to a high-ranking angel. Now I can use my power in the mortal realm. Risa, are you listening? Startled, Risa quickly avoids her gaze. Yes, I am listening. This makes her wonder, is something wrong? Are you hiding something? He hesitates. Well, Hanian frowns. Why do you not look at me? Risa clears his throat. Do you know where we are? Hanian stares blankly. Where? She looks around and declares, this is the knight's training ground. Did you think I still did not know? Seeing him chuckle, she suddenly pauses. Risa unexpectedly drops to one knee. This is where I first met you in your human form. Hanian's memories of that day remain crystal clear. Risa had scolded her, daring to approach the emperor You truly know no fear. Returning to reality, he shows a hint of regret. When we first met, I failed to recognize you and spoke harshly, but from now on I will always be gentle. I will love you forever and ensure your happiness until the end of your days, so will you marry me? His heart beats wildly as if about to burst. Hanian cannot hide her fluttering emotions either. She giggles softly, leaving Risa dazed. Why are you laughing? She replies playfully. You told me to prepare myself, yet here you are proposing right away. Risa blushes and hesitates. I have a feeling you do not. Like this, let me do it over. But Hanian suddenly throws her arms around him. I have had my answer for a long time. Yes, I will marry you. I cannot imagine a life without you, but I will not allow you to ruin it this time. Yet that is just the beginning of my troubles. The bed shakes continuously. Hanian wonders to herself, how do humans reproduce? Back in the heavenly realm, I only focused on slaying demons, so I have no idea how humans live. Because Hanian and the Phoenix cannot exist at the same time. She eventually has to tell everyone that she is an angel. She pauses suddenly. But the way Yo and Crusoe treat me is truly annoying. I know rumors are already spreading, but an official announcement is a different matter. Besides, we still have plenty of time. Whatever, I will just take it slow. For now, thinking of this, she falls asleep. Returning to reality, Hanian's face turns pale. She thinks, I can't believe I thought that back then. Why? Is it already time? From wedding preparations to learning etiquette, the days fly by. Why was it not this chaotic last time? Was it because that was a fake wedding, even? Worse, Risa and I agreed to announce that I am an angel today, but I am too anxious to dare. Spread my wings. Risa suddenly drapes his arm around Hanian's shoulders. What are you worried about? The man who holds the entire empire in his hands is by your side. You are no longer bound by anything. You can do whatever you desire. I will handle the rest. This is the moment for you to shine. Seeing him whisper, the nobles buzz with excitement. What are they saying? Can you hear them? We are so far away, who can hear? One of them warns, hey, do not raise your voice, today is an auspicious day. The other replies in irritation, it is because you ask such stupid questions. How could I hear what they are saying? Suddenly, a radiant light flashes and the golden wings of Hanian suddenly unfold. Everyone is astonished once more. Am I dreaming? She really is an angel. The rumors are true. When the people of the empire witness those brilliant wings, a firm belief sprouts in their hearts. Hanian confesses, everyone, the truth is that I am an angel sent by the goddess to the mortal realm. A noblewoman exclaims in awe. Long live the Empress. The goddess is with us. Long live the Empress. Please lead our empire to peace. They believe they no longer need to fear the demons and believe this is enough to deter the demons from bringing chaos to the mortal realm. Of course, the reason the Apolline Empire can bask in that warm sunlight for a long time is because they have a guardian angel, the first Phoenix Empress. Hanian flashes a radiant, happy smile. Risa gazes at her with deep affection. They share a sweet kiss, concluding the beautiful love story between an angel and an emperor. A prosperous empire is born from that day on. The story concludes. Thank you for following the entire journey. While waiting for the next series, please check out other stories on the Ku review channel to pass the time. Wish you all joy and energy. Goodbye and see you again.